Before we dive in, brace yourself. If you think medieval life was all silence, solemn prayers, and monks as stiff as statues, you're in for a surprise. Behind the cloister walls were squabbles worthy of soap operas, awkward confessions, and jokes scribbled in sacred manuscripts. So sit back, hold your laughter, or your wine goblet if you want to get in the mood, and follow me, because what you're about to hear is as human as your next door neighbors, just with more wool habits and no Wi-Fi. The silence of the monastery was not always holy. Behind stone walls where chants once rose in solemn devotion, there was another rhythm, one that came not from prayer, but from the slow pour of red liquid filling wooden cups. Wine, that sacred element of the Eucharist, was also the monk's greatest temptation. What was meant to symbolize the blood of Christ often became a daily indulgence, and in some abbeys it flowed more freely than the water in their wells. Imagine men sworn to poverty standing before cellars stacked with barrels taller than themselves, the scent of fermentation wrapping the corridors like invisible incense. And though the rule of St. Benedict called for moderation, moderation was a concept as flexible as the waistband of a friar's robe after too many feasts. The irony is almost too sharp to ignore. Here were men who spoke of sacrifice, who preached that the flesh was weak and must be subdued, yet they held keys to cellars that would make a modern sommelier blush. They recorded their harvests with precision, measuring sweetness and texture as if describing divine visions, and then sipped with the same fervor they should have reserved for Scripture. The sacred drink became their silent companion, easing the endless monotony of cloistered life. One sip to ward off the cold, another to aid digestion, a third to quieten the restless soul, and when the line between ritual and routine blurred, they found themselves seeking comfort not from God, but from the bottom of the chalice. It is tempting to romanticize this. Imagine monks in candlelit halls, quietly raising their cups, cheeks flushed, the air thick with laughter instead of psalms. But the truth was more troubling. Some drank to numb the guilt of sins they could never confess, others to silence doubts about the very God they served. The alcohol dulled the sharp edges of faith, smoothing questions into forgettable haze. And when the haze lifted, shame crept in, heavier than any stone on the monastery walls. That shame often pushed them back to the barrel, because once the cycle began, repentance and relapse became indistinguishable partners. What makes this even more fascinating is the mental gymnastics used to justify the excess. Wine gladdens the heart, they would quote from Scripture, as if God himself had handed them permission to refill their cup. They would argue that Christ's first miracle was to turn water into wine, forgetting conveniently that he did not turn it into barrels for monks to drain during long winters. And when disputes arose, as they often did, about how much was too much, the abbot might set a limit that looked like austerity on parchment but allowed plenty of room for indulgence in practice. 2 cups a day, he might decree. But when the cups were carved large enough to drown a sparrow, limits became laughable. Imagine calling that moderation. It's the medieval equivalent of saying you'll only eat 1 slice of cake, but slicing the whole cake in half. And yet, beyond the humor of loopholes and oversized cups, there is something deeply human here. These men were not villains, but captives of their own contradictions. They longed for divine purity, but carried the same hunger, the same weakness, that haunts every person who has ever sought comfort in excess. A monk staring at the stars after his 4th cup of Burgundy is not so different from someone today nursing a bottle of whiskey in their apartment after a bad day. Both are reaching for something higher, but settling for something that merely numbs. Curiously, the monasteries became some of the most advanced winemakers of their age. Their obsession drove them to refine techniques, improve storage, and even experiment with blending. In other words, the very vice that gnawed at their souls helped shape the wine culture we now celebrate. Every sip of fine Bordeaux or Burgundy carries in it the fingerprints of those cloistered men who could not resist temptation. The irony is almost comical. The pursuit of holiness produced not saints, but sommeliers. Still, there were consequences. Records whisper of monks collapsing during vigils, their chanting slurred and uneven. Tales circulated of entire abbeys where sobriety was so rare that the very air smelled of fermentation. And while some dismissed these accounts as exaggerations, even their existence suggests a tension that was impossible to hide. Faith demands discipline, yet the very guardians of discipline were often found with stained lips and unsteady steps. If hypocrisy had a taste, perhaps it would have been that bittersweet afterburn of too much wine swallowed in too little time. To make matters darker, the excess was often framed as penitence. For some, drinking was not about pleasure at all, but punishment. Imagine forcing yourself to the bottom of a barrel, calling it mortification of the flesh. The more your head spun, the more you told yourself you were suffering for the sake of your soul. It is a twisted form of devotion, one that turns self-destruction into sacrifice. And yet, isn't that a pattern we still see? People disguising their addictions under the noble-sounding names of stress relief, self-care, or social bonding. Call it what you will, the bottle has always been an altar for the broken. If we laugh at the thought of monks stumbling through cloisters, half drunk and muttering half prayers, perhaps it is nervous laughter. Because behind the medieval robes and the stone abbeys, their struggle mirrors our own. It is the same human tendency to justify, to hide, to indulge in silence. We may have traded the monastery cellar for a bar down the street or a fridge at home, but the rhythm is hauntingly familiar. The sound of corks pulled, cups filled, promises broken, and guilt returning like a ghost in the morning. And so, the silent vice was never truly silent. It whispered in the cracks of sacred vows. It echoed in the uneven voices of prayer. It stained the lips of men who swore themselves to purity. The very substance meant to draw them closer to God often pulled them deeper into themselves. And while the cloister doors stayed shut to the world, within those stone walls, the battle between sanctity and surrender played out night after night, cup after cup. There is something oddly unsettling in imagining a group of men, shaved crowns glistening under candlelight, deliberately ingesting herbs that blurred the line between vision and delirium. What we often celebrate as mystical revelations in medieval chronicles sometimes carried the earthy scent of hallucinogenic plants harvested quietly from monastery gardens. While scripture spoke of prophets touched by divine light, many monks discovered that certain leaves, roots, and mushrooms could open the gates to visions of their own, visions that were difficult to explain once the high wore off. To the outside world, they might present these moments as angelic visitations, but inside the cloister, the knowing smiles exchanged during mealtime suggested that not all of heaven's mysteries were quite as divine as the manuscripts claimed. Some of these herbs were familiar: sage, henbane, belladonna. Others were imported through fragile trade routes, smuggled in by merchants who never asked questions so long as the coin was good. Monks, under the guise of studying medicine, experimented with mixtures that could alter consciousness so profoundly that even the most ordinary psalm sounded like it came from the mouth of God himself. Imagine reciting the same prayer for the 1,000th time, then suddenly hearing it reverberate like thunder as if the Almighty had chosen to harmonize with you personally. It is no wonder that many monks confused their chemically induced sensations with spiritual encounters. After all, who could resist the temptation of believing one had glimpsed the divine, even if it was only the garden brew talking? But here's the comic twist. While these monks were chasing visions of angels, the effects were not always so holy. Some experienced dizziness, so severe they toppled mid-chant, collapsing onto their brothers in a domino effect that disrupted the solemnity of Vespers. Others spoke in tongues, not as a miracle of Pentecost, but as garbled nonsense no one could decipher. Picture a brother insisting he had conversed with St. Michael, only for another to point out that he had been talking to the fireplace for the last half hour. The line between sanctity and absurdity was paper-thin, yet it was this very thinness that made their practices both fascinating and dangerous. Of course, the abbots often tolerated these experiments, especially when they could be justified as medical studies. Monastic hospitals were laboratories of their age, and herbs with mind-altering properties were sometimes given to patients under the guise of pain relief. But who administered the proper dosage? Who measured the difference between healing and hallucination? One man's medicine was another man's trip through the celestial spheres. And so the boundary blurred further until the monasteries became both sanctuaries of healing and playgrounds for visionary excess. A curious duality: saints by day, accidental alchemists by night. What strikes us most is how these rituals were shrouded in secrecy. Not every monk partook, and not every abbot approved, but enough did that the whispers survived in letters, chronicles, and scandalous accusations. Imagine being a pilgrim visiting a holy abbey, only to notice the glazed eyes of monks who had seen the Virgin an hour earlier, though her appearance suspiciously coincided with the brewing of a particular tea. Faithful travelers might return home convinced of miracles, while those inside knew the miracle had been cultivated in a clay pot behind the herbarium. And yet, would it not have been comforting to believe, even for a moment, that heaven was so near? Perhaps faith was not just built on visions, but on the desperate willingness to accept them, regardless of their source. There's a darker angle here as well. Hallucinations could quickly turn from angelic to demonic, from comforting to terrifying. Some monks reported seeing grotesque figures crawling along the walls, voices whispering accusations in the dark. In times when the devil was believed to prowl freely, these visions became fuel for paranoia. What had begun as a search for divine closeness could spiral into nights of terror. Monks clutching their rosaries with trembling hands, praying for the dawn to break and the shadows to vanish. It is not hard to imagine how such moments contributed to the era's obsession with exorcism and spiritual warfare. When the mind was unsteady, the devil found his strongest foothold. Or perhaps, as some cynics might say, the devil was simply hiding in the herbs themselves. But let us not forget the humor in this paradox. While one brother might emerge from a trance claiming he had tasted heavenly ambrosia, another might confess to having chased chickens around the courtyard, convinced they were demons in disguise. It is the kind of scene that would make even the most solemn chronicler suppress a laugh. And yet, through their laughter and fear, These monks revealed a truth that cuts across time. Humans will always search for shortcuts to transcendence. Some meditate, some drink, some pray, and some, as we see here, steep leaves in boiling water and hope for the divine to slip through the cracks of their reality. The legacy of these experiments did not vanish with the Middle Ages. Modern historians studying monastic manuscripts often stumble upon coded recipes and mysterious references to visions. They wonder whether these monks truly glimpsed heaven or simply stumbled through hallucinations. And perhaps the more unsettling thought is that for the monks themselves, the distinction may not have mattered. What they felt was real enough, and in the end, is that not the essence of faith? A belief so strong that even if its roots are tangled in soil and leaves, it blossoms into something that feels eternal. And so the story of these substances lingers in the shadows of the cloisters, part comedy, part tragedy, always human. It reminds us that the search for meaning often comes with risks, that the line between enlightenment and delusion is fragile. Behind every solemn hymn and candlelit vigil was the possibility that someone was not simply communing with God, but with the contents of a cup brewed too strong. And if we lean close enough, we can almost hear their laughter, their cries, and their whispered confessions mingling together, echoing through the stone halls like a secret too heavy to ever truly be silenced. If the herbs and the wine brought visions that blurred the sacred with the absurd, then beer brought something even more practical and equally dangerous. Medieval monasteries were among the finest brewers of their age, and the irony is that they perfected the craft not because they wanted to intoxicate themselves, but because water was often unsafe to drink. Brewing killed bacteria, and what flowed from their casks was far healthier than the well outside the cloister walls. At least, that was the official story. But once you've brewed gallons upon gallons of beer, the temptation to drink beyond health and into indulgence becomes almost inevitable. And so the monks, cloaked in solemnity, transformed into unlikely connoisseurs, raising foaming mugs with a devotion that rivaled their devotion to Scripture. It is almost funny to picture these men, sworn to silence, committed to restraint, leaning heavily on their cups during long winters. Beer became their bread in liquid form, a staple of their diet, consumed in quantities that would make a modern bartender faint. Some monasteries rationed each monk several liters per day, a practice defended as liquid nourishment. Imagine explaining that to a confessor. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I drank only what was allotted, but the allotment was enough to float a small boat." Moderation, once again, was a word with plenty of creative room for interpretation. What makes this even more striking is how innovation was born from excess. Monks experimented with different grains, adjusted fermentation times, even added herbs, not just for preservation, but for flavor. They gave Europe some of its earliest strong ales, beers so potent they could knock a pilgrim off his feet after a single mug. And yet, these were served in refectories as casually as bread and cheese. If you've ever wondered why so many European countries have such strong brewing traditions, it is partly because medieval monks treated brewing with the seriousness of scripture copying. The quiet addiction of the cloister is the loud heritage of the tavern today. Of course, drunkenness came with consequences. Records tell of monks falling asleep during matins, their snores echoing through chapels meant to resound with sacred song. Others staggered through cloisters, using the cold stone walls for support, while novices whispered about how holy men could barely hold their heads upright. Some abbots turned a blind eye, others enforced harsh discipline, but the problem never fully disappeared. Because the truth is that beer was not only tolerated, it was woven into the very structure of monastic life. If wine symbolized the blood of Christ, then beer was the daily bread turned liquid, a sacrament in all but name. There is also a deeply human layer here. Many monks came to the cloister after difficult lives in the outside world, carrying wounds, regrets, and longings they could not easily silence. Beer became a friend, a comfort during lonely nights, a warmth when prayers felt cold. And perhaps that is the most timeless reflection. How often we disguise our escapes as necessities. One man today calls his nightly drink a relaxation ritual. Another justifies it as helping me sleep. The monks did the same, cloaking indulgence under health, duty, or devotion. Call it what you will, the bottle and the barrel have always been skilled at hiding in plain sight. And then there is the economy of it all. Brewing wasn't just for the monks themselves. It became a source of revenue. Monasteries supplied beer to travelers, pilgrims, even local villagers. What started as nourishment became commerce, and commerce brought power. The richer the abbey, the deeper its cellars, and the stronger its brew. Suddenly, monasteries that preached simplicity were running enterprises that would rival breweries centuries later. The contradiction is almost comical. Men who renounced worldly wealth built fortunes by selling pints of ale. They might have worn rough woolen habits, but behind those habits were savvy businessmen who knew that holiness didn't keep the cloister warm at night. Beer sales did. Yet with power came corruption. Some abbots hoarded profits, others allowed production to grow unchecked, and soon the cloister was less a place of prayer than a factory of fermentation. The same walls that echoed with hymns by day reeked of malt and hops by night. Faith blurred with commerce until no one could quite tell whether the abbey existed to serve God or to serve the mug. And isn't that the oldest story? Convictions diluted by convenience, the sacred overshadowed by the profitable. The monks were not the first nor the last to discover that devotion and commerce rarely share the same table without spilling something onto the floor. But even here, amid excess and hypocrisy, there's a strange charm. Imagine traveling across Europe in the Middle Ages, cold, weary, desperate for shelter, and finding a monastery that welcomed you with warm bread, hearty stew, and a mug of ale brewed to perfection. Would you question the motives of the monks, or would you thank God for the comfort? Perhaps the divine works through barley and hops as much as through sermons. Perhaps grace is not always a blinding light, but sometimes a foamy head on a wooden mug. And yet, the deeper we look, the more we see the same tension repeating, a holy community bound by vows, and within it the silent pull of earthly cravings. Beer was no less a temptation than wine or herbs. It gave joy, it dulled pain, it connected brothers in laughter and in shame, and it lingered in the air long after the last candle was snuffed, reminding everyone that even within the holiest walls humanity cannot be brewed out so easily. The stone walls of monasteries were meant to guard against temptation, but the truth is that the thickest walls often hide the deepest secrets. Isolated convents and abbeys, far from the eyes of townsfolk, became perfect breeding grounds not only for prayer and discipline, but also for sins carefully tucked away in silence. There were no watchful neighbors to whisper about what they saw, no passing merchants to raise suspicion. Inside those cloisters, the rules of heaven clashed constantly with the weaknesses of earth, and when no one was looking, vows cracked like fragile glass. Some chronicles, often written by disgruntled monks or curious visitors, tell of nights when silence was broken not by chance, but by muffled laughter or hushed footsteps sneaking through cloisters. It is not difficult to imagine young novices, shut away from the world since adolescence, burdened with vows of chastity they never fully understood, finding themselves tangled in desires they had been taught to despise. To survive isolation, some turned their longing into poetry, others into prayer, and some into acts they would never dare write down. When temptation brewed in an environment where everything was forbidden, the forbidden became irresistibly magnetic, and while their manuscripts preached purity, the margins of their lives told another story. Curiously, it wasn't always hidden with perfect skill. There are accounts of abbots scolding monks for being found together in ways that clearly broke their vows. One tale speaks of a monk who, caught slipping into the dormitory of another after complying, excused himself by claiming he was checking on his brother's health. That excuse has the same energy as someone today saying they went to a party just to keep a friend company. The abbot, of course, was not amused. Yet the same punishments often repeated, suggesting that such lapses were not rare accidents, but part of an ongoing rhythm of life behind cloistered doors. Even more striking are the stories of convents, where groups of women bound together in solitude created their own hidden webs of secrets. Some took refuge in friendship that blurred into intimacy, others engaged in rivalries laced with envy and betrayal. Outsiders like to imagine nuns as untouchable vessels of holiness, but behind convent walls there were jealousies over attention, secret exchanges of letters, and, in rare cases, even pregnancies explained away with tales of miraculous conception. The church knew such scandals could destroy reputations, so many were buried in silence, but silence often fuels curiosity, and the rumors outlived the women who sparked them. Then there was the clash between wealth and poverty inside these communities. Many monasteries grew rich through land ownership and trade, even as they preached poverty. That imbalance bred its own temptations. Gold coins clinked in hidden chests, while peasants starved outside the gates. Some abbots dined lavishly, indulging in roasted meats and fine wine, while the common brothers scraped bowls of thin gruel. In theory, all shared equally. In practice, hierarchy dictated who enjoyed feasts and who endured fasting. It is not so different from modern workplaces, where the executives enjoy gourmet lunches while the interns chew on instant noodles. The comedy here is that human nature, whether in woolen robes or business suits, always finds a way to bend the rules in its favor. Whispers of bribery also floated through the cloisters. A wealthy family might send a son to the abbey not out of piety, but to secure influence, and gifts were quietly accepted. Gold might smooth the way for a novice to advance quickly, while another, equally devout but penniless, remained stalled in obscurity. One manuscript notes dryly that he who gave more to the altar found his prayers answered faster. It reads like medieval sarcasm, but behind the joke is a truth. Corruption is not a modern invention, and even monks who renounced the world sometimes had pockets open wide enough for the right coin. And yet, these were not always communities of vice. There were genuine saints among them, men and women who held to their vows with extraordinary courage. But even the holiest found themselves surrounded by temptations that whispered in every dark corridor. To live in isolation is to live with the echo of your own flaws, amplified by silence. One can pray for purity until the tongue grows tired, but desire does not disappear with words. It waits patiently, looking for cracks in discipline. And when a dozen souls are trapped together, bound by the same impossible vows, secrecy becomes both shield and burden. The paradox is almost poetic. Monasteries built to protect against sin became laboratories where sin was studied in silence. Some monks wrote elaborate confessions, locking them away where no eye but God's could see. Others buried their guilt under more layers of ritual, fasting harder, flagellating themselves with a severity that shocked even their brothers. The more they hid, the more their souls grew heavy, and the heavier they grew, the more they reached for release, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in pleasure. It is the eternal cycle of repression and indulgence, repeated in every generation. Perhaps the most haunting thought is this: the outside world revered monasteries as beacons of holiness, while inside, many struggled with the same flaws as the villagers who came seeking blessings. The farmer confessed drinking too much. The monk struggled with the same barrel. The peasant worried about envy, the nun seethed with it in her cell. The sinner sought forgiveness. The confessor was no stranger to sin himself. Behind every wall of stone and chant of piety, the same fragile humanity remained, aching, yearning, stumbling, and sometimes falling. And if we laugh at their excuses and scandals, perhaps it is because we recognize ourselves in them more than we want to admit. The strangest part of these cloistered contradictions is how the spiral of indulgence often collided head-on with the idea of penance. If the monks and nuns allowed themselves moments of excess, they usually tried to balance the scale with acts of brutal self-punishment. And yet, even these punishments sometimes carried their own twisted logic, turning into habits that blurred the line between devotion and addiction. The lash of the whip, the long hours of fasting, the endless vigils without sleep, each was meant to purify the soul, but behind the intention often lurked something closer to obsession. When a man drinks too much wine and then beats himself raw to make up for it, is he truly repentant, or simply caught in a loop where indulgence and punishment become two faces of the same compulsion? The medieval cloister was full of these paradoxes. One monk might gorge himself on a feast during a holy day and then starve himself for a week as if hunger could erase the memory of roast goose. Another might confess to desiring the touch of a fellow brother and then fling himself into icy rivers, declaring that the cold water would extinguish not just the desire but the soul itself. In a strange way, these acts of self-denial were their own intoxication. The body grew addicted to the drama of pain, the rush of suffering mistaken for holiness, and while the outside world admired their discipline, inside the cloister, the line between sacrifice and spectacle grew very thin indeed. What makes this even more fascinating is how public some of these punishments were. Imagine walking into a chapel where a monk is kneeling shirtless, whipping himself with cords until blood stains the floor. His brothers chant psalms around him, not intervening, because in their eyes this was devotion at its highest form. To modern ears it sounds extreme, but in their world, the theater of pain became proof of sanctity. And yet you can almost hear the unspoken thoughts in the room. Some wondered whether such displays were genuine, while others perhaps thought, here he goes again, stealing the spotlight with his bruises. It's almost comedic to realize that even in a monastery there were probably whispers of, he's overdoing it for attention. Then there were those who turned penance into calculation. If sin carried a cost, then the logic went, one could balance the accounts with enough punishment. Drink too much wine? Fast for 3 days? Break your vow of silence with laughter? Sleep on a cold stone floor for a week? The rhythm resembles someone today justifying a guilty pleasure at the gym. I'll eat the cake now and run an extra hour tomorrow. It's the same mentality, only cloaked in Latin prayers and candlelight. And this arithmetic of sin created an endless cycle, where the pursuit of holiness ironically chained them more tightly to the very habits they tried to break. Of course, there were those who pushed these extremes so far that even their brothers feared for their sanity. Stories abound of monks who wore hair shirts crawling with fleas, convinced that constant itching brought them closer to Christ's suffering. Others bound ropes so tightly around their waists that the skin rotted beneath. And still others forced themselves into solitude for years, living in silence so absolute that they lost the ability to speak altogether. What began as penance became madness, yet the madness was often praised as sainthood. To read these stories today is to wonder where devotion ended and addiction to suffering began. But penance was not only physical, it was also psychological, a constant dance with guilt. Confession became the monk's release valve, but even here, repetition created its own trap. A brother might confess the same sin week after week, unable to break the cycle, until confession itself became as habitual as the sin. And sometimes the confessor was no less guilty, listening with nods and sighs, burdened by his own secrets. The ritual of guilt tied them all together, a web of human weakness dressed in holy language. And isn't that the most human thing of all? To repeat the very thing we promised never to repeat. and then invent rituals to soothe the conscience without ever really changing. There is also something theatrical in how the cloister framed suffering as spectacle for the divine. They imagined God watching closely, counting every lash, every hunger pang, every sleepless night. If God approved, then the pain had meaning. But deep down, perhaps, the monks also knew that pain distracted from longing. They kept their bodies too busy to dwell on forbidden desires, too weak to pursue pleasures, too exhausted to rebel. In that sense, penance was less about God and more about survival. The comedy is bitter. They punish themselves into holiness the way some people today punish themselves into productivity, burning out while convincing themselves they are being virtuous. And yet, for all its excesses, penance gave them a sense of control in a world that often felt uncontrollable. Wars raged outside, plagues crept through villages, death hovered in every season. Inside the cloister, pain was one of the few certainties they could choose for themselves. By inflicting it willingly, they transformed chaos into order, fear into purpose. Perhaps that is why the lash, the fast, and the vigil survived for centuries, not because they worked, but because they gave meaning to a life where temptation and failure never truly went away. In the end, the cycle of indulgence and punishment defined the hidden rhythm of monastic life. Drink, repent, lash, repeat. Desire, resist, fail, confess. It is both tragic and oddly comical because beneath the robes and chants, these monks were not so different from us. We all create little systems to manage our flaws, little bargains with ourselves to keep guilt at bay. We may not whip our backs or starve for days, but we promise to eat healthy after indulging, to work harder tomorrow after wasting today, to pray more after forgetting yesterday. The costumes change, the rituals change, but the pattern is eternal. And so, the cloisters stood as paradoxical monuments, fortresses of faith that also sheltered vice, schools of prayer that also cultivated indulgence, places of penance that often turned suffering into its own addiction. Behind every stone wall was the beating heart of a human being, weak, longing, conflicted, desperate to find God, but tripping endlessly over the weight of their own humanity. And if their stories still fascinate us today, perhaps it is because we recognize ourselves in their failures, smiling at their absurdities, shuddering at their extremes, and wondering quietly if the walls we build around our own lives are any less fragile. The most haunting reality of the cloister was not the excess of wine, the hallucinations of herbs, the indulgence of beer, or even the extremes of penance. It was the silence itself. Silence was meant to be holy, a discipline that purified the mind and lifted the heart toward God. But silence has a way of amplifying what it is supposed to suppress. Every unspoken desire, every guilty memory, every unconfessed thought echoed louder in the chambers of the mind than it ever could if voiced aloud. And so, monasteries that cultivated silence often found themselves cultivating secrets in equal measure. The walls did not echo with words, but they trembled with everything left unsaid. In that silence, paranoia could grow like ivy. A glance held too long at dinner might raise suspicion. A small smile might be misread as complicity in some forbidden act. Brothers and sisters learned to hide not just their sins, but their humanity, wrapping themselves in gestures of solemnity while their hearts beat faster with unspoken truths. It was a world where silence became both shield and prison, protecting the guilty while suffocating the innocent. And if you think about it, the same happens today in offices, families, and friendships. How often do we sit in silence, pretending everything is fine, while entire storms rage beneath the surface? We might not wear habits, but we are experts in disguising chaos with polite quiet. The irony was that silence, intended as a path to God, often led instead to suspicion. When a monk seemed too quiet, others wondered what he was hiding. When a nun smiled too rarely, others whispered that she bore a secret sin. The absence of words created a vacuum, and the human mind abhors a vacuum. It fills it with speculation, and speculation quickly hardens into rumor. Some of the most scandalous stories about medieval convents may have been born not from actual events, but from the whispers of bored minds in long corridors. Silence, in this sense, was like a blank page upon which everyone wrote their fears and fantasies. Yet silence was not only dangerous, it was also intoxicating. Imagine spending months speaking only in fragments of prayer, then suddenly breaking that silence with a laugh that escaped before you could stop it. The joy of sound after so much repression must have been overwhelming, like opening a window after years in a closed room. No wonder some monks became addicted to breaking silence in small ways, humming during chores, scratching notes in the margins of manuscripts, carving symbols into wooden benches. These little rebellions were their version of comedy, tiny acts of resistance against the weight of rules. They remind us that even in the strictest environments, the human need for expression finds cracks through which to escape. But silence could also become a canvas for visions. With so few distractions, the mind turned inward, sometimes producing revelations, sometimes nightmares. A brother lying in his cell might hear the creak of wood and believe it was the devil scratching at the door. A sister fasting in silence might see angels in the flicker of a candle. Silence created space where the line between imagination and reality dissolved, and many of the mystical experiences of the medieval cloister can be traced to this void. Perhaps the most comic insight here is that some of the most elaborate visions recorded in manuscripts could have been nothing more than the product of a tired monk's overactive imagination. The devil with 7 heads may have been real to him, but perhaps it was just the shadow of the chandelier swaying above his bed, and silence was never perfect. There were always breaks, slips, small rebellions. Some monks developed elaborate sign languages to communicate without speaking, proving that even when words were banned, communication would not die. They gestured for bread, for books, for tools, and sometimes for secrets that no vow of silence could erase. It is strangely endearing to think of solemn monks meant to be icons of self-restraint, waving their hands in exaggerated signals like medieval mimes. And in that humor lies something profound. The human spirit will always find a way to express itself, even when locked in chains of silence. This silence, however, had a darker side when it came to confession. The weight of unspoken sin could grow unbearable, twisting itself into the body as illness, into the mind as despair. Some monks believed that their silence was a greater virtue than honesty, so they carried secrets to their graves. And when silence holds too much, it does not remain silence. It becomes a scream that only the one carrying it can hear. That is why, in some chronicles, you find sudden bursts of desperate confessions, monks pouring out decades of sins in trembling voices, unable to bear the silence anymore. Their words, once released, often shocked their communities, because they revealed not holy men, but fragile humans, caught in endless contradictions. Perhaps the deepest lesson is that silence, for all its promise of holiness, became another addiction. Just as they reached for wine, for herbs, for pain, they also reached for silence, mistaking repression for transformation. But silence does not erase desire, it magnifies it. And in those dark halls filled with echoes of nothingness, temptation spoke louder than chance ever could. Silence, in the end, was not the absence of sin, but often its most fertile soil. And so, the monastery, built as a fortress against the noise of the world, often became louder in its own way, not with sound, but with secrets, whispers, gestures, glances, and the endless inner noise of human weakness struggling to disguise itself as holiness. The story of these cloisters is not only about what was spoken, but even more about what was never said, what was hidden, what was swallowed down and carried silently for years. And if we still find ourselves fascinated by their world, perhaps it is because deep down we know that silence is never empty. It always carries a weight. And the heaviest silence of all is the one we carry within ourselves, smiling outwardly while our hearts murmur things we dare not voice. If silence shaped their inner struggles, the written word became the tool that both preserved and betrayed them. Monks were the keepers of knowledge, bent over parchment for endless hours, copying scripture and philosophy, illuminating manuscripts with colors that glowed like stained glass. To the outside world, they were guardians of learning, preserving civilization itself while the world beyond the cloister staggered through wars and famine. Yet even this sacred duty was not free from temptation. Long nights in the scriptorium, hunched under flickering candlelight, gave rise to habits that were less holy than the manuscripts suggest. A weary monk, faced with yet another psalm to copy, might let his pen wander in the margins, scribbling small complaints, caricatures, or even hidden confessions that only centuries later would betray what really stirred inside those stone halls. Some of these marginal notes still survive, and they are startlingly human. "I am so very tired," one monk wrote at the bottom of a sacred text, as if God himself needed to know how dull the night had become. Another scrawled, "Oh, my hand," after hours of copying, a line that feels less medieval and more like the universal cry of every student who ever had to write an essay by hand. These little slips, hidden in the edges of holy texts, reveal a kind of comedy the monks themselves never intended. The margins became a secret diary, the only place where they could vent their exhaustion and frustrations without breaking their vow of silence. And perhaps that is the greatest irony. While the main text was scripture, the true human story lived in the scribbles no one was supposed to notice. But those margins sometimes contained more than complaints. In certain manuscripts, scholars have found strange drawings, grotesque faces, animals behaving in ridiculous ways, even monks themselves sketched in compromising positions. Was it satire? Was it rebellion? Or was it simply boredom finding a way to express itself? Imagine a monk tasked with writing the same sentence for the 100th time, when suddenly his quill slips into a doodle of a rabbit jousting with a snail. That image still survives in medieval manuscripts, and while no one knows its exact meaning, one can almost hear the laughter it must have provoked. And perhaps in that laughter there was relief, proof that even amid solemnity, the absurd had a place. There's another layer here too. Writing was power. To hold the quill was to control memory itself. A monk who copied the chronicles could decide what to include and what to omit, what sins to confess on parchment and which to bury in silence. This control over narrative meant that monasteries shaped how history remembered them. They might have drunk too much, indulged too often, whispered too many secrets, but in the grand manuscripts they appeared as paragons of faith. The contradiction is almost comical. The same hand that doodled a drunken brother in the margins also recorded him as a saint in the official record. Truth was flexible, and parchment absorbed whatever version of it the monks decided to write. And yet, the act of copying itself had an almost intoxicating effect. Hours spent repeating sacred words burned them into memory, turning scripture into rhythm, chant, heartbeat. Some monks described feeling lifted out of themselves while writing, as though the quill were guided by divine hand. Others, however, admitted the opposite. Copying felt mechanical, draining, as if the holy words had lost their meaning through endless repetition. Imagine praying the same sentence every day for years until it becomes nothing more than background noise. The comedy of it is painfully relatable. How many of us mumble phrases without thinking, whether in prayer, in conversation, or in routine? Even holiness repeated too often risks sounding hollow. The scriptorium was also a place of subtle rebellion. A monk who dared not speak could still leave a trace of himself in ink. Some slipped coded messages into texts, hiding initials or secret phrases that only a keen eye centuries later could uncover. Others altered a word here, a phrase there, subtly shaping doctrine to match their own views. It wasn't loud heresy, it was quiet resistance, ink on parchment, small enough to pass unnoticed but lasting enough to echo through history. And here lies another irony. While the church feared heretics outside its walls, the seeds of dissent often germinated within the very places sworn to protect the faith. Beyond rebellion, the manuscripts reveal a tension between the sacred and the sensual. Some illuminations glow with almost erotic beauty. Curves of letters, flourishes of color, images of saints whose faces radiate an otherworldly allure. In some cases, the art itself seemed to seduce the viewer, so intricate and vivid that prayer blurred into admiration of the artist's skill. There were whispers that monks grew attached to their own creations, gazing too long at figures they had painted, blurring the line between devotion and desire. What was supposed to lift the mind to God sometimes dragged the heart back to earth. But perhaps the most fascinating truth is that writing gave permanence to what the monks themselves could never admit aloud. In the silence of their cloisters, their quills became their voices, and parchment their confessional. Complaints, laughter, satire, rebellion, longing, all of it found its way into ink tucked between lines of scripture. To read their manuscripts today is to hear echoes of their humanity whispering beneath the chants of their faith. They may have thought their secrets hidden, but the margins preserved what silence could not. And in those margins lies the truest story of all, that behind every page of holy text, behind every solemn vow and every illuminated letter, there was a human hand trembling with weakness, boredom, humor, or desire. The monks who spent their lives writing about God left in their own careless notes proof that they were as fragile, restless, and complicated as the rest of us. And perhaps that is why their story still pulls us in, not because they were perfect, but because they weren't. And because every smudge of ink in the margins reminds us that even the holiest of texts are written by hands that sometimes long to laugh, to sin, or simply to be free. The image of the monastery from afar was one of order and purity, its bell towers rising above fields and forests, calling peasants to prayer and pilgrims to reverence. But inside those gates, commerce hummed as steadily as any marketplace, and temptation found yet another disguise. While sermons thundered against greed, the abbeys quietly became some of the most successful business hubs of their age. They sold wine, beer, bread, cheese, even manuscripts. The contradiction was almost theatrical. Men and women who had sworn poverty counting profits, managing accounts, and arguing over prices as though holiness could be balanced on a ledger. And perhaps the most comic detail is that their economic success was not despite their vows, but because of them. By renouncing family life, they had time to dedicate themselves fully to production, and by renouncing ownership, they found ways to pool resources that made them surprisingly effective entrepreneurs. The truth is, monasteries were brands before brands existed. Their seals stamped onto barrels and parchment served as marks of quality, and their reputations spread across kingdoms. A pilgrim might travel hundreds of miles not only for relics and blessings, but also for a sip of the abbey's beer or a slice of its renowned cheese. Imagine the paradox. A man visits a monastery hoping to be healed of his sins, but what he remembers most is how good the ale tasted. In this way, spirituality and commerce braided themselves together so tightly that it became difficult to tell whether pilgrims sought God or gastronomy. And isn't that a question we still ask today when visiting a cathedral cafe, lingering more on the cappuccino than on the stained glass? But with wealth came danger. Gold coins clinked in chests hidden beneath stone floors. Rents were collected from lands worked by peasants, and monasteries became landlords as much as they were sanctuaries. Some abbots grew comfortable, living in conditions far from the poverty they preached. Chroniclers whisper of feasts that rivaled those of kings, with tables groaning under roasted boars and spiced wines, while outside the cloister walls, beggars shivered in rags. It is easy to laugh at the hypocrisy, but harder to dismiss how human it is. The same hands that built chapels also reached eagerly for roasted goose legs. The same voices that prayed for humility grumbled about the quality of imported spices. To be holy is difficult. To be holy while wealthy is nearly impossible. The economy of monasteries also thrived on secrecy. Not every source of income was openly declared. Some abbeys engaged in quiet trade of rare herbs, tinctures, and remedies, products that blurred the line between medicine and mysticism. Pilgrims paid dearly for bottles of holy water infused with ingredients that may have owed more to botany than to heaven. Others purchased charms, relics, and blessings, often without asking too many questions about their authenticity. There's a bitter humor in imagining a monk carving a fragment of an old table, polishing it, and declaring it to be a sliver of the true cross, while a pilgrim clutched it with trembling hands as proof of God's nearness. The economy of faith was always strongest when cloaked in mystery, yet commerce did not simply corrupt, it also created tensions within the cloister itself. The monks who toiled in the fields or brewed the beer often resented those who managed the profits. Inequalities festered even in communities that swore equality. One brother might spend his days copying scripture by candlelight, while another hauled sacks of grain until his back bent. And when the feast came, it was not always clear that both would receive their fair share. Resentment crept in quietly, and whispers of injustice slipped between chants. It is remarkable how even in environments built on vows of brotherhood, hierarchies emerged with all the stubbornness of weeds. But perhaps the most dangerous aspect of monastic wealth was the attention it drew from the outside world. Kings and nobles eyed the abbeys not just as holy sites, but as treasuries waiting to be tapped. Donations made in devotion were sometimes reclaimed in war. Armies plundered cloisters, searching not for relics, but for gold. Some monasteries fortified themselves, transforming places of prayer into castles bristling with defenses. The contradiction could not have been sharper. Walls meant to shelter contemplation now braced against siege engines. Even as monks copied psalms in their scriptoria, guards patrolled their gates with swords. Faith, commerce, and war became a triangle from which no abbey could escape. And within all of this, the spiritual life grew tangled with earthly ambition. Pilgrims who came seeking absolution might be treated more warmly if they carried heavy purses. Donations bought masses, prayers, even faster burials in sacred ground. The poor were promised grace, but the wealthy often received it on express delivery. A cynic might say that heaven itself had been put on a sliding scale, discounted for some, premium priced for others. And yet those same donations built libraries, hospitals, and schools, leaving behind legacies that still shape us. The contradiction remains unresolved. Was it corruption? Or was it the only way to preserve civilization in a brutal age? In the quiet of their chambers, some monks must have wrestled with this truth. Did their vows of poverty mean nothing when their abbeys gleamed with riches? Did their prayers for humility carry weight when spoken in halls lined with gold? And yet, when famine struck, it was those same abbeys that fed the hungry. When plague swept through towns, it was monks who tended the dying. Perhaps they lived within a paradox that could never be resolved, where wealth was both their downfall and their salvation. And so the monasteries stood not only as places of holiness, but also as marketplaces, fortresses, and treasuries. They preserved knowledge, brewed beer, sold relics, and prayed for souls, all while hiding the weight of contradictions within their walls. To walk through a medieval cloister was to walk through a world where devotion and profit embraced an uneasy union, where the silence of prayer was often interrupted by the sound of coins falling into a chest. And if that feels uncomfortably familiar, it is because the same pattern repeats even now, in every institution that preaches one thing while surviving on another, in every person who tries to balance belief with ambition, in every moment when the sacred is quietly sold for silver. The deeper one peers into the cloister, the more obvious it becomes that temptation did not arrive with trumpets and horns. It crept in softly, often disguised as holiness itself. Nowhere was this clearer than in the realm of visions and dreams, those mysterious encounters that blurred the divine with the delusional. Monks and nuns lived in an atmosphere of constant prayer, fasting, silence, and ritual. Their bodies were weakened, their minds stretched thin, their nights punctuated by endless vigils. Under such conditions, a flicker of candlelight or a fever dream could easily transform into a revelation. And revelations carried weight. A monk who claimed to have seen an angel could rise to authority, while a nun who described a vision of Christ might suddenly command the devotion of her sisters. The line between piety and power ran straight through the fragile terrain of the imagination. Some of these visions were beautiful, filled with radiant light, celestial choirs, and words of comfort. Others, however, were grotesque. There are accounts of monks tormented by demons scratching at their beds, nuns seeing monstrous figures dancing in their cloisters, or entire communities waking in terror after one sister's dream spread panic like wildfire. What makes this both fascinating and darkly humorous is how quickly people accepted these experiences as real. A modern person might blame indigestion or too much wine before bed, But in the Middle Ages, the explanation was spiritual warfare. A nightmare wasn't just a nightmare, it was the devil himself staging a midnight assault. One almost imagines the devil sighing in exasperation, accused of haunting every monk who ate one bowl too many of bean stew, and visions could become contagious. If one respected brother claimed to see the Virgin Mary, soon others would report similar experiences, as if holiness spread like a fever. Entire convents erupted in fits of ecstatic trances, with nuns convulsing, crying, even speaking in voices they claimed were not their own. Outsiders sometimes flocked to witness, convinced they were watching miracles. Inside, though, abbots and prioresses often struggled with skepticism. Were these truly divine encounters, or simply outbreaks of hysteria brought on by exhaustion and isolation? The comedy lies in imagining an abbot scratching his head, torn between preparing the altar for a miracle or calling for stronger soup to calm everyone down. Yet these visions were not merely curiosities. They shaped the destiny of individuals and communities. A monk who claimed to see saints could rise in status, attracting pilgrims and donations. A nun who heard Christ whispering in her ear might gain influence that rivaled her superior's authority. But the same visions that elevated some destroyed others. Accusations of false visions, or worse, demonic deception, led to punishment, exile, or trial. It was a dangerous game, this theater of the mind, where the currency was belief and the cost of doubt could be ruin. The cloister walls may have been built to keep the world out, but inside those walls the human mind proved to be its own battlefield. And the battlefield often had strange weapons: herbs, wine, fasting, silence. All of these heightened the mind's vulnerability to visions, but so did boredom. Imagine spending decades in the same cloister, walking the same halls, praying the same psalms, staring at the same walls. The imagination became both escape and entertainment. What television is for us, visions were for them. Narratives, dramas, stories that filled the void of monotony. Some monks even wrote down their visions in exquisite detail, turning them into spiritual bestsellers for their time. But behind the lofty words, one senses a flicker of theater, as if part of them knew they were writing not just for heaven, but for the audience of their brothers and patrons. The danger was that visions could spiral into obsession. Some monks believed themselves chosen prophets, their every dream carrying divine instruction. Others lived in terror, convinced that demons stalked them at every turn. The community often walked a fine line between reverence and ridicule. A brother who claimed to see angels too often might be quietly suspected of enjoying the cellar's wine a bit too much. A nun who spent nights writhing in visions might inspire awe or suspicion depending on the political needs of her convent. And isn't that eerily familiar? Even now, charisma and conviction can elevate a person, whether in religion, politics, or business, regardless of whether their visions are genuine or just a persuasive form of madness. But perhaps the most telling insight is that visions revealed less about God than about the monks and nuns themselves. A fearful monk dreamt of devils. A hopeful sister saw the Virgin smiling. A resentful novice imagined punishments raining down on her superior. Their visions mirrored their inner worlds, their anxieties, their longings, their resentments. The cloister was a crucible where the human psyche boiled over, and the steam that rose was called revelation. The comedy, and perhaps the tragedy, is that they often failed to see it. They believed they were gazing into eternity, when they were often only staring into the mirror of their own hunger and fear. And yet, we must not dismiss their experiences too quickly. For them, these visions were as real as stone walls and candle flames. They lived by them, feared them, shaped their lives around them. The manuscripts they left behind still pulse with intensity, proof that the human mind will always find a way to conjure meaning, even in the darkest silence. Whether it was God, the devil, or the restless imagination of a cloistered life, the visions of monks and nuns remind us that reality is never just what we see with open eyes. It is also what we dare to believe when the night grows too long and the silence too heavy. And as long as humans live, there will always be that fragile boundary where dreams disguise themselves as revelations, and where secrets of the heart masquerade as messages from heaven. The most unsettling legacy of the cloister was not written in gold leaf manuscripts or whispered in dim confessionals. It was carried in the bodies and minds of those who lived there. Centuries of indulgence, secrecy, penance, and hallucination left their imprint not only on the monks and nuns themselves, but on the entire culture that watched them. These were not just spiritual experiments. They were human experiments, testing the limits of discipline, temptation, and endurance. And when the balance tipped, the results often looked less like sanctity and more like obsession. The cloister was supposed to polish souls into mirrors of heaven, but sometimes it ground them down into shards, sharp and jagged, cutting both the one who carried them and those who dared to look too closely. The long-term effects of monastic life often revealed themselves in strange ways. Some monks became so dependent on ritual that they lost the ability to function without it. Imagine a man who has repeated the same chant at the same hour every day for 30 years, suddenly traveling outside the abbey walls. Without bells to guide him, without prayers to fill his silence, he becomes disoriented, like a sailor without stars. There are accounts of monks who, after leaving their orders, could not sleep at night without murmuring psalms, as if silence itself had become unbearable. It is almost comic, like a person today who insists they cannot fall asleep without their phone glowing beside them. Holiness, it seems, can become a habit as addictive as any vice. But the opposite happened too. Some grew numb to the very practices meant to save them. Endless repetition dulled their senses, until prayers became meaningless sounds, and rituals became motions performed on autopilot. One chronicle tells of a monk who confessed that, during Mass, he often imagined himself back in his childhood village, watching pigs in the mud. The honesty is disarming and perhaps uncomfortably familiar. Who among us has not drifted away during a ritual, a meeting, or even a conversation while our mouths kept moving as if on script? If modern life has Zoom fatigue, then medieval monks suffered from psalm fatigue, a condition just as numbing and just as inevitable. The isolation of cloister life also left scars. Many entered as children, placed there by families seeking favor with God or the church. By the time they were grown, their worlds were so small that the outside seemed terrifying. Some who left the monastery later in life struggled to adapt, unable to handle the noise and chaos of towns. To them, the bustling marketplace must have felt like another planet, too loud, too fast, too full of temptation. Others reacted the opposite way. Years of repression burst forth into reckless living once they were free. It is eerily similar to students who leave strict households only to spend their first year of freedom indulging in everything they were once forbidden. Suppression does not kill desire, it stores it, like wine in a sealed barrel, fermenting until it bursts. And then there were the bodies themselves, shaped by centuries of fasting, feasting, and penance. Some monks were emaciated from endless self-denial, their stomachs shrunk and their bones sharp under woolen habits. Others grew heavy from constant drinking and hidden banquets, their girths straining against belts meant to symbolize humility. A visitor to different abbeys might have seen two extremes: the skeletal figure who looked like a living relic, and the jolly, red-cheeked brother who looked like a tavern regular. Both were products of the same system, one taking the rules to brutal excess, the other bending them with cheerful abandon. It almost reads like a medieval comedy. Two monks walking side by side, one starving for God, the other waddling for God, both convinced they were on the holier path. Yet the psychological toll was perhaps the most profound. Living under constant surveillance by abbots, by peers, by God himself, created minds that never knew rest. Every thought could be sin, every desire a threat, every mistake a stain. Some grew paranoid, convinced they were damned despite their prayers. Others developed elaborate coping strategies, bargaining with God in private whispers, promising one more fast, one more vigil, one more lash of the whip. It is haunting to realize that the very environment meant to bring peace often bred anxiety. And maybe that is the sharpest reflection for us. How often do we, too, build lives filled with rituals and rules only to discover that, instead of peace, they leave us more restless than before? But the cloister did not only shape those within, it shaped the entire culture outside. Villagers who heard rumors of monks' excesses grew cynical about the church. Pilgrims who witnessed both devotion and hypocrisy carried stories back home, spreading whispers that faith was not always what it seemed. These whispers contributed to broader movements of doubt and reform that would, centuries later, shake Christendom itself. In a strange way, the silent vices of monasteries planted seeds that grew into revolutions. The laughter at a drunken monk, the suspicion of a false vision, the resentment of wealthy abbeys, all these small cracks eventually fractured the facade of holiness. It is a reminder that even hidden sins echo loudly across time. Still, we cannot forget the other side of the story. For every scandal, there were acts of genuine compassion, feeding the poor, preserving knowledge, tending the sick during plagues. The contradictions are maddening. The same hands that poured too much wine also wrote the manuscripts that kept philosophy alive. The same lips that whispered forbidden secrets also prayed for dying villagers. Humanity is never one thing or the other. It is always both. And perhaps this is the final comedy of the cloister, that men and women who longed to be angels never stopped being human, and in failing to escape their flaws, they left us a history more fascinating than perfection ever could have been. And so the story closes, not with the image of saints glowing in eternal light, but with the sound of footsteps echoing through stone corridors, footsteps heavy with secrets, laughter, shame, devotion, and longing. Behind those footsteps lies the truth of the medieval monastery, not a place of pure holiness, but a stage where humanity, in all its weakness and wonder, played out its eternal drama under the watchful eyes of heaven and earth. And if we lean closely enough, we might still hear those echoes today, reminding us that the search for transcendence often begins in the most fragile and flawed corners of the human heart. The monasteries of the Middle Ages were not only fortresses of prayer and temptation, but also theaters of rumor, places where imagination and fear conspired to create entire worlds of suspicion. It was not enough for monks and nuns to wrestle with their own desires. They also had to contend with the stories whispered about them. In villages surrounding the cloisters, people speculated endlessly about what happened behind those heavy gates. To peasants who never set foot inside, the silence of the monastery was more frightening than comforting. And in that silence, they filled the void with tales of sin, miracles, and scandals, each more exaggerated than the last. The cloister, in a way, became a medieval soap opera played out in the minds of the people with no shortage of colorful episodes. One of the most persistent rumors was that monks and nuns, far from living in chastity, indulged in secret affairs. To outsiders, it seemed unthinkable that men and women shut away from society could truly resist temptation. And to be fair, they weren't entirely wrong. But gossip inflated every small suspicion into scandal. A monk caught glancing too long at a visiting nun was transformed by rumor into a lover sneaking through cloisters at night. A nun who gave birth, however rare, was said to be proof that convents were nests of hidden vice. These tales spread faster than any sermon, carried by merchants and pilgrims who knew that nothing entertains quite like the possibility of a holy person falling into sin. Even then, human nature loved a scandal more than a prayer, but rumors did not only accuse, they also exalted. Some monks were said to glow with divine light, their cells illuminated by unseen candles. Nuns were whispered to levitate during prayer or to speak directly with Christ. Whether these stories were believed or not almost didn't matter. What mattered was the fascination. People wanted the cloister to be larger than life, to be either a den of sinners or a nursery of saints. Ordinary devotion and daily monotony were too dull to capture the imagination. And so the truth? The endless hours of copying texts, tending gardens, or simply trying not to fall asleep during vigils, was overshadowed by extraordinary rumors that gave the monastery an aura both feared and revered. Inside the walls, rumors carried just as much power. Monks suspected one another of drinking more than their share of wine or hoarding extra bread. Nuns whispered about who seemed too cheerful during fasts or whose eyes wandered during Mass. And in a place where silence reigned, a single rumor could thrive unchecked because no one could confront it openly. Imagine the comedy of a nun trying to accuse another without words, forced into elaborate gestures that only made her look more suspicious herself. It was a society built on unspoken judgments, where every cough, every sigh, every twitch of an eyebrow could be misinterpreted as evidence of secret sin. Some abbots and prioresses tried to stamp out gossip, reminding their communities that rumor was as poisonous as any temptation, but the very attempt to silence it often made things worse. Forbidding the mention of scandal only fueled curiosity. The more it was hidden, the more it was believed. It is not so different from today, when an institution buries a problem only to watch the rumors grow stronger, feeding on the silence. Secrecy was the perfect soil for suspicion, and monasteries, with their vows of silence and isolation, provided fertile ground for entire forests of rumor to grow. And then there were the stories outsiders desperately wanted to believe. Tales of hidden tunnels connecting monasteries to convents, secret meetings in underground chambers, feasts carried out in the dead of night. Were these stories true? Rarely, but their persistence reveals something about human imagination. People projected their own desires and fears onto the cloister, seeing it not as it was, but as they feared or wished it to be. To peasants who barely scraped together a meal, the idea that monks feasted on roasted meats in secret felt plausible. To villagers bound by marriage and family, the notion of monks and nuns secretly meeting at night was deliciously scandalous. Rumor, in this sense, was not just entertainment. It was a mirror of society's frustrations and fantasies. Yet rumors sometimes became self-fulfilling. A monk accused of drunkenness might, under the weight of suspicion, turn to the bottle more often, finding in alcohol the comfort denied to him by his brother's stares. A nun rumored to be sinful might retreat into despair, her isolation breeding exactly the behaviors she had been accused of. Gossip had the power to shape reality, transforming suspicion into fact simply by pressing heavily enough on fragile minds. And isn't that a lesson that still holds true today? How often do we see reputations destroyed not by truth, but by the relentless echo of whispers that become indistinguishable from fact? The monastery's official writings rarely mention these undercurrents. Chronicles speak of holy feasts, noble penances, visions, and miracles, but hidden between the lines are hints of unease, an unusual punishment, a sudden transfer of a monk to another abbey, a nun's unexpected silence. Each absence of detail feels like a shadow cast by something left unsaid, something only rumor dared to reveal. It is the silence that speaks loudest, reminding us that what is omitted often tells more than what is written. And so, the world inside and outside the cloister was shaped as much by rumor as by reality. Stories of sin and sainthood, scandal and miracle, created a mythology that blurred the truth. The monks and nuns themselves became characters in a play written not by their own hands, but by the collective imagination of those around them. And perhaps that is why their story still fascinates us, because it forces us to confront how much of history is truth, and how much is simply rumor given enough time to harden into memory. In the end, the monastery was not only a place of prayer and silence, but also a stage where every whispered suspicion, every whispered miracle became part of a drama that has never really stopped echoing through time. There was a peculiar irony in how the monasteries, which were supposed to be fortresses of purity, often became laboratories of contradiction. Perhaps no area revealed this better than their complicated relationship with the body. On one hand, the flesh was regarded as the enemy of the soul, something to be subdued, humiliated, and tamed. On the other, the body became the stage upon which holiness was displayed through fasting, flagellation, long vigils, and rigid posture and endless prayer. The body was despised and yet obsessively monitored, a constant reminder of the weakness they sought to escape, but could never truly abandon. It was a war that could never be won, fought in the silence of the cloister with tools that often resembled both medicine and madness. Fasting, for example, was meant to discipline the flesh, to free the soul from the weight of earthly desires. But when fasting became extreme, it often turned into another form of indulgence, an indulgence in self-denial. Some monks and nuns gained reputations for refusing food for days or weeks, claiming to live on nothing but the Eucharist. To their peers, these feats looked miraculous. To modern eyes, they looked dangerously close to starvation disguised as holiness. There are records of nuns so committed to fasting that they had to be force-fed by their sisters, a practice that must have felt less like sanctity and more like survival. The comedy, of course, lies in the fact that the body has its own stubborn will. For every monk who tried to become an angel by skipping meals, there must have been another sneaking into the cellar at night, stuffing his robe with bread rolls like a medieval midnight snacker. The obsession with pain followed a similar path. Whips, hair shirts, stones in shoes, sleeping on hard floors. These were the tools of ascetic devotion. To hurt the body was to remind it that it was not in charge. But when practiced excessively, pain became addictive, a twisted comfort that monks could not live without. Some even competed, pushing their penances to extremes to outdo their brothers or sisters in holiness. Imagine a group of monks comparing lash marks the way children compare bruises from playground games. Mine looks like the crown of thorns, one might brag, while another insists, but mine bled in the shape of a cross. It would be absurd if it weren't also so tragic, revealing how easily genuine devotion slid into spectacle. And yet, despite this hostility toward the body, monasteries were paradoxically obsessed with health. They developed elaborate systems of diet, hygiene, and herbal remedies, convinced that caring for the body was essential to maintaining the strength needed for prayer. Monks became some of the most skilled physicians of their time, cultivating gardens filled with medicinal plants, writing treatises on remedies, and treating not only themselves, but also the sick from nearby villages. So while one brother whipped his back raw to prove his piety, another brewed chamomile tea to soothe it afterward. This duality created an almost comic image. The same community that punished the body with severity also nurtured it with care, as if caught between torturer and physician, unable to decide which role to play. The contradictions extended into their attitudes toward sleep. On one hand, sleep was seen as laziness, a weakness to be resisted. Many monks rose several times during the night to chant prayers, forcing themselves to stay awake until exhaustion blurred the edges of their consciousness. But on the other hand, sleep deprivation often produced visions, strange dreams that were interpreted as spiritual experiences. Some even considered their hallucinations proof of divine favor. It is not hard to imagine an abbot praising a brother's sleepless devotion while secretly wondering if his glowing vision of angels was nothing more than a side effect of extreme fatigue. Today, we call it insomnia. Back then, it was a potential path to sainthood. The irony is delicious. The less they slept, the holier they seemed, even if their holiness looked suspiciously like delirium. The body also revealed itself in ways that could not be hidden, no matter how hard they tried. Chronic illnesses spread in cloisters where close living quarters turned colds into epidemics. Stomachs groaned loudly during fasts, betraying even the holiest of brothers. And there were the inevitable moments of very human clumsiness. Monks nodding off mid-prayer and falling off benches, nuns fainting during long vigils, abbots caught snoring so loudly that they disrupted midnight chants. These little failures punctured the illusion of perfect discipline, reminding everyone that no matter how much they tried to be saints, they remained stubbornly human. And perhaps those moments of imperfection carried more truth than all their penances combined. Even in death, the body told its story. Some corpses were said to resist decay, taken as proof of sanctity. Others, however, smelled so terrible that they became cautionary tales whispered among the living. Pilgrims flocked to see the incorrupt remains of holy men, convinced that their flesh testified to purity. But the less glamorous truth is that some monasteries simply had cooler, drier crypts that slowed decomposition. Once again, nature and miracle blurred together, and people saw what they wanted to believe. The comedy here is subtle but biting. The holiest corpse was often just the best preserved one, proving that sometimes sainthood depended less on virtue and more on good ventilation. What all of this reveals is that the monastic struggle with the body was never truly resolved. They alternated between hating it, disciplining it, caring for it, and venerating it, never quite knowing which approach was correct. And perhaps that is the essence of the human condition. We, too, wage war against our bodies, obsessing over diets, punishing ourselves at gyms, chasing perfection in mirrors, then indulging in midnight snacks as though none of it mattered. The monks simply gave their struggle a spiritual vocabulary, but at its heart, it was the same battle we still fight today. And so the story of the cloistered body becomes less about medieval eccentricities and more about the universal tension between flesh and spirit. The monks and nuns may have lived centuries ago, but their contradictions feel oddly familiar. We can laugh at their extremes, whips and hair shirts, endless fasts and sleepless vigils, but the laughter catches in our throats when we realize how little has changed. The stage may be different, the costume's new, but the performance is the same. Humans trying to master the body, only to discover that the body always has the final word. And perhaps the greatest insight the monasteries leave us is that holiness was never about defeating the body, but about learning to live with it, awkward, stubborn, fragile, and endlessly human. The story of the cloister cannot be told without looking at the strange ways monasteries wrestled with knowledge itself. For centuries, they were the libraries of the world, keepers of manuscripts, protectors of fragile scraps of wisdom that might otherwise have been lost to war and fire. Monks bent over parchment under the dim glow of candles, copying line after line with painstaking care. Their quills scratched like whispers in the silence, leaving behind words that would outlast empires. To the outside world, they were heroes of memory, saviors of civilization. But within those walls, the act of preserving knowledge was tangled with contradictions, desires, and secrets that made the scriptorium a stage as human as any tavern. Knowledge was sacred, but it was also dangerous. Some texts were copied reverently, gilded with gold, illuminated with miniature paintings that seemed to glow from within. Others were hidden, locked away, judged too corrupting to circulate freely. And here lies one of the most ironic truths. Monasteries that preached humility sometimes hoarded books like dragons, hoarding treasure. A poor peasant could give his last coins for a prayer, but he would never lay eyes on the pages monks kept behind locked chests. The cloister was a vault of wisdom, but a vault nonetheless, knowledge preserved but not shared. And isn't that a strange reflection of how even today information can be kept behind paywalls, guarded as jealously as if it were gold? The human instinct to hoard is timeless, whether in manuscripts or digital files, but the manuscripts themselves betrayed the humanity of their copyists. Margins are littered with doodles, jokes, complaints, and moments of startling honesty. A scribe might pause in the middle of a sacred psalm to scribble, "It is cold today, my hand is stiff," or even, "I am bored of writing this." These small notes break through the solemn facade like cracks in stone, revealing the living, breathing person beneath the robe. And some of the illustrations, far from holy, are downright absurd. Rabbits chasing knights, monks wrestling with snails, animals playing bagpipes. It is as if the scriptorium, suffocating in silence, needed an escape valve, and that escape came in the form of whimsy scribbled in the margins of eternity. Imagine flipping through the Book of Psalms only to stumble on a cartoon of a drunk monk drawn by the very hand that copied the Word of God. Humor has always been a survival tool, and even monks could not resist its pull. Yet not all knowledge copied was holy. Alongside scripture, monasteries preserved works of philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and even texts considered suspect by the church. Aristotle survived in part because monks copied him, even while theologians debated whether his ideas were too pagan to trust. Medical texts described herbs, anatomy, and remedies that sometimes sat uneasily beside prayers for healing. This uneasy marriage of science and faith created contradictions that monks had to navigate carefully. One could study the stars to calculate Easter, but study them too much and risk accusations of dabbling in astrology. One could learn the healing powers of plants, but use them too boldly and invite suspicion of sorcery. It was a delicate dance, and the cloister floor was littered with both discoveries and dangers. And here the comedy peeks through again. While some monks debated the proper interpretation of divine mysteries, others quietly calculated lunar cycles with the precision of mathematicians, or experimented with recipes for medicine that could cure stomach aches caused by overeating at the abbot's feast. Piety and pragmatism shared a desk, their ink sometimes mingling on the same page. The image of a monk alternating between copying the Gospel of John and jotting down a herbal cure for flatulence is both amusing and deeply revealing. Holiness did not eliminate humanity. It scribbled itself right alongside it. But knowledge was not always used gently. With control over manuscripts came control over narratives. Monks could choose which saints to glorify, which scandals to omit, which miracles to emphasize. They were editors of history, shaping memory as much as preserving it. The power to write was also the power to decide what would be remembered and what would be forgotten. And behind this lies a sobering thought. How much of what we know of the medieval world is truth, and how much is the curated story chosen by weary scribes whose hands cramped under candlelight? Perhaps the silence of the cloister was not just about prayer, but also about the secrets buried between the lines of ink. Still, their labor left a legacy that shaped the world. Without their manuscripts, entire bodies of knowledge would have vanished. Their contradictions, their boredom, their doodles, all of it formed the fragile chain that carried wisdom across centuries. And yet, behind every manuscript lies the ghost of a man who was as weary, as tempted, as flawed as any of us. The comedy and tragedy of the cloistered scribe is that while he believed himself small, lost in the rhythm of words, his work became immortal. And in that immortality, the human and the holy became forever intertwined. So when we picture the monasteries of the Middle Ages, let us not see only the solemn rows of books and the disciplined scribes at work. Let us also see the laughter hidden in margins, the boredom scribbled in complaints, the curiosity that copied Aristotle alongside Augustine, the hands that trembled not just from devotion but from exhaustion. The library of the cloister was not only a sanctuary of knowledge, it was a mirror of the very souls who built it, souls caught between faith and frailty, wisdom and weakness, silence and the irrepressible urge to speak, even if only in the margins. And if their legacy still captivates us, it is because every word they copied whispers not only of God, but of the restless humanity that ink could never quite conceal. The monasteries of the Middle Ages carried another burden that history does not always emphasize: their uneasy relationship with power. These cloisters were never entirely isolated from the politics of their age. Kings courted them, nobles endowed them with lands, bishops leaned on them for support, and peasants looked to them for protection or resented them as landlords. The monastery was supposed to be a refuge from the world, yet the world pressed against its gates daily, demanding prayers, taxes, influence, or loyalty. In many ways, the cloister was less an escape from society and more a microcosm of it, carrying all its struggles under a veil of holiness. And it is here, in this tension between prayer and politics, that the silent vices of monastic life found fertile ground. Wealthy families often sent their sons and daughters into monasteries, not out of piety, but to secure influence. A noble's daughter becoming abbess meant her family controlled a spiritual stronghold. A young heir who might have been a rival in inheritance could be tucked away in a cloister, safely out of the way, his ambition redirected into chants and manuscripts. The cloister became, ironically, a political tool, a safe deposit box for troublesome relatives. Imagine how many monks sat in silence, not because they felt called by God, but because their older brothers wanted them out of the inheritance line. It is a tragic story, but also faintly comic to picture. A young noble boy sulking over his lost estate while being told to copy psalms by candlelight, muttering that God's will apparently looked suspiciously like his brother's will. The abbots and abbesses themselves often became political figures, wielding authority that stretched far beyond their walls. They controlled lands, collected rents, settled disputes, and even influenced royal courts. Some abbeys grew so rich and powerful that their leaders lived more like princes than paupers. One chronicler complained that certain abbots traveled with entourages of servants, feasting on delicacies while preaching humility. It is the eternal comedy of human institutions. Preach one thing, practice another, and find a way to justify the gap. Even cloisters, wrapped in incense and prayer, could not resist the gravity of power. This entanglement with politics sometimes placed monasteries in dangerous positions. When kingdoms went to war, abbeys were expected to choose sides. A monastery that backed the wrong claimant to the throne could find its land seized, its leaders exiled, its manuscripts burned. Soldiers marched through cloisters as often as pilgrims did, and monks who thought they had left the world behind often found the world dragging them back with armored hands. There are tales of monks forced to feed entire armies with their stores, or of abbesses bargaining with generals to spare their convents from pillage. Prayer might protect the soul, but it rarely stopped a hungry soldier with a sword. And yet, paradoxically, monasteries also benefited from war. Kings and nobles, eager to secure divine favor, often donated land or wealth before battle. An abbot might receive a vast estate in exchange for promising 1,000 masses for victory. Thus, the spoils of war poured into cloisters, making them wealthier even as the villages outside burned. The contradiction is as sharp as it is absurd. Monks praying for peace while quietly accepting the profits of war. It is hard not to picture a monk blessing soldiers one day and then blessing the wine bought with their plunder the next. The prayers, it seems, were as profitable as the battles themselves. The cloister also had to deal with the church's own politics. Bishops envied the independence of wealthy abbeys, while popes demanded loyalty that sometimes clashed with local rulers. Monks became pawns in power struggles that stretched far beyond their walls. Letters flew back and forth between cloisters and Rome, each dripping with both reverence and resentment. And while the documents sound lofty, one suspects that many monks secretly grumbled about being caught in quarrels they wanted nothing to do with. The comedy here is almost too modern. Imagine a monk muttering, "We joined to escape the world, but now we're stuck in medieval office politics." Despite the weight of politics, monasteries remained symbols of holiness, and their leaders learned to play both roles, saintly shepherds and shrewd negotiators. Some abbots excelled at this double life, managing to appear ascetic while quietly running profitable estates. Others stumbled, caught in scandals when their hypocrisy grew too obvious. And through it all, the ordinary monks and nuns continued their routines of prayer, brewing, copying, and fasting, while the higher ranks negotiated with kings and bishops. The gap between cloister ideal and cloister reality widened, yet the facade of sanctity held firm. What makes this so compelling is how familiar it feels. Strip away the habits and the stone walls, and the monastery looks suspiciously like any human institution, full of ambition, politics, favoritism, and power struggles hidden beneath a noble mission statement. Perhaps that is why their story still captivates us. We see ourselves in them, whether in the office, gossip about the boss's hypocrisy, or in the quiet frustration of following rules bent by those in charge. The cloister was holy, yes, but it was also human. And in that humanity, it mirrors every age, every institution, every attempt to rise above weakness, only to find that weakness follows us everywhere, even into the silence of prayer. And so, the monastery, far from being untouched by the world, became one of its most vivid stages, where power and piety danced together, sometimes gracefully, often clumsily, always bound by the same contradictions that shape us still. The echoes of their struggles remind us that holiness is never built in isolation from the world, but always in tension with it, a truth as unsettling now as it was then. The cloister, for all its vows of silence and renunciation, had one constant visitor that no wall or gate could keep out: death. It lingered in every corridor, hovered over every bed, and whispered through every midnight prayer. In the Middle Ages, life expectancy was short, disease was rampant, and mortality was a daily companion. Monks and nuns lived with the awareness that every bell toll might be for one of their own. Strangely, this closeness to death both sanctified their existence and revealed their hidden vices, because when the end seemed always near, indulgence and repentance often danced a little too closely together. The rituals surrounding death in monasteries were elaborate. When a monk died, the community gathered around his body, chanting psalms as the corpse was washed and clothed in the habit he had worn in life. It was meant to be a reminder that even in death, humility remained his greatest virtue, yet there was always tension between the ideal and the reality. A well-loved abbot might be buried with honors so extravagant they resembled a noble's funeral, while an unpopular brother might be dispatched with little more than a hurried prayer. Death, it seemed, did not always make everyone equal, even in places that preached equality before God. The irony is almost comic. Monks who spent their lives avoiding vanity sometimes found it lavished on them after their final breath, while others, forgotten in life, were just as quickly forgotten in death. The fascination with corpses extended into the belief in incorruptibility. If a monk's body resisted decay, it was taken as proof of his holiness. Pilgrims flocked to see such bodies, convinced that the sweet smell or unblemished skin testified to divine favor. Yet the reality was less mystical. Certain crypts were cool and dry, preserving the bodies naturally. Others were embalmed with herbs that slowed decomposition. The comedy is unintentional but striking. What the faithful interpreted as miracle was sometimes just good medieval air conditioning. Still, those incorrupt bodies became powerful symbols, drawing pilgrims, donations, and prestige. Holiness, once again, proved profitable, even if it came with a faint odor of exaggeration. But not every body told a holy story. Some decayed quickly, producing stench so unbearable that entire chapels had to be abandoned until the odor faded. Chroniclers note with a mix of horror and amusement that certain monks, despite their vows and rituals, left behind a legacy of foulness that seemed to speak more of gluttony than sanctity. Pilgrims avoided those tombs, and the stories spread as cautionary tales. The medieval imagination was quick to link the state of the corpse to the state of the soul. A sweet-smelling body meant purity. A rotting one meant hidden sin. It is almost laughable to think of holiness judged by one's after-death hygiene, yet this belief carried enormous weight, shaping reputations long after the flesh had dissolved. Monasteries also developed rituals for contemplating death while alive. Some monks kept skulls in their cells as memento mori, constant reminders that life was fleeting. These skulls were supposed to inspire humility, but one wonders how many monks used them as conversation pieces, showing them off to visitors with a mix of pride and piety. This, they might say, is what we all become. It's a profound truth, but also strangely humorous when imagined as medieval interior decor. Where today we hang motivational posters, they placed skulls on their desks, grim little reminders that time was running out. Perhaps their version of live, laugh, love was closer to pray, fast, die. The presence of death also shaped their health practices. Monks who witnessed plague and famine became obsessed with remedies, hoping to stave off the inevitable. Their herb gardens grew into laboratories of survival, and their medical texts brimmed with recipes that mingled faith and superstition. A poultice for a wound might be followed by a prayer for sainthood. Benedict's intercession, while a tonic for the stomach, might be brewed with as much hope as science. In their attempts to prolong life, they sometimes revealed their fear of death, a fear that contradicted their vows of readiness for God's call. And yet, who can blame them? Even the most devout saint is not immune to the human instinct to cling to life, to delay the cold embrace of the grave for one more day, one more prayer, one more sip of wine disguised as medicine. Death was also a political tool. The relics of dead monks and saints became sources of power and wealth. A monastery that housed the bones of a revered holy man could draw pilgrims from across Europe, filling its coffers with offerings. This led to a rather grim competition. Relics were stolen, traded, and sometimes even fabricated. Entire abbeys fought over who possessed the real finger of St. John or the true fragment of a martyr's skull. Pilgrims rarely questioned how so many monasteries could each claim to hold the same saint's remains. They simply wanted to believe. The absurdity of it is clear to us now, but to them, relics carried the promise of healing, blessing, and protection. Faith and commerce intertwined so completely that bones became currency, and sanctity was measured in ounces of marrow. But beneath all the rituals and relics was a simple truth. Death stripped away the masks. For monks who spent their lives wrestling with temptation, hiding sins, or clinging to routines, death forced an ending they could no longer control. Some faced it with peace, others with fear, still others with denial. Chroniclers describe serene deaths, where brothers sang psalms until their last breath, but also deaths filled with cries of terror, as if demons gathered around the bed. The cloister, for all its vows of preparation, revealed in these final moments just how uncertain even the most faithful could be. Perhaps that is why they obsessed so much over the state of the corpse, the smell of the tomb, the rituals of burial, because the mystery of the soul was too frightening to face directly. And so death, ever-present and inescapable, became not just an end, but a lens through which monastic life was measured. It revealed hypocrisies, confirmed reputations, inspired devotion, and fueled commerce. The cloister was built to prepare men and women for eternity. But eternity always began with a body on a bier, surrounded by chants that could not drown out the questions in their hearts. And if we lean close enough to those old chronicles, we can almost hear the echo of their fears and hopes mingling together, reminding us that, for all their vows and rituals, they too trembled before the grave. In that trembling lies the most human truth of all, that death does not spare saints or sinners, monks or peasants. It comes for everyone, and it always leaves behind stories that the living cannot stop telling. If death was the shadow that never left the cloister, music was the sound that tried to keep it at bay. Gregorian chant, that haunting echo of voices rising and falling in unison, became the heartbeat of monastic life. Day after day, hour after hour, monks gathered in their choirs to sing psalms that had been sung for centuries before them. Their voices filled the cold stone with warmth, carrying prayers upward in melodies that seemed to dissolve into eternity. To the outside world, it was a glimpse of heaven, the sound of angels rehearsing in human form. To the monks themselves, it was duty, rhythm, and sometimes, though rarely admitted, a struggle to keep from yawning after the 10th repetition of the same antiphon. The structure of chant was precise, almost mathematical. Every hour of the day had its prayers, and every prayer had its melody. The divine office unfolded like a cosmic schedule, each note tied to the turning of the sun. But even in this rigid order, humanity crept in. Imagine a winter morning, the choir shivering in their stalls, voices cracking from the cold, while one unfortunate novice starts a verse too high, forcing the rest to squeak their way awkwardly through the psalm. These moments never made it into the manuscripts, but they lived in the memory of the brothers, reminders that even the holiest music had its comic undertones. Chant was meant to unify, to erase individuality, to make many voices sound as one. But the truth is that no group of humans can ever be perfectly unified. Some monks sang with zeal, others dragged behind, and a few mumbled half-heartedly, hoping no one noticed. Chroniclers record occasional disputes over pitch, tempo, even pronunciation, proving that even in the cloister, choir practice could resemble a family argument. Picture an abbot sternly reminding everyone to sing with devotion, while secretly glaring at Brother Matthew, who always entered a beat too late. Holiness may have demanded harmony, but human nature always left space for discord. Still, when it worked, the effect was otherworldly. The acoustics of medieval chapels amplified every note, making even a handful of voices sound like a celestial choir. Pilgrims who entered during chant often wept, convinced they had heard angels. The monks themselves, though weary of routine, sometimes felt swept away too, losing themselves in the rhythm until time seemed to vanish. Music became both prison and freedom, repetitive enough to numb, but transcendent enough to lift them out of themselves. And perhaps that paradox explains its power. In a world where life was short and brutal, chant reminded them that something eternal could be glimpsed, even if only in sound. But music was not limited to chant. Monks experimented with instruments too, though not always successfully. Rules often discouraged them, fearing that instruments distracted from purity. Yet records mention organs being built, their pipes filling chapels with vibrations that shook the very walls. Some abbeys allowed string instruments or flutes, especially for feast days, when solemnity gave way to celebration. And here the comedy resurfaces. Imagine a group of monks, drunk on festival wine, trying to keep rhythm with tambourines while still pretending to embody restraint. What began as praise could easily blur into revelry, proof that music, like wine, had the power to tip devotion into indulgence. Even the content of songs reflected contradictions. Psalms spoke of purity and sacrifice, but occasionally other verses slipped into the repertoire. Songs of triumph, of longing, even of satire. Some manuscripts preserved playful rhymes scrawled by bored monks, verses that mocked their superiors or poked fun at daily routines. It is startling to realize that beneath the solemn image of chanting monks was a culture of hidden humor, where music carried not just prayer but also protest. Their jokes were subtle, often disguised, but they reveal a truth. Where humans sing, they also laugh, and where they laugh, they also resist. Music also shaped how the community interacted with the outside world. Monastic choirs attracted visitors, and abbeys with renowned singers gained reputations that drew patrons. Kings invited choirs to perform, bishops praised them, and pilgrims donated generously after being moved by the sound. Once again, spirituality and commerce intertwined. Holy song became advertisement, chants became currency, and devotion became spectacle. The monks may have claimed they sang only for God, but the donations filling their chests after a particularly moving feast day hymn told another story. At the same time, the discipline of music forged resilience. To rise in the dead of night, to sing while hungry, to chant through exhaustion required endurance as much as devotion. And in those moments of struggle, music became a mirror of monastic life itself, repetitive, demanding, sometimes numbing, sometimes transcendent. It was both burden and blessing, both routine and revelation. And, in its echoes, we hear the deepest paradox of the cloister. Humans trying to erase themselves, only to leave behind harmonies so beautiful they could never be mistaken for anything but profoundly human. So the sound of the monastery lingers, carried through time not only by parchment but by memory, by the very stones that once vibrated with song. Behind each chant lies the tired breath of a monk fighting sleep, the cracked voice of a novice, the stern glance of an abbot, the hidden grin at a botched verse, and the unspoken longing for transcendence. And perhaps that is why the music of the cloister still captivates us, because in every note we hear both heaven and earth, eternity and exhaustion, devotion and distraction. The chant was never just prayer. It was the sound of human souls, flawed yet yearning, trying to touch the divine with voices that trembled but refused to fall silent. The daily rhythm of monastic life revolved not only around prayer and music, but also around labor, the endless work of hands that kept the cloister alive. To an outsider, the monastery might have looked like a place of pure contemplation, but in reality it was a self-sustaining machine that demanded constant toil. Fields had to be plowed, gardens tended, livestock fed, manuscripts copied, wine brewed, walls repaired. The rule of St. Benedict declared, "Idleness is the enemy of the soul," and so monks were never meant to sit idle. Yet here too, the gap between ideal and practice stretched wide, revealing a story where holiness and hard work often tangled with laziness, complaint, and quiet rebellion. The division of labor within the monastery was itself a curious experiment. Every brother or sister was supposed to contribute, no matter their background. In theory, the noble-born novice and the peasant-turned-monk stood side by side in the fields, digging and sweating equally. In practice, old habits often resurfaced. Some nobles found excuses to spend more time in the scriptorium, quill in hand, while peasants who had spent their lives farming simply continued their work under a new master. The cloister claimed to erase worldly divisions, but the calices on some hands told a different story. Imagine a young aristocrat, horrified at the thought of manure, suddenly quoting scripture about the importance of spiritual labor as a way to justify avoiding the pigsty. Human creativity in escaping chores is apparently eternal. The work itself carried contradictions. Farming was holy because it fed the community, but it also pulled monks away from contemplation. Manuscript copying preserved knowledge, but it was monotonous enough to drive even the most devout to distraction. Brewing and winemaking sustained both monks and pilgrims, but as we have seen, they easily slid into temptation. Each task contained both devotion and danger, discipline and distraction. And beneath the solemn image of ora et labora, pray and work, lay the ordinary grumbling of tired bodies. One can almost hear the muttering of a monk hoeing weeds under the summer sun. Surely God could have invented a weedless garden. Yet despite the complaints, the monastery's labor produced wonders. They pioneered agricultural techniques, improved irrigation, and refined brewing and cheese-making to such a degree that many modern traditions trace back to their work. Some abbeys became centers of innovation, introducing crop rotation and experimenting with new strains of plants. Ironically, the pursuit of holiness often turned monks into accidental scientists, their prayers accompanied by hands muddy from experimentation. And here lies the comic twist. While they sought heaven, they helped shape the earthly practices that fill our tables today. The glass of wine or wedge of cheese we enjoy may be, in part, a legacy of monks who once grumbled about farm chores in Latin. Inside the monastery, labor also structured time. Bells rang not only for prayer but for work, creating a rhythm that blurred the sacred and the mundane. Copying texts, scrubbing floors, baking bread, all became part of devotion, offered up as prayer in motion. Yet it was not always easy to see the holiness in scrubbing pots. For some, the repetitive tasks inspired meditation. For others, they became temptations to drift into daydreams. A monk polishing candlesticks might imagine battles, romances, or forbidden feasts, his mind wandering far from the altar he polished. If silence was the ground of the cloister, then labor was its constant test. Could one keep faith while doing the same task for the 100th time? And of course, there were slackers. Every community has them. The monks even had a term for brothers who avoided work, gyrovagues, wanderers who drifted and shirked duties, living off the effort of others. These men were scolded harshly in rules and sermons, yet one suspects their existence was common enough to warrant such repeated warnings. The comedy here writes itself. A brother slipping out of the fields to nap under a tree, only to be woken by the abbot's shadow falling across his face. The monastery was supposed to erase human weakness, but weakness found clever ways to survive. Even the most sacred work, the copying of manuscripts, was not immune to human frailty. Scribes complained of cold fingers, stiff backs, and fading ink. They left little notes in the margins, begging for wine, food, or rest. Some even prayed for the death of particularly difficult texts, cursing long genealogies or complex theological treatises. And who can blame them? Anyone who has ever copied notes by hand for hours knows the temptation to doodle in the margins or mutter curses at the page. The monks simply left their complaints preserved in ink for us to discover centuries later, laughing at their misery as if it were our own. Labor in the cloister thus carried a dual meaning. On one level, it was survival, the practical work that kept the community fed, clothed, and housed. On another, it was sanctification, a way of turning even the most menial task into a path toward God. But somewhere between those two meanings lay the messy reality. Tired bodies, clever excuses, whispered complaints, small rebellions, and unexpected innovations. The story of monastic work is not one of perfect devotion, but of human beings wrestling with dirt, ink, and time, trying to see heaven while their feet remain stubbornly planted on earth. And if their story still speaks to us, it is because we recognize ourselves in it. Who among us has not sought meaning in routine, struggled against boredom in our duties, or found unexpected joy in the fruit of our labor? The monks and nuns, for all their vows, were not so different. They remind us that holiness does not always come in visions or miracles. It sometimes comes in the quiet persistence of showing up to work, day after day, even when the weeds return, the ink smudges, and the cheese curdles. And perhaps that persistence, more than anything else, was their true miracle. One of the most curious contradictions of the cloister was its relationship with food. Meals were meant to be simple, restrained, an act of necessity rather than pleasure. The rule of St. Benedict instructed moderation, avoiding both indulgence and starvation. And yet, the dining hall, called the refectory, became one of the most revealing stages of monastic life. Food, like wine, chant, and work, carried within it the seeds of both sanctity and sin. The way monks and nuns ate told stories not only about their stomachs, but also about their souls. The atmosphere of the refectory was unlike any ordinary meal. Silence was the rule, broken only by the voice of a reader reciting scripture or saints' lives as the community ate. Imagine chewing your bread while someone drones on about martyrdom, reminding you that others starve for faith while you try not to spill your soup. The intent was noble, to nourish both body and spirit, but the result was often comic. A monk's stomach growling loudly during a reading of St. Lawrence's fiery death might cause more distraction than inspiration. And while their mouths stayed shut, their eyes spoke volumes. Small glances exchanged, raised brows when the stew was thinner than usual, or a subtle smile when the bread was particularly fresh. Meals were often frugal. Vegetables, bread, beans, cheese, fish on certain days, and only rarely meat. But fasting season stretched long, and hunger sharpened the imagination. Chronicles mention monks dreaming of feasts, scribbling recipes into margins, as if culinary fantasies could substitute for roast chicken. Some abbots grew suspicious when brothers grew too inventive with herbs, seasoning dishes until they bordered on luxury. Moderation, after all, could be stretched. If meat was forbidden, then fish might be prepared so richly that it felt like indulgence anyway. It is the same kind of loophole we use today when declaring dessert healthy because it contains fruit. Food also revealed hierarchy. In theory, all shared equally, but in practice, abbots often enjoyed better portions. Guests were treated to richer meals than the brothers who lived there daily. This double standard was not lost on the community. Some monks grumbled quietly, others accepted it as inevitable. The irony is almost cinematic. The one who preached humility from the pulpit also reached for the extra slice of cheese at dinner. And while monks rarely dared to speak aloud, one can imagine the silent sarcasm in their minds, the medieval equivalent of a meme shared only through eye contact. Feasts, however, were another story entirely. On holy days, fasting gave way to abundance. Tables filled with bread, fish, wine, sometimes even meat. Laughter broke through the silence, and rules relaxed. What began as celebration often slid into excess, reminding everyone that the line between piety and indulgence is razor thin. Some monks drank too much, others ate until they groaned, and the morning after was filled with repentance. The cycle of feast and fast mirrored the broader rhythm of monastic life: sin, penance, forgiveness, repeat. Perhaps the cloister was less about erasing temptation than about managing it, one meal at a time. There were also darker stories where hunger turned discipline into cruelty. During harsh winters or poor harvests, rations shrank. Some monasteries imposed severe fasts that bordered on starvation. Brothers fainted during prayers, nuns collapsed in gardens. Hunger stripped away pretenses of holiness, leaving only raw survival. A few chronicles admit that monks snuck scraps from kitchens or stole from storerooms, sins that carried both shame and necessity. In those moments, the lofty spiritual symbolism of fasting cracked under the weight of empty stomachs. It is sobering, but also deeply human, because even the most devoted soul cannot pray away hunger forever. Yet food was not just survival, it was identity. Many monasteries became famous for their kitchens, their cheeses, their beers, their breads. Pilgrims traveled long distances not only for relics, but also for taste. Recipes were guarded secrets, passed down like sacred texts. Here the comedy is subtle but sharp. Men who claimed to renounce the pleasures of the flesh built reputations as some of the finest chefs of their age. They rejected the banquet halls of the world, then created banquets of their own behind cloister walls. It is proof that even holiness cannot erase the human talent for flavor. And food, like music, became another bridge between the monastery and the world outside. Surplus goods were sold, feeding the abbey's economy. Markets came alive with monastic produce, admired for its quality. Villagers trusted monks not only with their souls, but also with their stomachs. The sacred and the profane met in every bite, reminding us that holiness was never separate from daily life, but woven through it, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in laughter, sometimes in the taste of cheese that lingered a little too long on the tongue. So the refectory was more than a dining hall. It was a theater of discipline, temptation, community, and contradiction. In every silent meal, in every furtive glance at the abbot's plate, in every whispered prayer of thanks or muttered sigh of hunger, the story of monastic food revealed the story of monastic humanity. And if we smile at their struggles, it is because they mirror our own. The endless search for balance between discipline and desire, between enough and too much, between the hunger of the body and the hunger of the soul. And in that balance, always fragile, always shifting, we glimpse the truest flavor of life itself. The cloister was meant to be a fortress of purity, but nothing attracted whispers more than the forbidden presence of desire. Chastity was not simply a vow, it was the cornerstone of the entire monastic identity. To renounce marriage and intimacy was to claim a higher devotion, to prove that one's love belonged entirely to God. And yet, the very rule that was supposed to elevate them often became the sharpest thorn in their flesh. The human body, inconveniently, does not sign vows. It remembers, it craves, it dreams, and it betrays its owner at the most inopportune times. To pretend that temptation never crossed the cloister walls would be to erase the most human and most revealing part of their story. Desire crept in quietly, like ivy slipping through stone cracks. A lingering glance during communal work, an accidental brush of hands when passing bread, the warmth of another body too close during the cold nights in dormitories. These tiny sparks, so easy to dismiss, could ignite whole fires in minds already trained to see sin everywhere. The more it was forbidden, the stronger it seemed to grow. A monk who dreamt of a woman might wake in shame, scourging himself with cords before dawn prayers. A nun who felt her heart race in the company of another sister might bury herself in fasting and penance, trying to starve away what her soul condemned but her body whispered. The result was a community caught in constant battle with itself, where holiness and hunger collided under woolen habits. The church knew the dangers, which is why rules around separation were so strict. Monasteries and convents were often built far apart, with high walls and guarded gates. But human ingenuity thrives under restriction. There are records, half rumor, half confession, of tunnels dug between monasteries and convents, secret passages where vows dissolved in shadows. In some cases, it was not tunnels, but bribed guards, or simple audacity under cover of night. The chronicles rarely give details, but they hint enough to show that the walls of chastity were not always impenetrable. And isn't it telling that whenever humans are told no, the first instinct is to ask, but how? Even within single-gender communities, desire found its own paths. Some forged bonds that blurred the lines between friendship and intimacy. Letters, small gifts, long looks during choir practice, all of it carried weight far beyond its outward simplicity. To outsiders, nuns were angelic figures, untouched by the world. But inside convent walls, emotions tangled in ways that neither rules nor prayers could fully suppress. A nun writing poetry for another might claim it was divine inspiration, but the tone of longing in some surviving verses suggests otherwise. Likewise, monks composing hymns to the Virgin sometimes poured into those songs the tenderness they dared not direct toward any flesh and blood woman. Substitution became survival. Of course, not all desire ended in scandal. Most monks and nuns battled silently, carrying guilt heavier than any physical chain. Confession became the only release, yet even there, shame often silenced them. How many unspoken longings were buried in the silence of chapels? How many tears shed in gardens where no one saw? The comedy, if we can call it that, is that the holiest of communities spent so much of their time preoccupied with sex precisely because they had sworn never to touch it. Their vows, designed to erase temptation, made temptation the constant center of their world. It is the same irony we see today in people who declare they never think about sweets while staring longingly at a bakery window. And when scandals did break through, they rocked entire regions. A pregnant nun was proof of corruption whispered by villagers for years. A monk caught in an affair might be exiled, flogged, or locked in perpetual penance. Yet, for every scandal that surfaced, countless others remained hidden, disguised beneath layers of ritual. The very intensity of the punishment ensured that most temptations stayed buried, confessed only in hushed tones or written in coded notes that few dared to read. Desire became both the most personal and the most public of struggles, shared by all but rarely admitted. What is striking is how often laughter accompanied these tensions, at least in the retellings. Jokes about lustful monks and secretive nuns filled medieval literature, from bawdy tales to satirical poems. The people outside the cloister, perhaps sensing the hypocrisy, delighted in imagining the forbidden behind the walls. One cannot help but see the same instinct at play today, when scandals involving pure institutions spark both outrage and dark amusement. We laugh because the contrast between image and reality is too sharp to ignore. We laugh because it is easier than admitting that the same contradictions live in us. And in this lies the most haunting insight. Chastity was never about erasing desire. It was about wrestling with it daily, sometimes nobly, sometimes poorly, always imperfectly. The monks and nuns who knelt in prayer after nights of restless dreams were not hypocrites, but humans, trapped in a system that demanded angelic discipline from bodies stubbornly made of flesh. Their failures are not distant curiosities, but mirrors, reflecting back the endless human struggle to balance rules and instincts, vows and longings, holiness and hunger. So the cloister's story of desire is not only about scandal or suppression, it is about the way humanity refuses to be silenced, how even behind the thickest walls, longing still hums beneath the surface. It is about how rules can bind behavior but not imagination, how vows can direct the body but not the heart. And perhaps it is also about how the very act of trying to suppress desire ends up proving just how deeply alive it is. The monks and nuns may have carried the weight of guilt, but they also carried the proof that no vow, no matter how strict, can fully tame the restless fire of being human. The monastery, for all its silence, became a place where words carried extraordinary weight. If monks were meant to speak rarely, then the few words they uttered were loaded with expectation, and nowhere was this more evident than in the ritual of confession. Confession was not just a sacrament, it was the nervous system of the cloister, the hidden channel through which guilt, shame, longing, and rebellion pulsed constantly. In theory, it was meant to cleanse the soul, to restore balance. In reality, it often became a cycle, a revolving door where the same sins reappeared week after week, wrapped in new phrasing, like actors in different costumes playing the same roles. A monk might kneel before his confessor, whispering in Latin the admission that he had drunk too much wine again. Another might confess to falling asleep during vigils, a sin so common it could have been written into the daily schedule. And then there were the confessions of thoughts, the desires, the anger, the doubts. To confess thoughts was a peculiar torture, because it meant admitting to crimes that had never even been acted upon. One can almost imagine the awkward silence, as a monk mutters, "Forgive me, Father, for I imagined bread pudding during the liturgy." The confessor, trying to remain solemn, must have fought the temptation to chuckle, knowing he'd heard stranger things before. The repetition of confession revealed something telling. It wasn't always about absolution, it was about survival. Carrying guilt in silence could crush the soul, but speaking it aloud, even clumsily, gave relief. The comedy here is dark but real. Monks lined up to confess the same failings again and again, like medieval versions of people promising to quit bad habits every new year only to relapse by February. The ritual soothed the conscience, even when it changed nothing in behavior. And in that soothing, the system sustained itself. ensuring that no one ever felt entirely damned, but neither entirely free. But confession was also a stage where power played out. The confessor held the role of spiritual judge, and with it came influence. A gentle confessor might inspire honesty, but a harsh one could instill fear so deep that monks concealed more than they revealed. Some abbots demanded such detail in confession that it bordered on interrogation, prying into thoughts the penitent barely dared to name. Others kept things brisk, absolving quickly to move on with the day's tasks. The tone of the confessor shaped the entire spiritual climate of a community, and beneath the surface was the reality no one admitted. Confessors, too, were human. A monk confessing impure thoughts might not know that his confessor struggled with the same desires, sitting silently behind a veil of authority, offering absolution while silently trembling with his own guilt. Confession also revealed the strange relationship between secrecy and spectacle. In theory, what was confessed stayed private. In practice, patterns emerged. If one monk confessed too often, suspicions grew. If a nun seemed perpetually troubled in the confessional, whispers followed at. Privacy was promised, but reputation was inevitable. And this tension between hidden sin and public image created a cloister full of secrets everyone half knew, but no one acknowledged. It is not so different from modern workplaces or families, where everyone senses certain truths, but pretends not to, because naming them would make things too real. And then there were the extreme confessions, the ones that tested the very boundaries of belief. Chronicles tell of monks who confessed to making pacts with the devil, or nuns who claimed to have been carried away by visions so sensual they blurred into sin. Were these real, or products of overactive imaginations spurred by guilt and isolation? The confessor had to decide. Too much skepticism, and he risked dismissing true cries for help. Too much belief, and he might brand someone as possessed. The balance was delicate, and often absurd. Imagine the weight on a confessor's shoulders as he tried to judge whether Brother Peter's tale of demons was truth or simply indigestion from spoiled fish. Confession also shaped the way monks and nuns viewed themselves. They became experts in cataloging their own faults, naming and renaming them until their very identities were entwined with failure. Holiness was measured not only by virtue, but by the precision with which one could confess sin. The paradox is striking. Those who thought of themselves most often as sinners were praised as saints. To confess deeply and often was proof of sensitivity to God, while silence risked suspicion. In the cloister, guilt was not merely a burden, it was currency, traded and measured in the dark corners of confessionals. Yet, for all its heaviness, confession also carried its moments of relief, even humor. Some monks must have sighed with genuine lightness after naming their failings, feeling for a moment as though the chains had fallen. Others probably confessed with a sheepish grin, knowing they would be back again soon enough. The humanity of it is undeniable. Confession was never just about cleansing, it was about connection. In a world of silence, it was one of the few spaces where words flowed freely, where someone truly listened. And that listening, imperfect as it was, might have been the most healing act of all. So the story of confession in the cloister is not just about sin or forgiveness. It is about the endless loop of human weakness, the comfort of ritual, the dance between secrecy and exposure, the fragile balance of power, and the comedy of confessing the same bread-pudding fantasies week after week. It is a mirror of our own struggles, for who among us does not repeat the same mistakes, seek the same reassurances, and cling to the same rituals to keep going? The monks and nuns remind us that to be human is to falter, to name our faltering, and then to falter again. And perhaps that is not failure at all, but the strange rhythm of existence, one confession at a time. One of the most overlooked aspects of monastic life was the role of hospitality. Monasteries were not simply places of seclusion, they were also way stations on the long and perilous roads of medieval Europe. Pilgrims, merchants, nobles, beggars, even spies, all found their way to cloister gates, knocking in hope of food, shelter, or blessing. The rule of St. Benedict insisted that every guest be received as if Christ himself had come. A noble principle that sounded glorious in theory but tested patience in practice. Because Christ, when he arrived in the form of a weary traveler, sometimes smelled strongly of horses, demanded extra portions of bread, or overstayed his welcome by 3 weeks. Hospitality required balance. The monastery could not refuse guests without risking its reputation, but too much generosity drained resources and disrupted the delicate rhythm of cloistered life. A monk tasked with caring for pilgrims might find himself listening to endless tales of travel, some inspiring, others tiresome. Imagine the polite smile forced as yet another traveler recounted in tedious detail how many blisters he acquired on the road to Compostela. It was holiness by endurance, sainthood achieved not through visions, but through the ability to nod graciously while hiding a sigh. Some monasteries became famous for their hospitality, offering warm beds, hearty meals, and healing herbs to the sick. Others, less enthusiastic, offered little more than a corner of the stable and a bowl of watery soup. But even in the most generous abbeys, the arrival of guests created tensions. Pilgrims brought news of the world outside, stirring curiosity in monks who had vowed to avoid worldly distractions. A traveler describing distant cities might ignite dreams in a young novice who suddenly imagined life beyond the cloister walls. Desire for freedom, adventure, or even love sometimes began in the refectory, over a shared meal with a stranger. In that sense, the cloister's openness was also its greatest risk. Every guest was a potential temptation wrapped in the guise of holy duty. And then there were the wealthy guests. Nobles and lords did not knock humbly. They arrived with retinues, demanding attention and feasts that rivaled their own estates. Monks who preached poverty suddenly found themselves laying out roasted meats and fine wines, all while murmuring prayers about humility. The irony could not have been sharper. Chroniclers sometimes noted with wry humor how abbots entertained powerful patrons with luxuries the ordinary brothers never tasted. Hospitality, in these cases, became politics, a chance to secure donations, land, or protection. The guest was received as Christ, yes, but also as a walking purse of gold. Hospitality extended beyond meals and beds. It also meant tending to the sick. Monasteries often functioned as early hospitals, treating travelers with remedies from their herb gardens. Monks learned to set bones, stitch wounds, and mix potions that blended medicine with prayer. Some cures were effective, others dubious. Imagine being handed a brew of crushed herbs while a monk solemnly explained that the blessing of St. Benedict would ensure your recovery. Was it faith, science, or a lucky coincidence when patients improved? Perhaps all three, perhaps none. But the monastery's reputation grew with every healed traveler, and even failures could be framed as God's mysterious will. Not all guests were grateful. Some stole from their hosts, sneaking silver chalices into bags or slipping away with food meant for the poor. Others spread gossip about what they saw, carrying tales of monastic hypocrisy back to villages. Hospitality, then, was not only a duty, but a gamble. The monks extended their trust to strangers, never knowing whether they were welcoming saints, sinners, or opportunists. It is easy to imagine the frustration of a brother discovering the next morning that Christ in disguise had walked off with half the pantry. Yet the rule remained: receive all as Christ, even if Christ occasionally had sticky fingers. And hospitality also worked the other way around. Monks themselves sometimes traveled, sent to other abbeys, to councils, or even on diplomatic missions. There they became the guests, relying on the same hospitality they offered at home. This reciprocity created a vast web of connection across Christendom, binding monasteries together not only by prayer but by shared bread, wine, and stories. Through these exchanges, knowledge traveled: recipes, manuscripts, rumors, even jokes. In this sense, hospitality was not just kindness, it was infrastructure, the nervous system of medieval culture. Without it, ideas and people would have remained locked in isolation. Yet the constant stream of visitors tested the cloister's identity. Was the monastery a retreat from the world, or a crossroads of it? Could monks maintain purity while constantly interacting with outsiders? Some communities leaned toward openness, becoming vibrant centers of exchange. Others withdrew, building stricter walls and limiting access. The tension between withdrawal and hospitality was never resolved, and perhaps that is why it fascinates us. Because it mirrors our own dilemmas. How much of ourselves do we share? How much do we keep private? How do we balance generosity with self-preservation? So the story of monastic hospitality is not only about bread, wine, and beds. It is about the fragile dance between duty and desire, generosity and caution, openness and protection. It is about how even the holiest places could not escape the messy reality of human relationships. And it is about how every guest who passed through the cloister carried not only dust from the road, but the potential to reshape the community forever. The monks may have longed for silence, but the world kept knocking, and in answering that knock, they discovered that holiness was not only forged in solitude, but also in the awkward, unpredictable, sometimes comic, always human act of welcoming the stranger. The cloister was built on the promise of unity, a gathering of souls who had left the world behind to live as one body in Christ. Yet anyone who has ever shared a roof with others knows how quickly unity can crack under the weight of personality. Monastic life demanded harmony, but harmony is fragile when you put dozens of human beings together, each with quirks, tempers, and stubborn habits. Behind the chants and rituals, the monastery was also a place of arguments, rivalries, and grudges. Quiet storms that brewed in silence but often shaped the rhythm of daily life more than prayers ever did. Disputes could start with the smallest things. A brother ate more bread than his share. Another lingered too long at the wine cask. A novice consistently arrived late to vigils. In a community where every detail was regimented, small acts of carelessness felt enormous. A sigh during prayer might be taken as arrogance, a glance across the table as provocation, and because open confrontation was discouraged, grievances simmered quietly, expressed in gestures rather than words. Imagine the comedy of a monk slamming his spoon just a little too hard on the refectory table to signal his displeasure, while the rest pretended not to notice. It was conflict in slow motion, hidden under the surface, but always palpable. The hierarchy of the monastery added fuel. Abbots and abbesses were elected, but once in office, their authority was immense. A strict leader could impose crushing discipline, demanding extra fasts or enforcing silence with relentless zeal. A lenient one, by contrast, might allow too much laxity, leading to murmurs that the community was slipping into decadence. Both extremes created factions, those loyal to the abbot's vision and those quietly resisting it. Chronicles even record mutinies, entire groups of monks defying their leader, refusing to sing, or locking themselves in their quarters until their grievances were addressed. It is hard not to smile at the image of solemn monks staging what was essentially a medieval labor strike, complete with folded arms and stubborn silence. Competition for recognition also crept in, despite vows of humility. The brother whose voice carried best in chant, the sister who copied manuscripts with the most elegance, the monk who impressed visitors with his eloquence, these small triumphs sparked envy. And envy, when wrapped in robes of piety, became particularly sharp. A jealous monk could not openly accuse his rival, but he could hint that perhaps his brother's beautiful singing was a little too vain, a little too seductive. Spiritual ambition disguised itself as concern, but beneath it lay the same petty rivalries that exist in every workplace, family, or community. The cloister may have been holy, but it was also a stage for egos, some humble, others far less so. And then there was the challenge of novices. Young men and women entered full of zeal, but zeal is noisy, impatient, and often naive. They questioned rules, sought shortcuts, or threw themselves into extreme practices that disrupted the balance of the house. Older monks sighed at their enthusiasm, remembering when they too had thought themselves destined for sainthood. Tension between generations played out in the cloister as surely as it does in modern households. The young complaining that the old were too rigid, the old muttering that the young lacked discipline. The cycle repeated endlessly, as if holiness itself could not escape the eternal tug-of-war between tradition and renewal. Not all conflicts were petty, though. Some were theological, rooted in debates over doctrine, ritual, or visions. If a monk claimed to have received a divine revelation, others might rally to support him, or dismiss him as deluded. Disputes over the authenticity of visions or the interpretation of scripture could divide communities for years. One convent famously split into factions over whether a sister's ecstatic trances were truly from God or from an overactive imagination. Imagine the dinner table tension. Half the nuns convinced they sat beside a living saint, the other half muttering that they were dining with a fraud. It was the kind of division that prayers alone could not heal, yet conflict also revealed creativity. Since shouting was forbidden, monks and nuns developed subtle languages of protest. Some exaggerated their piety to shame rivals, fasting more strictly, kneeling longer, or whipping themselves more dramatically in public. Others resorted to satire, scribbling unflattering caricatures of their opponents in manuscript margins. It is astonishing how much passive aggression can fit into the quiet life of a cloister. Their disputes may not have involved swords or armies, but they were no less fierce for being silent. The comedy is biting. Imagine a community of supposed saints locked in a competition over who could look most saintly, their rivalries echoing louder than their chants. Still, beneath all the conflict was a paradox. The very tensions that threatened unity also kept the community alive. A monastery without arguments would have been a lifeless one, drained of personality. Their rivalries, however petty, proved they were human, still wrestling with the same flaws as the world they had left behind. And perhaps that was the hidden wisdom of the cloister. Not that it eliminated conflict, but that it forced it into forms that were quieter, stranger, and sometimes unintentionally comic. So when we picture monks and nuns as serene figures gliding through stone halls, we should also picture the suppressed sighs, the rolled eyes, the whispered complaints, and the silent rivalries simmering beneath. Their story is not less holy because of it. It is more so because it shows holiness struggling with humanity, not replacing it. And in their tensions, we glimpse our own, the reminder that wherever humans gather, even in pursuit of God, there will be conflict. And in that conflict, there will also be truth. The cloister often seemed like a world cut off from the noise of the villages and the chaos of the kingdoms. But in truth, it was never fully detached from its surroundings. If anything, monasteries lived in a constant dialogue with the outside world, sometimes as protectors, sometimes as landlords, sometimes as suspicious neighbors. The villagers both revered and resented them. They looked to monks for blessings, cures, and guidance, yet whispered about their hidden vices, their secret feasts, and their growing wealth. The monastery stood like a paradox, a house of prayer that also owned fields, collected rents, brewed ale, and shaped local life in ways both holy and deeply practical. Peasants worked the lands of monasteries, tilling soil that no longer belonged to them but to God's house. In theory, this gave their labor a higher purpose. In practice, it often felt like just another burden. Paying rent to a pious abbot did not feel so different from paying it to a greedy lord. And yet, monks softened the image with gestures of charity, handing out bread, offering shelter to the sick, or tending to orphans. It was a careful balance, enough generosity to be seen as Christ's servants, but not so much that their estates went bankrupt. Villagers often joked, half bitterly, half admiringly, that monks had found a way to serve God and mammon at the same time. The monastery's reputation among locals depended on its leadership. Some abbots genuinely cared for the poor, opening granaries during famine and offering medicine freely. Others tightened their grip, squeezing every penny and demanding labor as part of penance. Stories of kindness spread quickly, but so did rumors of cruelty. A convent that treated its neighbors harshly might find its gates vandalized at night, its wells poisoned, or its gardens raided. Hospitality could secure loyalty, but arrogance bred resentment. The people outside may have been poor, but they were not powerless, and the cloister's survival depended on managing those delicate ties. Then there were the markets. Monasteries produced goods of high quality, cheese, beer, wine, herbs, manuscripts, that flowed into villages and towns. Pilgrims who came for relics often left with baskets of monastic products. Villagers relied on monks as both spiritual guides and economic partners. But competition sparked jealousy. Local brewers grumbled that monks had an unfair advantage, selling beer blessed with a holy reputation that no tavern could rival. Farmers muttered about rents while still buying monastic cheese at the fair. The cloister became both supplier and rival, admired and envied in equal measure. It is the same paradox we see today when people complain about a corporation, but still line up for its products. The monastery also served as mediator. When disputes broke out between villagers, monks were often called to settle them. Their reputation for wisdom made them judges in quarrels over land, inheritance, or even accusations of witchcraft. Some abbots wielded this power with fairness, others with self-interest, subtly deciding cases in ways that benefited their estates. Justice, like everything else, was wrapped in human complexity. A villager might walk away cursing the abbot's bias, yet still return the next week for confession. The contradiction was swallowed because faith was both a chain and a comfort, and few could imagine life without it. Despite all this tension, villagers were drawn to monasteries for moments of celebration. Feast days turned cloisters into magnets of joy, processions, music, and food shared with the crowd. Pilgrims mingled with peasants, and for a day, the line between monk and layperson blurred. The irony is sharp. The same monks who insisted on silence and separation became masters of pageantry, orchestrating spectacles that impressed both peasants and nobles. Perhaps they understood something essential, that faith needed drama to stay alive, that the human heart was moved as much by spectacle as by scripture. But outside opinions could also sting. Villagers did not shy from gossip about what they imagined happened behind cloister walls. Stories of secret indulgence, of affairs between monks and nuns, of wine cellars drained in laughter. These tales traveled faster than sermons. Even if untrue, they revealed what people expected to find: hypocrisy. To the average villager, monks seemed too human to be flawless, so they filled the gaps with scandal. And in doing so, they gave the cloister a strange kind of immortality, not only as a place of holiness, but as a stage for human weakness, dramatized in the theater of rumor. Over time, this tension built into larger movements. Discontent over monastic wealth and power became one of the sparks of reform and rebellion centuries later. The very villagers who had once lined up for blessings began to question whether the cloister was serving God or itself. Yet even in their resentment, they preserved respect for the idea of the monastery, as if the failures of monks were not enough to erase the longing for a world set apart, a space where heaven might feel close. The monastery remained a paradox to the end, criticized, mocked, envied, revered, sometimes attacked, but never ignored. And perhaps that is the deepest truth of the cloister's relationship with the outside world. It could never vanish into isolation, because its existence shaped the lives of those beyond its walls. Every loaf of bread baked, every dispute settled, every whispered rumor tied the monastery to the village. Holiness was never entirely hidden. It was woven into the daily rhythm of the very people who doubted it. And in that weaving, we glimpsed the reality that the monastery was not an escape from the world, but a mirror of it, distorted, idealized, dramatized, but always connected. The cloister might have claimed to renounce the world, but the world never let it go. The monastery was not only a place of silence, prayer, and labor, it was also a world shaped by symbols. Every object, gesture, and ritual carried meaning, and meaning in the Middle Ages was never neutral. Symbols were bridges between heaven and earth, ways to make the invisible visible. Yet, like everything else in the cloister, they carried contradictions, sometimes inspiring awe, sometimes slipping into superstition, and often exposing the very human desire to make sense of a world that felt fragile and uncertain. The cross, for example, stood at the center of monastic life. Carved into stone, painted on walls, worn around necks, it was a reminder of suffering and salvation. But the monks' relationship with it was not always solemn. Some chroniclers note brothers carving elaborate, almost flamboyant crosses on their manuscripts, turning what was meant to be a symbol of humility into a kind of artistic flourish. Imagine a tired scribe, bored of copying the Psalms for the 100th time, suddenly deciding that his next cross would look like a masterpiece of geometry. The symbol still carried devotion, but also vanity. Even in the most sacred shapes, the human need to leave a signature found a way. Candles, too, became more than sources of light. Their flame symbolized the soul, fragile yet luminous, threatened by every draught but shining against the dark. In the great vigils, hundreds of candles flickered together, filling the chapel with an otherworldly glow. To pilgrims, it must have felt like entering heaven itself. But to the monks, candles also meant endless work, making wax, trimming wicks, cleaning soot. And perhaps the comedy is in realizing how holiness and chores went hand in hand. The same flame that moved peasants to tears also drove novices mad as they scraped hardened wax from the floor. The divine, once again, had to be cleaned with a rag and bucket. Bells echoed across the fields, calling monks to prayer and peasants to remember God. To villagers, the sound of the bell was a comfort, proof that someone was praying even when they were not. To the monks, however, the bell was a relentless master, breaking sleep, cutting meals short, interrupting conversations. A bell that tolled at midnight for vigils could feel less like the voice of God and more like a medieval alarm clock. No snooze button, no excuses. And isn't it striking how even today our alarms carry the same paradox? Hated when they ring, yet indispensable to keep order in our lives? The monastery's bells remind us that time itself can be sacred, but only if someone is willing to be annoyed by it. Clothing was another powerful symbol. The habit, simple and uniform, was supposed to erase individuality. By wearing the same rough fabric, monks declared themselves equal, stripped of vanity. Yet anyone who has ever worn a uniform knows the truth. People still find ways to personalize it. Records describe monks cutting their sleeves wider, tightening belts differently, or even choosing fabrics of slightly better quality when they could get away with it. Some abbots grew furious over such small differences, seeing them as cracks in discipline. The comedy is almost modern, like school teachers arguing about the length of skirts or the color of shoes, while students invent clever ways to bend the rules. Even in the cloister, self-expression found a thread to pull. Symbols were not only material, they were bodily. Gestures mattered. The way one bowed, the way one folded hands, the way one crossed oneself. Every movement carried weight, a sign of humility or devotion. But gestures could also be faked, exaggerated to display holiness. One monk might bow too deeply, kneel too dramatically, or cross himself with theatrical slowness, all while secretly hoping others noticed his piety. The others, of course, did notice and rolled their eyes in silence. Symbolism, when performed too perfectly, always risks slipping into performance. And perhaps that is the danger of any ritual, whether medieval or modern. The line between sincerity and show is thinner than we like to admit. Relics, perhaps, carried the greatest symbolic power of all. A splinter of wood, a bone fragment, a vial of dust, all claimed to be pieces of saints or martyrs. To pilgrims, they were portals to heaven, tangible proof that holiness could be touched. To monks, relics were blessings, but also burdens, attracting crowds that brought donations, but also chaos. Some relics were undoubtedly real, many were not. Yet the belief was often more important than the truth. People left convinced they had brushed against eternity, even if what they actually touched was an old piece of wood polished smooth by thousands of lips. The comedy here is sharp. Faith turned ordinary objects extraordinary, and sometimes a saint's shin bone looked suspiciously like a sheep's. But does it matter if belief itself carried the power? Even architecture was symbolic. Cloisters were designed as squares, representing order, balance, eternity. Walking in circles around their courtyards, monks meditated on the endlessness of God. But after years of pacing those same paths, the symbolism probably faded into muscle memory. For a novice, the cloister garden was heaven on earth. For a seasoned monk, it was just the same four walls day after day. And in that monotony, perhaps, lies the truest symbol of all. That holiness is not found in grand gestures, but in persistence, in showing up to the same path until it becomes second nature. Symbols elevated the monastery, but they also revealed its fragility. A candle could burn out, a relic could be stolen, a gesture could become empty, a bell could be ignored. The power of these signs depended on belief, and belief is always a fragile flame. Yet their persistence tells us something profound. Humans crave meaning, crave signs that connect their small lives to something larger. Whether through crosses carved on parchment, bells tolling across the fields, or relics kissed by trembling hands, the monks gave their world symbols to hold on to, even when their own faith wavered. And perhaps that is why these symbols still speak to us, because they remind us that behind every ritual lies a human hand, behind every relic a story, behind every gesture a longing heart. The monastery was built on stone and silence, but what truly sustained it were these fragile symbols, reminders that even in the darkest corners of human life, people never stopped reaching for signs of light. And if we look closely, we may find that we still do the same today, clinging to our own modern symbols with the same mixture of reverence, doubt, and desperate hope. The monastery may have claimed to exist outside of time, but in truth, it was deeply entangled with the seasons, the sky, and the turning of the natural world. Every prayer, every fast, every harvest depended on rhythms older than the cloister walls themselves. To live in a monastery was to live under the tyranny of bells, yes, but also under the watchful eye of sun, moon, and stars. Nature was not just a backdrop to monastic life, it was a constant teacher, adversary, and sometimes accomplice. And it was in this daily relationship with the natural world that monks revealed yet another layer of their silent vices and subtle contradictions. The agricultural cycle defined everything. Spring brought planting, summer demanded labor in fields, autumn yielded the harvest, and winter pressed them into stillness. Monks were supposed to treat work as prayer, but bending over fields day after day under rain or heat made even the most pious sigh. The tension between lofty devotion and muddy boots was unavoidable. Imagine a brother muttering psalms while yanking stubborn weeds, only to lose patience and swear under his breath, then quickly cross himself in shame. The fields were sacred, but they also revealed how thin the line between holiness and frustration could be. Animals, too, played their part. Sheep provided wool, cows gave milk, bees produced honey, and fish filled ponds that substituted for forbidden meat. But animals do not obey vows. Sheep wandered, cows bellowed at inconvenient hours, bees stung inattentive novices. Chronicles even note monks accused of treating animals with too much affection, blurring the boundaries of propriety. A brother, caught sneaking extra honeycomb from the hives, might justify it as quality control, but everyone knew better. There is comedy in picturing solemn monks chasing a runaway pig through the cloister, their habits flapping while trying to maintain dignity. Animals, in their stubbornness, reminded them daily that control is an illusion. The weather was a constant test. Floods ruined fields, storms toppled roofs, droughts brought famine. In each disaster, monks sought meaning. Was God punishing them? Was the devil meddling? Or was it simply the indifference of nature? Yet, in their search for spiritual answers, they also developed pragmatic skills. Diverting water with dikes, storing grain for lean years, building barns strong enough to outlast tempests. Monastic ingenuity was born not only of prayer, but of necessity. And here lies the irony. In trying to escape the world, they became some of its best managers, learning the patience and planning that survival required. The stars above shaped their sense of time. Astronomy was not forbidden. It was essential for calculating feast days, especially Easter, which required aligning lunar and solar cycles. Monks charted the heavens with care, scribbling diagrams of constellations alongside prayers, but gazing at stars too long carried risks. Study them for God, and it was devotion. Study them too much, and it became astrology, condemned as superstition. This tension created strange moments, a monk mapping the moon carefully for liturgical reasons, while secretly wondering if its phases might also explain his restless dreams. The sky was both scripture and temptation, offering knowledge that was never fully safe. Herbs and gardens tied them to the earth in yet another way. Monastic physic gardens became centers of healing, filled with plants whose uses blended science, superstition, and faith. Chamomile for calm, sage for strength, garlic for protection, not only against illness, but sometimes against demons. Recipes mixed practical remedies with mystical incantations, proving that the line between pharmacy and prayer was blurred. Imagine a monk solemnly preparing a poultice while muttering both a psalm and a charm against evil spirits, covering all bases just in case. It was medicine born of both faith and anxiety, a reminder that survival often trumped doctrinal purity. The seasons also dictated moods. Winter was harshest, when cold stone walls trapped bodies and minds alike. Fasting felt heavier in the dark months, tempers frayed, and illnesses spread easily. Some monks confessed to despair during long winters, what we might now call depression. Yet when spring came, hope surged with the blossoms. Festivals filled the air, food grew more abundant, laughter returned. The cycle of nature was also the cycle of spirit, proof that even cloistered souls could not escape the pulse of the earth. And maybe that is the most comic part. Men who had vowed to rise above the world still found their moods rising and falling with the weather, not unlike anyone else complaining about rainy days. Even death was tied to nature's rhythm. Burials often returned bodies to the earth quickly, shallow graves or simple shrouds letting decay merge swiftly with soil. Some abbeys planted orchards near cemeteries, so apples grew nourished by the dead, turning mortality into sustenance. To villagers, this was sacred, even poetic. To the monks, it was practical, nothing wasted, not even in death. There is something unsettling and strangely humorous in the thought of biting into a piece of fruit grown from the roots of buried abbots. It is a reminder that, for all their prayers, monks were never separate from the cycles of decay and renewal. The paradox is clear. Monasteries sought to escape the world, yet they were bound to its every rhythm. They prayed as the sun rose and set, ate what the earth gave, feared what storms destroyed, and sought hope in the stars. Nature shaped their devotion and revealed their frailty, offering both solace and mockery. And if we lean close enough, their story tells us something still true. No matter how lofty our ideals, we remain creatures of earth and sky, dependent on weather, food, and time. The monks may have hidden behind stone walls, but even those walls could not silence the voice of nature, reminding them daily that holiness is always rooted in the soil beneath our feet. Within the monastery walls, solitude was supposed to be the purest path to God. Silence, fasting, prayer, these practices were designed to strip away distractions and draw the monk or nun closer to eternity. But solitude, while inspiring, also carried shadows. Left alone too long with their own thoughts, monks discovered that silence is rarely empty. It fills with echoes of memory, desire, fear, and sometimes madness. The cloister promised heaven through isolation, but it often delivered something far more complicated: the strange, unfiltered voice of the human mind. Consider the hermits who pushed solitude to extremes. Some retreated to cells so small they could barely stretch their legs, convinced that confinement would free their souls. Others built huts at the edges of monasteries, shunning all contact except for a hand extended through a window to receive bread. Chroniclers speak of holy men who lived for decades without seeing another face. To their peers, they were saints. To us, they sound uncomfortably like case studies in psychological endurance. How much solitude is too much? At what point does holiness bleed into obsession? The line was never clear, and monks often crossed it without realizing it. Inside the monastery proper, solitude was less extreme but still demanding. Hours of silent prayer left monks confronting themselves in ways that community life rarely forces. One brother might dwell on sins long past, another on temptations that refused to fade, another on the fear that his entire vocation was meaningless. Silence magnified every doubt. Without the distractions of noise or conversation, the smallest worry could swell until it filled the cell. A cough, a flicker of candlelight, the distant toll of a bell, everything became symbolic, as if the world itself were speaking in riddles. Some monks embraced this as divine communication. Others confessed to paranoia, convinced that shadows in their rooms were demons waiting to pounce. And yet, solitude also sparked creativity. Many of the great spiritual writings of the Middle Ages came not from communal debate, but from lonely hours in stone cells. Visions, poetry, mystical treatises, they all bloomed in the silence of isolation. It is as if solitude acted like a furnace, burning away distraction until only raw imagination remained. Of course, not all creativity was divine. Margins filled with doodles, silly rhymes, and personal notes prove that solitude also gave space for boredom. One scribe, after copying endless lines of scripture, scribbled, "Now I have finished. Give me a drink." Oh, that is not the voice of an angel. It is the voice of a very thirsty man with ink-stained hands. The dangers of solitude became clearest in the phenomenon known as acedia, a kind of spiritual despair, boredom so heavy it paralyzed the soul. Monks described it as the noonday demon, a suffocating weight that struck during the long hours of silence, whispering that prayer was pointless, that the day would never end, that God was far away. Some monks fell asleep during vigils, others paced endlessly in their cells, still others abandoned their vocation altogether. Acedia was not just idleness, it was a crisis of meaning. It reminds us of what we might call depression today, except that in the cloister it was framed as a sin rather than an illness. Imagine the guilt, feeling crushed by despair, then blaming yourself for feeling crushed. It was a spiral that solitude often deepened, not cured. And yet, solitude was never purely negative. For some, it brought clarity. A monk wrestling with temptation might, after weeks of silence, find his desires strangely diminished. A nun struggling with grief might, in isolation, discover a new sense of peace. Solitude exposed wounds, but it also gave space for healing. It was like a mirror that could either terrify or console, depending on how deeply one dared to look. The paradox is that monks longed for solitude even as they feared it, fled from it even as they returned to it. Like moths circling a flame that could both warm and burn, the cloister tried to manage this paradox by weaving solitude into community life. Hours of silence alternated with moments of shared prayer and work, as if to remind monks that even those who sought God alone needed others to survive. But some still pushed the limits, testing how far isolation could go before it snapped. Those who endured became legends, hailed as mystics or saints. Those who broke often vanished from chronicles, their stories buried under silence. We remember the success stories, but behind them lay countless others who simply could not bear the weight of their own minds. And perhaps that is the most haunting truth. Solitude does not create holiness out of nothing. It amplifies whatever is already inside. If a monk carried peace, solitude deepened it. If he carried fear, solitude magnified it. If he carried humor, solitude gave birth to marginal doodles of rabbits chasing knights. The silence of the cloister was never truly empty. It was a stage where the self performed endlessly, with God as the imagined audience. And whether the performance ended in despair, in vision, or in laughter depended not only on faith, but on the fragile resilience of the human heart. So when we picture monks in their lonely cells, it is not enough to see only serenity. We must also see the restless pacing, the muttered prayers, the sudden tears, the half-finished doodles, the yawns during midnight vigils, the whispered doubts, the unexpected bursts of joy. Solitude was not heaven or hell. It was the space where both could erupt without warning. And it reminds us of something universal. To be alone is to meet yourself without disguise, and that encounter can be terrifying, hilarious, or profoundly transformative. The cloister did not escape this truth. It embodied it, one silent cell at a time. The monastery liked to present itself as a kingdom of order, a place where everything moved with the steady rhythm of bells, prayers, and work. But even within those walls, dreams crept in at night, reshaping reality into visions that were sometimes divine, sometimes disturbing, and often confusing. Sleep was supposed to be the brief pause that recharged the body for more prayer, more labor, more fasting. Instead, it became another battlefield. Dreams were not treated as idle nonsense. They were interrogated, feared, and sometimes celebrated because, in the medieval mind, dreams were not simply the brain's chatter. They were messages, tests, or traps. A monk waking from a dream of angels might rush to his confessor, trembling with awe, convinced he had glimpsed heaven. Another who dreamed of a woman's embrace would wake in shame, scourging himself before sunrise, certain that the devil had slipped into his sleep. The same night could bring both types of dreams to different brothers under the same roof, proving how fragile and unpredictable the boundary between holiness and temptation was. The cloister was silent during the day, but at night the mind's theater played without restraint, staging dramas that monks dared not confess in daylight. Chroniclers sometimes preserved accounts of visions that came in dreams. A nun might see Christ placing a ring on her finger, a symbolic marriage to the divine, and wake radiant, her vow renewed. Another might dream of demons dragging her toward fire, and she would wake drenched in sweat, desperate for reassurance that her soul was not doomed. These dreams often shaped the direction of lives, becoming proof of sanctity or warnings of hidden sin. In a world where heaven and hell felt close enough to touch, the dream was not entertainment. It was revelation, or evidence in the trial of the soul. But if dreams could be divine, they could also be ridiculous. Some monks admitted to dreaming of feasts, tables groaning with meat and wine, their subconscious mocking the endless fasting of their waking hours. Others dreamed of home, of family long left behind, of lovers they had renounced. The clash between vows and subconscious desire was constant, and it carried both tragedy and humor. Imagine a brother swearing to his abbot that he had conquered his hunger, only to confess the next day that in his sleep he devoured an entire roasted boar. The abbot may have kept a solemn face, but one suspects he was laughing inside. The monastery tried to make sense of dreams with the tools it had: scripture, tradition, and suspicion. Some argued that true visions came from God, while others warned that the devil delighted in disguising temptations as holy images. A dream could be salvation, or it could be a trap. This uncertainty created an atmosphere of constant self-questioning. Was the dream of Mary a genuine vision, or a trick? Was the nightmare of fire a divine warning, or just indigestion from too many beans? In the absence of psychology, monks had only faith and a touch of guesswork to interpret what unfolded in their sleep. The rhythm of sleep itself was broken by monastic schedules. Waking at midnight for vigils fractured the night, leaving monks perpetually exhausted. That exhaustion made dreams even more vivid, blurring the line between waking and sleeping. Some reported hearing voices in the dark, seeing flashes of light during prayers, or drifting into half-dreams while chanting psalms. What we might call hallucinations, they called revelations. And perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. Exhaustion opened doors that the rational mind usually keeps shut, and through those doors crept both visions of angels and whispers of devils. The fear of dreams sometimes led to elaborate precautions. Monks prayed before bed, asking for protection against demonic intrusion. Some sprinkled holy water on their palates, as though sanctifying the straw itself could keep nightmares at bay. Others fasted more strictly, convinced that gluttony fueled impure dreams. The irony, of course, is that hunger only made dream feasts more likely. The stricter the fast, the richer the subconscious banquet. It is almost comic to imagine a monk starving himself all day to avoid temptation, only to gorge himself in his dreams at night. But dreams also carried the seeds of rebellion. A visionary nun who claimed Christ appeared to her could rise to power in her convent, her words carrying authority that even abbesses could not ignore. A monk who claimed to dream of hell might shame his brothers into stricter discipline. Dreams, therefore, were not private. They were communal weapons, shaping behavior, policies, even reforms. The line between personal vision and public influence blurred easily, and one person's midnight experience could ripple through the entire community for years. In the end, dreams in the cloister tell us what we already know but rarely admit. The human mind never truly submits to rules. You can silence your tongue, restrain your appetite, scourge your body, and still, at night, the subconscious will laugh at your vows, parading before you everything you fear, crave, or deny. The monks discovered this the hard way. Their bodies belonged to the cloister, but their dreams remained untamed, uncontrollable, endlessly inventive, and perhaps that is the deepest insight hidden in their nightly battles. The monastery was not just a place of prayer. It was a stage where the drama of the unconscious unfolded, a reminder that holiness is never complete, that even saints dream of roasted boars and forbidden embraces. The dream did not undo their devotion, it revealed its fragility, and in that fragility lies the truth of being human. No vow, no wall, no silence can silence the imagination. It will always find a way to speak, especially in the language of dreams. In the medieval cloister, silence was treated not just as discipline, but as a weapon. The rule of St. Benedict declared that speech should be measured, purposeful, restrained. Words, after all, could wound, distract, tempt, or reveal too much. So the monastery embraced silence as a shield against sin, imagining it as a kind of invisible wall stronger than stone. But if you have ever tried to spend even a few hours without speaking, you know how silence is never as simple as it sounds. It doesn't erase noise, it amplifies the noises that remain. The scraping of spoons, the shuffling of feet, the sighs, coughs, and stomach growls that suddenly sound like thunder in the hush of the refectory. Silence, in other words, became its own kind of conversation. At first glance, silence gave the cloister an otherworldly atmosphere. Visitors walking through the halls described the stillness as haunting, like stepping into eternity. Pilgrims were awestruck by the quiet meals, the long vigils where dozens of monks prayed without a single voice raised. But for those who lived inside, silence was not just awe, it was struggle. Imagine being forbidden from chatting at meals, from whispering jokes to the novice next to you, from sharing a spontaneous thought. Human beings are built for speech, and when you take it away, something strange happens. Communication slips into other forms. Gestures became their secret language. A glance, a nod, a raised brow could say more than a paragraph. Some monasteries even developed elaborate systems of hand signals to replace speech at mealtimes. One gesture meant bread, another wine, another salt. Over time, the repertoire expanded until monks could practically conduct full conversations without a sound. And here is where the comedy creeps in. Rules designed to enforce silence ended up creating a kind of medieval sign language circus. Picture a refectory filled with solemn monks, their hands waving in coded signals as if dinner had turned into a silent marketplace. The abbot might have banned words, but he couldn't ban human ingenuity. Silence also revealed the body in ways words often conceal. In a noisy world, you can hide small slips of humanity behind chatter. But in a silent cloister, every sneeze, every hiccup, every involuntary stomach rumble was broadcast to the entire community. It must have been agonizing for a brother trying to stifle laughter when another monk snored through prayers or accidentally let slip a sound far less holy. Monastic chronicles never write about these moments, but you can be sure they happened, because monks were human, and perhaps those moments, unrecorded but remembered, were the cracks in the solemn mask that made life bearable. The deeper purpose of silence was to force the mind inward. Without speech, monks turned to meditation, examining their thoughts, prayers, and temptations. Silence was supposed to polish the soul like a mirror, but not every reflection was comforting. Many discovered that when external noise disappears, inner noise grows louder. Doubts, desires, old memories, all of them resurfaced in the stillness. A monk who thought he had conquered temptation might suddenly find his mind filled with images of feasts or lovers. Another, who prided himself on serenity, might discover an endless stream of anger bubbling just beneath the surface. Silence, then, was not simply peace, it was confrontation, a daily wrestling match with one's own thoughts. And yet, silence was not absolute. Certain spaces allowed speech, certain moments demanded it. Reading aloud in the refectory broke the hush with sacred words, and chants filled the chapel with sound. This contrast made the silence more powerful. When monks did speak, their words carried weight, echoing louder for being rare. It gave speech a kind of sacred charge. Today we drown in words, scrolling, speaking, texting, arguing. For the monks, a single sentence, spoken after days of silence, might feel like thunder. Perhaps there is wisdom here. When words become rare, they regain their power. But silence could also become a weapon of exclusion. A brother shunned by others might be left in more than just formal silence. He might be ignored, his presence unacknowledged, his gestures unanswered. To live in silence is one thing, to be silenced is another. In these cases, silence was no longer about holiness, but about punishment, a reminder that even the most spiritual practices can be twisted into tools of control. Imagine the crushing loneliness of praying in a chapel full of people who refuse to meet your eyes. The absence of words could sting more sharply than any shouted insult. Still, for all its struggles, silence shaped the monastery's identity. It distinguished it from the noisy world beyond the walls, making visitors feel they had entered a different reality. It sharpened listening to bells, to chants, to the subtle rhythms of daily life. It created a community where words were rare jewels rather than cheap coins, where every glance and gesture carried meaning. Silence was never empty. It was full of tension, laughter suppressed, prayers whispered, thoughts unspoken. It was both burden and blessing, both cage and freedom. And if we reflect on it today, we might see why silence still fascinates us. We live in a world louder than any medieval village, yet we also seek out retreats, meditation apps, noise-canceling headphones. We, too, sense that something happens when noise falls away, that silence can heal but also unsettle, can soothe but also expose. The monks remind us that silence is not simply the absence of sound. It is a presence, one that can reveal truths we might prefer to avoid. And perhaps that is why it remains so powerful, because in silence, we are left alone with ourselves, and in that encounter, nothing can be hidden. If silence was the monastery's shield, books were its treasure. The cloister was, in many ways, the great library of medieval Europe, a living archive where parchment replaced stone as the true foundation of the house. To step into a scriptorium was to step into a world humming with quiet industry, where the scratching of quills was the soundtrack of eternity. Monks believed they were not just copying words, they were preserving souls. Every letter written was an offering, every page completed a victory against the forgetfulness of time. Yet behind the sacred aura of manuscripts lay a much more human story. Aching backs, inky fingers, doodles and margins, and the silent competition to see who could finish their quota first. Copying a book was an ordeal. Parchment, made from animal skins, was expensive, and mistakes could ruin weeks of work. Monks bent over wooden desks for hours, their eyes straining in dim candlelight, their fingers cramping around quills. The rule declared that idleness was the enemy of the soul, but in truth, the scriptorium had its own enemy, boredom. To copy endless genealogies or theological treatises was a test of endurance as much as faith, and monks left traces of this in their work. Some scribbled notes to themselves in the margins. "Oh, my hand is tired," or "this parchment is bad," or the honest plea, "Now I have finished, give me a drink." It is both tragic and comic to realize that the same hands preserving Holy Scripture also grumbled about the quality of ink. Yet the monotony gave birth to brilliance. Illuminated manuscripts dazzled with gold leaf, bright pigments, and intricate designs that turned words into art. Margins filled with saints, angels, and vines, but also with rabbits jousting, monkeys playing bagpipes, and knights being humiliated by snails. The sacred and the absurd lived side by side on the same page, as if the monks could not resist slipping their humor into the eternal. A Bible page might glow with divine wisdom at the center, while in the corner a cartoon rabbit ran wild. Was this rebellion, boredom, or simply humanity breaking through? Perhaps all three. Books were not only copied, they were guarded. Locked chests and chained libraries protected manuscripts, because they were worth more than gold. A single book could take months or years to produce. To lose one was a calamity. Monasteries lent books reluctantly, demanding oaths or even curses against thieves. Some volumes carried warnings written dramatically on their first page. "Whoever steals this book, may he be roasted in the fires of hell." That was medieval copyright enforcement at its finest, proof that even monks could be possessive about their intellectual property. And if you think modern arguments about sharing files are heated, imagine a monk invoking eternal damnation over a missing psalter. The collection of books shaped the monastery's identity. Some abbeys specialized in theology, others in law, medicine, or science. The cloister became a university before universities existed, gathering knowledge from across the known world. Greek philosophy, Arabic medicine, Roman law, all flowed into monastic libraries. The irony, of course, is that while monks claimed to have renounced the world, they were busily preserving its wisdom for future generations. They copied not only the Gospels, but Aristotle, Galen, even texts considered suspicious. Without them, much of classical thought would have vanished. Their retreat from the world ended up shaping the world far more than they ever admitted. But books also created tensions. Who had access to them? Not every monk could freely read whatever he pleased. Some texts were locked away, accessible only with permission, lest dangerous ideas corrupt the weaker minds. This gatekeeping revealed the fear beneath the reverence. Knowledge was power, but power was dangerous. A curious novice might long to read a medical text or a pagan poet, but the abbot could forbid it. Yet, as history shows us again and again, the forbidden is always the most tempting. Monks developed a hunger for secret books, sneaking glimpses, trading manuscripts and whispers. The cloister, meant to silence worldly voices, often buzzed with curiosity about exactly those voices. And books were not only copied or read, they were heard. Reading silently was rare. Most texts were spoken aloud, filling the cloister with rhythm. To hear scripture or the life of a saint read in the refectory was to let the words soak into the body as well as the mind. The sound of words was part of their power. But what happens when the voice reading drones on during mealtime and the audience grows restless? You can almost see the suppressed yawns, the sideways glances, the silent prayers that the reader might pick up the pace. Sacred words, yes, but also a struggle with the same impatience we know today when someone reads too slowly during a meeting. The preservation of books also created unexpected bonds between monasteries. Volumes traveled from one abbey to another, copied and recopied, ideas moving along the same paths as pilgrims and merchants. A monk in France might copy a text originally preserved in Spain, which had come through translations from Arabic scholars. The cloister walls could not block this circulation of thought. Knowledge seeped through, changing the very communities that tried to contain it. And sometimes those changes sparked suspicion, even accusations of heresy. To read too widely was risky. To copy too faithfully was sometimes dangerous. The book was both salvation and threat. Yet for all the risks, the monastery's legacy is unthinkable without its books. They were the memory of civilization, carried through centuries of war, famine, and plague. Monks who thought they were simply serving God by copying lines preserved the foundation of modern science, philosophy, and literature. And perhaps the most moving truth is this: the very scribes who cursed their aching fingers gave us the gift of memory. Their fatigue became our inheritance. So when we think of the cloister, we must imagine not only prayer and chanting, but also the quiet scratching of quills, the muttered complaints, the doodles in margins, the chained books, the curses against thieves, and the hidden hunger for forbidden texts. It was a world where ink flowed like blood, carrying life across centuries. And in those pages, both holy and human, we find a story still alive, waiting for us to turn the next leaf. Power within the cloister was supposed to be simple. The abbot or abbess led, the brothers and sisters obeyed, and all submitted humbly to the will of God. At least, that was the theory. In practice, the monastery was not so different from any other human institution. Authority could be wise or corrupt, gentle or tyrannical, respected or resented. The abbot was often compared to a father shepherding his flock, but anyone who has lived in a tightly knit community knows how easily the shepherd can begin to resemble a king, or in some cases, a dictator. The election of an abbot was itself a curious spectacle. Monks gathered to choose their leader, sometimes praying for guidance, sometimes lobbying quietly for their favorite candidate. Imagine the mixture of piety and politics, one monk emphasizing humility, another whispering that Brother Thomas would make a fine leader because of his noble family ties. Once elected, the abbot was considered Christ's representative in the monastery. That gave his word extraordinary weight. A single decision could alter daily life for years. What time vigils began, how harshly rules were enforced, how resources were managed. And here lies the first irony. Men who renounced worldly ambition still found themselves at the mercy of politics, power struggles, and the all-too-human desire for influence. Some abbots ruled with moderation, balancing discipline with compassion. Chronicles describe leaders who shared meals with their monks, worked alongside them in fields, and listened patiently to grievances. Such abbots inspired loyalty, even love, but others let power twist them. They imposed endless fasts, confiscated comforts, or punished minor infractions with severity. One abbot reportedly insisted that monks kneel on cold stone for hours as penance for dozing during prayers. Another built himself luxurious quarters while urging everyone else to embrace poverty. And just like that, the cloister revealed the same truth as kingdoms and courts. Authority corrupts when unchecked. Abbesses faced their own struggles, often compounded by gender dynamics. Many convents were wealthy, controlling lands and donations, and their leaders wielded significant influence. Yet bishops and abbots outside often tried to interfere, resenting a woman's power. Some abbesses fought back fiercely, using wit, diplomacy, and even legal maneuvering to defend their communities. Their strength became legendary, but it also exposed the double standard of the age. When men ruled strictly, they were firm. When women did the same, they were often accused of arrogance. The cloister thus mirrored the broader tensions of medieval society, proving that even behind walls, gender politics seeped through like water under a door. Power also shaped daily discipline. An abbot could decide whether silence was enforced strictly, whether food was distributed generously, whether punishments were public or private. A merciful leader might overlook small lapses, while a harsh one turned every mistake into a lesson. This variability meant that the holiness of a monastery sometimes depended less on divine inspiration than on the temperament of its leader. It is not hard to imagine monks praying that God might inspire the abbot to lighten fasting rules, just as employees today hope their boss decides to shorten Friday meetings. Different century, same hope. But authority in the cloister was not absolute. The rule allowed monks to advise and even correct their abbot, though in practice this was dangerous. Too much criticism could be seen as rebellion, leading to punishment or exile. Still, there were moments of open resistance. Chronicles tell of monks refusing to follow commands they deemed unjust, or quietly undermining orders they found excessive. A community might drag its feet collectively, obeying the letter of the law while ignoring its spirit. In this way, monastic life resembled a constant negotiation. Leaders pushing, brothers and sisters resisting, both sides cloaking their motives in spiritual language. Conflicts over authority sometimes escalated into outright scandals. Abbots accused of misusing funds, abbesses charged with favoritism, monks writing complaints to bishops or even to Rome. These cases reveal how fragile unity could be when power clashed with principle. And though we might imagine monasteries as insulated from worldly corruption, the reality is that some abbots grew rich, some abbesses became entangled in politics, and some communities fractured entirely. Holiness may have been the goal, but ambition and ego never truly vanished. And yet, leadership could also inspire extraordinary achievements. Under strong abbots, monasteries expanded their libraries, improved their lands, and became centers of charity. Under visionary abbesses, convents nurtured mystics, artists, and reformers. Power, when wielded well, gave the cloister a stability that allowed prayer and learning to flourish. It reminds us that authority itself is not the problem. It is the hand that wields it, the heart behind it, that determines whether it becomes tyranny or service. The paradox of monastic authority is that it was both absolute and fragile. Absolute, because the abbot or abbess could shape daily life completely. Fragile, because that authority rested on the obedience of others, and obedience is never guaranteed. Leaders needed to balance firmness with mercy, discipline with compassion. When they failed, cracks appeared in the cloister walls. Not literal cracks of stone, but fractures of trust, resentment whispered in silence, obedience given reluctantly. And perhaps that is the final truth. Even in places built to transcend human weakness, power still revealed how stubbornly human they remained. And if we smile at their struggles, it is because they echo our own. Every community has its leaders, its rules, its grumblings and negotiations. Every leader risks becoming the tyrant or the servant. The cloister only magnified what exists everywhere. Authority is never just about rules. It is about the fragile, complicated dance of trust, fear, ambition, and hope that binds people together. And in that dance, the monastery was not so different from the world it claimed to leave behind. If authority was the spine of the cloister, then rituals were its heartbeat. Every action, from waking in the pre-dawn chill to lying down on straw pallets at night, was framed by ceremony. Nothing was ordinary. Everything was layered with meaning. To eat was not merely to eat, it was to rehearse discipline. To sing was not merely to sing, it was to echo the angels. To bow, to kneel, to process through a corridor holding candles, all of it was ritual, designed to remind monks that they lived in a world ordered not by chance, but by divine choreography. Yet, as with all choreography, mistakes, stumbles, and improvisations revealed just how human even the holiest ceremonies could be. The day began before sunrise, when the first bell shattered sleep. Bleary-eyed monks shuffled to the chapel for matins, the midnight prayer that often felt more like a battle against yawns than against the devil. The ritual called for solemnity, but imagine the reality. Dozens of men chanting in the cold, some struggling to keep their eyes open, others muttering a half-step behind the rest. It was holiness, mixed with sleep deprivation, the sacred and the absurd wrapped together. And perhaps that was the point. The ritual was not about feeling inspired, but about showing up, body and soul, even when both resisted. Each hour of the day carried its own prayer, a cycle known as the divine office. Prime, terce, sext, none. Time itself was chopped into slices of devotion. The bells dictated everything, reminding monks that their lives were not their own, but borrowed for God. Yet the repetition could wear thin. To chant the same psalms hundreds of times was to risk turning them into background noise. Some monks confessed in the margins of prayer books that their minds wandered. One admitted to thinking about fish during psalms, another about women he had not seen in years. This reveals a universal truth. No matter how sacred the setting, the human brain has a talent for distraction. Ritual extended into meals, where silence was enforced and scripture was read aloud. Eating became ceremony. Bow before taking bread, receive portions humbly, chew without greed. But monks were still men with appetites, and hunger often threatened to overshadow devotion. Chronicles tell of brothers sneaking extra bites or whispering about which cook seasoned the stew better. The ritual demanded solemnity, but in practice, the refectory was full of small rebellions. And maybe that is the charm of ritual. It sets an ideal we constantly fall short of, reminding us not of perfection, but of our need to keep trying. Even labor was ritualized. In fields, gardens, or workshops, monks were told to work as if praying. Hoeing weeds became penance, copying texts became offering, brewing beer became praise. But it's not hard to imagine the gap between ideal and reality. A monk bent over a manuscript, cursing the quality of his ink, was probably not praying with his hands, at least not in the way Benedict intended. Yet the ritual insistence transformed even grumbling into part of the rhythm. The complaint itself, scribbled in the margin, became a small testimony of humanity breaking into eternity. The grand rituals, of course, were the liturgies. Feast days filled chapels with incense, music, and candles, turning stone halls into theaters of glory. Pilgrims traveled miles to witness these celebrations, awed by the spectacle. But behind the grandeur were hours of preparation, brothers rehearsing chants, novices polishing candlesticks, sacristans panicking when wax dripped onto altar cloths. The drama of ritual always included backstage chaos. And perhaps that makes the beauty more real, not less. Perfection is impressive. Imperfection hidden beneath layers of incense is human. Rituals also extended into discipline. Public penance was a ceremony unto itself. A monk guilty of disobedience might lie prostrate on the floor while others stepped over him during prayer, a living symbol of humility. It was a ritual of shame, but also of reintegration. The community watched, reminded that failure was never private, but woven into the fabric of collective holiness. Today, such practices might seem cruel, but in the cloister they served as both punishment and theater, a reminder that sin and redemption were communal stories, not individual secrets. And yet, rituals carried a risk. They could become hollow. Monks themselves worried about this. What if bowing was just muscle memory, not reverence? What if chanting was just noise, not prayer? What if fasting was performed only to appear holy? These questions haunted the cloister because ritual demanded sincerity while constantly tempting hypocrisy. It's the same problem we face when repeating any habit. Are we doing it with meaning, or simply because it is expected? The monastery lived at that tension point, where ritual could either sanctify life or turn it into empty theater. Still, the power of ritual endured. It gave structure to chaos, rhythm to uncertainty, meaning to monotony. The monks may have grumbled, slept, or stumbled their way through it, but the rituals carried them when their own faith faltered. And maybe that is the hidden wisdom. Rituals are not about perfection, they are about persistence. They remind us that devotion is not a single flame, but a candle relit every day, even when the wax drips and the smoke stings the eyes. So when we imagine the cloister, we must picture not only the grand ceremonies that dazzled pilgrims, but also the small daily gestures, the sleepy chants, the awkward bows, the whispered confessions, the suppressed laughter during silence. These rituals did not erase humanity. They framed it, allowing weakness and holiness to coexist in the same body, in the same breath. And perhaps that is why they remain compelling, because they reveal that even in the strictest patterns, life still slips through, messy, comic, and profoundly alive. One of the strangest ironies of monastic life was that while monks vowed to abandon the world never stopped intruding on their gates. Politics seeped in like water through cracks, sometimes in the form of kings and nobles demanding favors, sometimes in the form of papal decrees reshaping rules overnight. The cloister, built on the illusion of separation, was in reality a node in a vast web of power. To live inside was to pretend detachment while quietly negotiating with forces far bigger than any bell or psalm could drown out. And the monks, despite their vows, learned quickly that holiness and politics often slept in the same bed, whether they admitted it or not. Patrons were the first link in this chain. Kings, dukes, and wealthy lords donated lands, money, or relics to monasteries, and in return expected prayers for their souls. At its best, this was a partnership. The noble received spiritual insurance. The monastery gained resources to survive. But generosity often came with strings. A duke might demand his nephew be made abbot, or insist his soldiers be buried in the abbey church, or require monks to lend grain during famine. Suddenly, the monastery's sacred autonomy was tangled in obligations that looked suspiciously like feudal contracts. And isn't it curious how often gifts turn out to be Trojan horses of expectation? The papacy, too, claimed authority over the cloisters. Papal bulls declared what monks could or could not do, sometimes overriding local abbots entirely. Reforms swept through, demanding stricter fasting, different chants, or new rules for election. The monks were told these decrees came from God, but they often recognized the fingerprints of political maneuvering behind them. Imagine their frustration. After years of adjusting to one reform, a new pope sent another letter demanding the opposite. It was like living under a boss who changed the entire office policy every Monday morning, each time declaring, "This is the eternal way." Even bishops, technically the shepherds of local dioceses, could not resist meddling. They visited monasteries, inspected accounts, and demanded tithes. Some abbots resisted fiercely, arguing that their houses answered only to Rome. Others caved, handing over gold or privileges to keep peace. These struggles often turned nasty, recorded in chronicles as disputes for the sake of discipline, though one suspects they were really about money and control. The comedy here is dry but sharp. Monks renounced property, then spent decades in legal battles over who owned which patch of land. The monastery also became a stage for noble families' ambitions. Placing a son or daughter in a cloister was not always about piety, it was strategy. A younger son, with no inheritance, might become abbot, securing prestige and influence for the family. A daughter deemed unsuitable for marriage could be installed in a convent, her dowry funding the house, while her presence saved her family the trouble of finding her a husband. These placements filled monasteries with men and women who were not always called by God, but by family politics. Some embraced their role, others lived bitterly, writing verses about captivity disguised as devotion. The cloister was supposed to erase worldly identity, but surnames and bloodlines still whispered in the silence. Then there were the grand dramas, when monasteries became pawns in wars. Armies marched through, pillaging food and burning buildings. Kings seized abbey lands to fund campaigns, then returned them with pious words once peace was restored. Some monasteries fortified themselves, building walls and even towers, cloisters doubling as castles. The contradiction could not have been sharper. Men who vowed peace, standing behind battlements, praying as soldiers clashed outside. In these moments, the monastery revealed itself not as a world apart, but as part of the battlefield. Its holiness, a fragile veil, stretched over the brutal realities of politics and war. And yet, politics also gave monasteries power. Wealthy abbots became advisors to kings, abbesses counseled queens, and some monasteries wielded influence greater than entire towns. Their literacy, their networks, their aura of sanctity made them valuable players. But this closeness to power carried dangers. Too much involvement, and monks risked scandal. Too little, and they risked irrelevance. It was a delicate dance, and one that often left them compromised. Holiness, it seemed, always had to bargain with ambition. The villagers, of course, noticed. They whispered about abbots dining with nobles while peasants starved, about abbacies and silks while their tenants struggled. The gossip stung because it carried truth. Politics corrupted not only the image of the cloister, but also its reality. Yet the same villagers still flocked to monasteries for blessings, for bread, for healing. They resented the power and relied on it at the same time. The monastery, caught in this contradiction, became both refuge and target, respected for its holiness, mocked for its compromise. And perhaps that is the most revealing paradox. The monastery could never truly leave the world, because the world refused to leave it alone. Politics seeped in through every donation, every papal decree, every noble child dressed in a habit. The monks dreamed of eternity, but they negotiated with kings. They vowed poverty, but they managed estates. They claimed silence, but they argued over taxes. And maybe that is why their story still grips us, because it shows that even those who most fervently tried to escape the entanglements of power discovered that no wall, no vow, no bell could ever fully silence the noise of politics. It found them, as it finds us, reminding everyone that power never stops knocking at the gate. If politics crept into the monastery from above, superstition seeped in from below, bubbling up through the cracks of daily life like water in a damp cellar. Officially, monks and nuns were supposed to place their trust entirely in God, in the sacraments, in Scripture. But humans, being what they are, often leaned on charms, signs, and secret rituals that slipped through the back door of faith. The cloister, for all its solemnity, was not free from the magical thinking that permeated medieval society. In fact, the more one tried to drive superstition out, the more it seemed to return, dressed up in the garments of piety. Relics were the most obvious example. A bone fragment said to belong to a saint, a vial of dust claimed to be from Calvary, a piece of cloth said to have touched the Virgin. These were not treated as curiosities, but as powerful conduits of grace. Monks carried them in processions, touched them to the sick, prayed before them with trembling. To question a relic's authenticity was dangerous, not only spiritually but socially, yet the truth was often murkier. Some relics were genuine, others were dubious at best. There are chronicles of abbots competing to claim who had the true relic of a saint, while villagers joked that one saint seemed to have enough finger bones scattered across Europe to make an entire hand for every church. The comedy writes itself. Holiness sold by the piece, each splinter of wood or scrap of fabric carrying a price tag as much as a blessing. Amulets and charms found their way into monastic life as well. Though forbidden, monks sometimes tucked herbs, inscribed words, or tiny crosses into their habits for protection against illness or evil spirits. Was it superstition or faith? The line blurred constantly. Garlic hung above doors might be explained as for health, but everyone knew it was also meant to keep demons away. A nun who traced a cross in the air before drinking water might call it a blessing, but the gesture often carried echoes of older folk customs. The cloister could never fully erase the world's beliefs, it only baptized them with new names. Dream interpretation became another gray area. Officially, visions from God were to be cherished, while demonic dreams were to be resisted. But how to tell the difference? Some monks kept secret notebooks recording their dreams, convinced they revealed hidden truths. Others whispered about certain signs. Dreaming of clear water meant purity. Dreaming of storms meant temptation. The church frowned on these practices, but they persisted. After all, who doesn't want to believe that their restless night meant something more than indigestion? Even the holiest monk could wake up wondering whether his bizarre dream of chasing a goose around the cloister courtyard was a divine sign or just the result of too much bean stew. Exorcisms and blessings further revealed the monastery's uneasy relationship with superstition. Demons were believed to lurk everywhere, in food and wells and shadows. Monks sprinkled holy water liberally, as if it were medieval disinfectant. They blessed fields to ensure good harvests, barns to protect livestock, and even tools to keep them from breaking. Was it faith or magical thinking? To the monks, it hardly mattered. If the prayer worked, it was divine. If it didn't, the devil must have interfered. Either way, the logic remained airtight. And sometimes the very excess of blessings became comic. One chronicler noted that a monk blessed his sandals before walking to the village, only to return with them still muddy. Holiness, apparently, did not repel dirt. Astrology crept in too, though it wore a borrowed cloak of science. Stars and planets were said to influence crops, weather, even moods. Some monks studied charts carefully, timing plantings or treatments according to the heavens. The church condemned astrology when it strayed into predicting human destiny, but tolerated it when framed as practical knowledge. The tension produced strange results. Monks might denounce astrology in sermons, then quietly consult the stars before deciding when to harvest grapes. Hypocrisy? Perhaps. Or simply the human refusal to give up any tool that seemed useful, even if it contradicted official doctrine. Even animals played roles in cloister superstitions. Cats were alternately seen as protectors against evil spirits or suspicious companions of witches. Owls were thought to be omens of death, their hoots sending shivers through midnight prayers. Dogs, loyal as ever, were often blessed and kept close. Some monks reported miracles involving animals, bees that formed crosses in their hives, ravens that obeyed spoken commands, fish that jumped onto banks in times of fasting. Were these tales true? Maybe. Or maybe they were stories born of the same human impulse that gives us urban legends today, a way to weave mystery into the ordinary. What makes these superstitions fascinating is not that monks practiced them, but that they did so while insisting they were above them. They spoke of purity, yet carried charms. They preached faith, yet worried about omens. They denounced astrology, yet glanced at the stars. And in that contradiction, we see something deeply human. The cloister was not a fortress of unshakable faith. It was a place where faith constantly wrestled with fear, where the sacred and the superstitious danced in uneasy partnership. And maybe that is why these stories linger with us, because they remind us that even in the holiest spaces, humans remain vulnerable to the same doubts and desires as everyone else. We want certainty, and when certainty eludes us, we reach for symbols, signs, and rituals that promise a little control over a chaotic world. The monks may have wrapped their superstitions in Latin prayers and incense smoke, but beneath the trappings, they were doing what people have always done, trying to make sense of the mysterious and unpredictable. And perhaps that is the real miracle, that even in their contradictions, they still managed to preserve both faith and folklore, binding them together into a story that feels strangely familiar even today. If superstition filled the cracks of daily life, then pilgrimage was the great highway that carried the monastery out into the wider world. For many medieval people, faith was not just about staying put. It was about moving, often painfully, across landscapes in search of holiness. Monasteries stood at crossroads, hosting pilgrims on their way to shrines, relics, or distant holy lands. And though cloisters were meant to be places of stability, pilgrimage pulled them into motion, weaving them into the restless journey of medieval spirituality. The paradox was striking. Monks and nuns vowed to stay rooted, yet their houses were sustained by the ceaseless flow of wanderers who never stopped moving. Pilgrims arrived dusty, blistered, and hungry, carrying stories from across Europe. Some traveled for penance, others for healing, still others simply for adventure wrapped in piety. To the monks who received them, these guests were both blessing and burden. On one hand, they brought donations, news, and spiritual prestige. On the other, they drained supplies, disrupted silence, and sometimes smelled worse than the monastery's stables. Imagine the scene. Solemn monks chanting in the chapel while outside, a band of rowdy pilgrims argued over sleeping space, their snoring soon competing with the night prayers. Hospitality was holy, but it was rarely comfortable. Monasteries that held famous relics became destinations in themselves. A single saint's bone could transform a quiet abbey into a bustling hub, drawing thousands each year. Pilgrims lined up to kiss glass cases, touch shrines, or leave offerings. The monks who guarded these treasures acted as both gatekeepers and tour guides, balancing reverence with crowd control. It's not hard to picture a weary abbot sighing as yet another pilgrim asked the same question. Is this truly the finger of St. Andrew? His polite answer, yes, of course, hid the eye roll he longed to give. Relics elevated monasteries, but they also turned them into spiritual tourist attractions, where holiness and spectacle collided in awkward harmony. The road to Santiago de Compostela, to Rome, or to Jerusalem often ran through cloister lands. This meant that monks became part of the infrastructure of pilgrimage, maintaining guest houses, healing the sick, feeding the poor. Yet not all pilgrims were saints in training. Some were thieves, others con artists, still others fugitives using the cloak of piety to escape justice. Hosting pilgrims was like opening your door to the entire world with all its beauty and corruption. And here is the comic irony. The monks who fled society ended up housing a rotating cast of society's most colorful characters. The cloister that vowed silence echoed with stories, arguments, and the constant shuffle of boots on stone. Pilgrimage also seeped into monastic imagination. Those who could not leave still longed for the road. Some monks described their spiritual journey in the language of travel. Life itself is a pilgrimage, the cloister is a way station on the road to heaven. Others envied those who walked to Compostela or Jerusalem, secretly wishing their vows allowed them to go too. This envy often found expression in elaborate accounts written by pilgrims, which circulated in monasteries. A monk who spent his days copying scripture might pause to read of deserts, seas, and exotic cities, transported far beyond the four walls of his cell. For a moment, the ink-stained scribe became a traveler in imagination, even if his feet never touched foreign soil. The risks of pilgrimage were as great as its promises. Disease, robbery, exhaustion, even death on the road were constant threats. Many pilgrims never returned. Yet monasteries preserved their stories, sometimes in inscriptions left by the dead, sometimes in relics carried home at great cost. Pilgrims who survived often brought back souvenirs, shells from Santiago, oil from Jerusalem, tokens from Rome. These trinkets mingled with monastic relics, blurring the line between personal devotion and communal treasure. And once again, the comedy of human nature showed through. Monks might disdain worldly vanity, yet proudly display a scallop shell as proof of their own, or their abbey's, connection to holy travel. Some abbots encouraged pilgrimage, sending brothers on journeys as penance or spiritual renewal. Others forbade it, fearing distraction and corruption. Both positions carried truth. Pilgrimage could deepen faith, but it could also tempt monks into worldly pleasures. Taverns along the routes thrived not only on lay travelers, but on wandering clerics who drank too much, laughed too loudly, and returned with stories that sounded suspiciously less like prayer and more like escapade. To be a pilgrim was to balance devotion and indulgence, and monks were no better at that balance than anyone else. But beyond all the chaos, pilgrimage created connections. Stories carried along the roads linked monasteries thousands of miles apart. Pilgrims traded songs, prayers, jokes, even recipes. Knowledge and rumor flowed through the networks of holy travel, binding Europe into something resembling a shared culture. The cloister, by hosting pilgrims, became part of this web, its silence tied to distant bells, its relics tied to shrines across the continent. It could not escape, even if it wanted to. And perhaps that is the deeper truth. Pilgrimage showed that faith was never only about stillness, nor only about movement, but about the strange dialogue between the two. The monk, who never left his cloister, still met the world through the footsteps of pilgrims. The traveler who never stayed long still found rest in cloister walls. Together, they shaped a faith that was both rooted and restless, both stable and wandering. And in that paradox, we glimpse something enduring, the human heart, forever torn between staying home and chasing horizons, forever searching for holiness on both the road and the stone floor of the chapel. If the cloister was a fortress of prayer and a sanctuary for weary pilgrims, it was also a place of healing. The monastery, in many ways, served as one of the earliest hospitals of medieval Europe. Behind the thick stone walls and under the scent of incense, there were gardens filled with herbs, storerooms lined with jars of dried plants, and brothers or sisters who learned to stitch wounds, set bones, and mix remedies that blended faith with folklore. Healing was not separate from devotion. It was an extension of it, as though tending the sick body was another form of prayer. Yet here, too, contradictions emerged. For every carefully brewed remedy, there was also a whispered charm, a desperate prayer, or a treatment that seems more comical than curative when seen with modern eyes. The herb gardens were the heart of this medical world. Monks cultivated sage, rosemary, lavender, chamomile, fennel, and dozens of other plants, their knowledge recorded in hand-copied texts like the herbals. To step into a monastic garden was to step into a pharmacy under open sky. Rows of neat beds, tended with as much care as the chapel's altar, promised remedies for fever, coughs, wounds, and melancholy. A novice might be taught that sage strengthened memory, while rosemary purified the air. Garlic was praised not only for its medicinal use, but also for its power to ward off demons, a kind of 2-for-1, useful against both sickness and Satan. Yet even with their diligence, the line between genuine medicine and symbolic ritual was thin. A sprig of herbs tied to the wrist might be treatment, or it might be talisman. Perhaps it was both. The infirmary was a space unlike any other in the monastery. Beds lined the walls, straw-stuffed mattresses offering rest to the sick. Brothers moved quietly between patients, bringing broths, adjusting blankets, whispering prayers. Here, silence was softened by compassion and rules of austerity bent a little. The sick were sometimes allowed meat, warm drinks, or extra rest, luxuries denied to the healthy. Yet this mercy had limits. With knowledge scarce and disease often overwhelming, monks were forced to balance between tending the body and surrendering it to God's will. A fever might be treated with herbs, but it might also be explained as punishment for sin, requiring confession rather than medicine. To be sick in the cloister was to be caught between cure and penance, between the physician's herbs and the confessor's absolution. Some monks became renowned healers, attracting patients from outside the monastery walls. Villagers came limping to the gates, bringing children with fevers, mothers with swollen bellies, old men bent with pain. The abbey infirmerer, the brother in charge of healing, became a figure of awe, straddling the line between doctor and saint. And here lies another paradox. Monks who had renounced the world became essential to it, their remedies binding them to the very villagers they claimed to leave behind. A nun with skill in midwifery might be called secretly to assist births, her role both necessary and controversial, for childbirth hovered uneasily between miracle and danger, holiness and taboo. Healing pulled the cloister out of its silence, forcing it into intimate contact with the messiest realities of human life. But medicine in the Middle Ages was not what we know today, and many treatments sound bizarre to modern ears. Bloodletting was common, believed to balance the body's humors. A monk might carefully open a vein, collecting blood in a bowl while murmuring prayers, convinced this would restore harmony. Leeching was another tool, slippery and unsettling, yet considered effective. Some remedies involved elaborate mixtures of herbs, wine, honey, and spices, prescribed in doses that probably soothed as much through taste and warmth as through pharmacology. And then there were the stranger cures, powdered bones, animal fat, or charms inscribed with scripture. Faith and folk belief tangled together, producing medicine that was part science, part theater, and part desperate hope. The role of prayer in healing cannot be overstated. Every remedy was accompanied by blessings, every wound tended with psalms, relics were touched to the sick, candles lit at altars, vigils held for recovery. For monks, the cure was never only in the herb or the knife, it was in the grace that flowed through them. If a patient recovered, God was praised. If not, the mystery of divine will was invoked. Healing thus became a kind of spiritual drama where success was miracle, failure was lesson, and both outcomes confirmed the monastery's authority. In a way, it was a perfect system. Faith explained every outcome, even those that baffled. Yet one cannot help but see the humor in some of it. A monk earnestly prescribing garlic for both fever and demons might sound quaint, but how different is it from modern people swearing by miracle diets or secret supplements? The desire to believe in simple cures, in holy shortcuts, is timeless. And perhaps that is what makes monastic medicine so fascinating. It shows us the blend of sincerity and improvisation that defines all human attempts to outwit illness. At its core, the monastery's healing work was about more than bodies. It was about community. To care for the sick was to remind everyone that no one was abandoned, that even weakness had a place within the rhythm of prayer. The infirmary became a theater of compassion, where vows of silence bent into whispers of comfort, where rules of austerity softened into kindness. Healing, with all its herbs, prayers, and contradictions, made the cloister not only a house of God, but also a house of humanity. And in that balance, between medicine and superstition, between care and mystery, the monastery revealed a truth that still lingers. The act of tending the sick is never just about curing disease. It is about binding people together in the fragile, stubborn hope that even in weakness, life is worth tending. Confession was meant to be the monastery's great equalizer, the place where masks fell away and the soul was stripped bare before God. The cloister might run on chants, rituals, and the steady toll of bells, but confession was the moment of raw honesty, or at least it was supposed to be. The act carried with it a strange mixture of dread and relief. On the one hand, it promised forgiveness. On the other, it forced monks and nuns to expose the very weaknesses they tried hardest to hide. And in that fragile space between shame and grace, the truth of monastic life often revealed itself most clearly. The setting itself shaped the drama. A darkened chapel, the smell of incense still hanging in the air, a monk kneeling with his forehead pressed against cold stone as he whispered sins into the ear of his abbot. There was no wooden booth with a screen yet. Confession was face to face, unfiltered, impossible to disguise. The abbot listened, nodded, sometimes questioned, sometimes assigned penance. For the one confessing, every word carried weight. To admit to gluttony after sneaking extra bread at dinner was one thing. To admit to lustful dreams, anger against a brother, or doubt in prayer was another. The silence of the cloister meant these sins often grew louder inside, until confession felt less like a ritual and more like an unburdening. The sins confessed were rarely grand. Murderers and thieves did not populate the cloister. Instead, confessions revealed the ordinary fragility of life together. A monk might admit he envied another's singing voice, that he resented the abbot's strictness, or that he felt rage when asked to weed gardens in the rain. A nun might confess to boredom during psalms, or to sneaking a look at a pilgrim's handsome face through the convent gate. These were not crimes of the world, but they were treated with equal seriousness. The smallest lapse mattered because the cloister magnified everything. In a life of constant scrutiny, even a moment of daydreaming could feel like treason. And yet, the comedy of confession was never far away. Marginal notes in manuscripts show monks joking about sins like falling asleep during sermons or thinking too much about cheese during fasts. Imagine the poor confessor trying to keep a solemn face while a brother admitted in all seriousness that he had coveted another man's portion of butter. Holiness and humor lived side by side, because the human heart, even under vows, cannot resist being ridiculous. And perhaps this is what makes confession so compelling. It exposed not only sins, but also the humanity of those who carried them. Penance varied. Sometimes it was prayer, reciting psalms until the tongue ached. Sometimes it was physical, fasting, kneeling on stone floors, or carrying out humiliating tasks like eating meals on the ground while others sat at tables. Public penance could be dramatic, a monk lying face down in the chapel while others stepped over him during processions. The goal was humility, but it also became a form of theater, a warning to others. Some monks accepted penance with grace, others with quiet resentment. Behind bowed heads, there were surely clenched jaws. And perhaps that tension itself was part of the point. Humility forced, even when it stung. Confession also carried power dynamics. The abbot who heard sins became both shepherd and judge, comforter and disciplinarian. His role gave him insight into the deepest lives of his monks, but also gave him leverage. Some wielded this gently, others harshly, turning confession into control. A monk might wonder, does my abbot forgive me as God would, or does he store my weakness like a weapon to be used later? The unease lingered, because confession is never entirely free from the shadow of authority. In the wrong hands, the sacrament could feel less like healing and more like surveillance. Yet for all its dangers, confession gave life to the cloister. It was the pressure valve, the place where guilt found release, where unspoken tensions found voice. Without it, the monastery might have exploded with suppressed anger and desire. With it, monks could return to their chanting, lighter if not entirely free. Some even described confession as sweet, a strange word for something so heavy. But perhaps that sweetness lay in the relief of not being alone. To confess was to be seen, to be known in all your weakness, and to still hear the promise of forgiveness. And there is something deeply human in that. For what is confession, if not the acknowledgement that we are all fragile, that even behind stone walls and lofty vows, the heart falters? The monastery made those falterings more visible, but it did not invent them. We all carry them. The monks only remind us that no ritual, no vow, no silence can erase the need to speak the truth of ourselves aloud. The cloister might have framed confession as a sacrament, but at its core it was something more universal. The deep human need to tell our secrets, to unburden the soul, to hope that in speaking our shame we will find not rejection but mercy. And that is why the image of the kneeling monk still lingers. Because in him, bent low in the dim chapel, whispering sins both small and great, we see ourselves, longing for grace, laughing at our own absurdities, and still daring to believe that forgiveness is possible. In the cloister, music was not an ornament. It was the very air that bound the day together. Prayer was sung more often than spoken, psalms woven into chant until the rhythms of devotion sounded like waves rolling through stone corridors. Monks believed that music lifted the soul higher than words alone could reach, that chant was the closest thing on earth to the song of angels. And yet, behind this vision of celestial harmony lay the messy reality of human voices. Flat notes, coughs in the middle of psalms, rivalries between cantors who thought their pitch purer than the rest. Holiness may have been the goal, but anyone who has ever sung in a choir knows that harmony requires not only grace, but also patience. The most familiar form of this music was Gregorian chant, simple lines sung in unison without instruments. Its purpose was not to dazzle, but to create a meditative stillness, a sound that dissolved the self into the community. But simple does not mean easy. Hours of chanting strained throats, especially in cold chapels where breath turned to mist. Novices struggled to stay on pitch, and older brothers sighed as voices wobbled. Sometimes the chant rose beautifully, like a single river flowing. Other times it limped along, dragging as if each note weighed a stone. Yet even the imperfect chant carried meaning, because it was persistence as much as beauty that defined devotion. Music marked time. Matins in the dark hours, lauds at dawn, vespers at twilight. The chants stitched the day together, reminding everyone that life was not random but ordered. To outsiders, hearing monks sing in the night must have felt otherworldly. To the monks themselves, it was both awe-inspiring and exhausting. Picture a brother rubbing sleep from his eyes, his stomach empty from fasting, struggling to keep the Latin verses straight. And yet, when the voices merged, something happened that even fatigue could not erase. For a moment, the chapel felt larger than stone, as though eternity itself leaned in to listen. But music was not always solemn. Festivals filled the air with more elaborate melodies, hymns swelling with joy. Monks who lived in strict silence most of the year found release in these songs, their voices rising with unexpected warmth. Chronicles describe brothers swaying slightly, even smiling as they sang on feast days. Perhaps they knew that joy needed expression, that music carried the kind of laughter that rules could not suppress. Of course, not every abbot approved of too much liveliness. Some cracked down on what they saw as musical excess, insisting that chants remain sober. Yet the tension between discipline and delight only proved how deeply music touched the heart. Occasionally, disputes over music flared into open conflict. Some monasteries argued about which chants were correct, whether certain melodies were too ornate, whether local traditions should replace standard ones. These debates could become surprisingly heated, with monks accusing each other of pride, innovation, or laxity. Imagine rows of solemn men in habits arguing passionately about tempo, as if the fate of heaven depended on whether a psalm was sung quickly or slowly. It sounds absurd, but perhaps that is precisely what made it serious. In the cloister, where so little else changed, music became the battleground for identity. Music also crossed boundaries. Monks who traveled carried chants from one house to another, spreading melodies across Europe. The same psalm might sound slightly different in France, England, or Italy, colored by local traditions. Over time, these variations enriched the repertoire, showing that even in a life built on uniformity, diversity found a way to sing, and sometimes visitors from outside brought songs of their own, folk melodies, pilgrim chants, that mingled briefly with cloister tones before fading back into the world. The monastery tried to keep its music pure, but purity is a fragile thing, always touched by what lies beyond the walls. For the individual monk, music was both duty and gift. Duty, because hours of chanting were required, whether he felt like singing or not. Gift, because in rare moments the chant swept him beyond himself, carrying his spirit into a place where time seemed to stop. Many described these experiences in language that bordered on mystical, a sense of being lifted, of hearing with the heart more than the ear. Perhaps they were tired, hungry, half dreaming, but perhaps they were also right, that in sound they brushed against eternity. Yet even here the comic always lurked. A voice cracking during a solemn psalm, a hiccup interrupting a hymn, a novice missing his cue and entering 2 beats late. These things must have happened often, though the chronicles rarely admit them. We can imagine the suppressed smiles, the sideways glances, the way solemnity cracked just enough to remind everyone they were human. And isn't that the heart of music anyway? That it thrives not in perfection, but in the blending of imperfect voices, each carrying its own flaws, yet together creating something greater than the sum? The monastery believed that music could order the soul just as it ordered the day, and perhaps that is why it mattered so much. In a world full of noise, chaos, and uncertainty, the steady rise and fall of chant offered a pattern that reassured, even when voices wavered. It was less about sounding beautiful than about being faithful, showing up, singing together again and again, and maybe that is what still draws us to those echoes of chant today. The reminder that harmony is not the absence of mistakes, but the persistence of many voices trying, despite everything, to stay in tune. The cloister was imagined as a place of separation from the world, yet the presence of women, and the ideas about them, was always inescapable. Officially, monasteries for men and convents for women were divided, each with its own rhythms and vows, but in practice, the lives of monks and nuns overlapped constantly, and the way each side thought about the other reveals much about the hidden currents running beneath monastic silence. Women were venerated as saints, feared as temptresses, honored as mothers of Christ, and suspected as distractions, all at the same time. That tension gave convents a peculiar place in the medieval imagination, somewhere between heaven's gateway and the devil's playground. For nuns, the convent was both sanctuary and prison. Families sent daughters there for many reasons. Piety, dowries, too small for marriage, or simply convenience. Some women embraced the life with zeal, devoting themselves to prayer, learning, and service. Others felt confined, their vows less a choice than a sentence. Chronicles tell of nuns who became mystics, visionaries who claimed direct contact with God, their words echoing across Christendom. Others tell of nuns who plotted escapes, bribed guards, or resisted rules quietly by bending them. Just like monks, they were not immune to human longing. The walls that separated them from the world also magnified their desires, whether for freedom, for intimacy, or for recognition. The relationship between monks and nuns was layered with contradictions. On the one hand, monks often wrote treatises praising women saints as models of purity and endurance. They copied the lives of martyrs who defied pagan emperors, and they preached sermons comparing holy women to the Virgin Mary herself. On the other hand, those same monks warned constantly about the dangers of women, claiming that Eve's weakness still threatened to drag men into sin. One can imagine the mixed signals this produced. Praise women as spiritual giants in one breath, condemn them as temptresses in the next. It was less theology than projection, revealing men's own anxieties about desire disguised as doctrine. Interactions between actual monks and nuns sometimes became scandalous. Visiting chaplains heard confessions, bringing men into the heart of convents. Pilgrims and patrons gave gifts to both monasteries and convents, creating networks that linked them together. Occasionally, those connections turned intimate despite the vows. Records of fallen nuns or wayward monks suggest that the separation of sexes was more porous than regulations admitted. It is hard not to see the comedy in this. Entire institutions built to guard chastity, only to discover that walls are poor protection against the stubborn pull of human nature. And perhaps the deeper irony is that the church knew this, which is why the rules kept multiplying. trying desperately to contain what could never be contained. Yet women in convents wielded power that many outside did not. An abbess could control vast lands, administer wealth, and direct the lives of dozens of women. Some corresponded with popes and kings, their influence stretching far beyond the cloister. Others cultivated libraries, trained choirs, and preserved knowledge just as diligently as monks did. And in mystical theology, women often surpassed men. Figures like Hildegard of Bingen claimed visions that redefined the way the church thought about creation, medicine, and music. Her words carried weight not because she was allowed to hold office, but because her visions made her voice undeniable. In this way, the convent became paradoxical, a place of restriction that also produced extraordinary voices, many of which still echo today. Of course, not all convents enjoyed such prestige. Many were poor, struggling to feed their sisters, reliant on donations, and constantly vulnerable to corruption from local lords. Some became little more than warehouses for unwanted daughters, their inmates left with little education or hope. These houses fueled gossip, as neighbors whispered about lax discipline, secret lovers, or hidden children. Whether true or not, such stories reveal how convents capture the imagination of outsiders, both as places of suspicion and as fantasy. Even the silence of women became filled with rumor, as though the less the world heard from them, the more it invented. And yet, women's presence haunted even the men's monasteries where no nuns lived. Monks wrestled with dreams of women, confessing them with shame. They painted the Virgin Mary in their books, surrounding her with gold leaf, pouring into her image all the longing they could not express elsewhere. Sermons warned them constantly of the snares of women, but the very frequency of those warnings suggests how often they thought of them. It was as if the absence of women made them omnipresent. Desire magnified by denial is perhaps the most human irony of all. Still, the interplay between men and women in religious life reveals something larger. That medieval spirituality was never simply about repression, but about negotiation. Nuns carved spaces of authority in a world that tried to silence them. Monks projected their fears onto women even as they revered them as saints. Together, they embodied the paradox of the age, holiness pursued through separation, yet constantly entangled in the very desires and divisions they sought to escape. And perhaps that is the lasting fascination. Convents and monasteries were never as separate as the rules claimed. Women shaped the imagination of men who feared them, and men shaped the lives of women who resisted or embraced the cloister. Between them, they carried not only the burden of vows, but the full spectrum of human contradiction. And in that dance of reverence and suspicion, of longing and denial, we glimpsed not only medieval gender roles, but the timeless truth that no wall, no vow, no silence can fully sever the ways men and women shape each other's lives, even in the heart of the cloister. In theory, the cloister was a place where envy had no soil to grow. Everyone wore the same rough habit, ate the same simple meals, slept in the same cold dormitories. Monks were supposed to be dead to the world and to its petty comparisons. But anyone who has ever lived closely with others knows how quickly small differences become magnified. And so envy found its way into the monastery, not through wealth or possessions, but through voices, reputations, privileges, and the subtle hierarchies that bloomed even in a world designed to erase them. Take singing, for example. Chant was central to the rhythm of the day, and every monk had to participate. But some had naturally beautiful voices that soared above the rest, earning glances of admiration during liturgy. Others croaked their way through psalms like frogs in a marsh, painfully aware of the difference. Chronicles hint at subtle rivalries, one cantor resenting another for being chosen to lead, a brother feeling overlooked despite years of effort. To us, it might sound comical, holy men secretly jealous because their neighbor could hit the high notes. But it reveals a deeper truth. Even stripped of status symbols, humans invent new arenas for pride and envy. If you remove the jewels and crowns, we'll just start competing over who chants best at 3 a.m. Scholarship was another arena. In the scriptorium, some monks developed reputations for elegant handwriting or brilliant illuminations. Their manuscripts circulated, praised by abbots and visitors. Meanwhile, others labored clumsily, producing pages spotted with ink or shaky letters. Imagine the frustration. Both men spent hours hunched over parchment, but one's work became a treasure while the other's ended up forgotten on a dusty shelf. Envy thrived in the silence of the scriptorium, concealed behind bowed heads but sharp enough to cut. And the comedy here is that monks who were supposed to renounce ego ended up competing through doodles and flourishes, ornamenting a capital A like it was a declaration of victory. Even obedience became a kind of competition. Some monks were praised as models of humility, always quick to bow, quick to kneel, quick to submit. Others, struggling with resentment or stubbornness, envied this reputation for piety. They might imitate exaggerated gestures of obedience, secretly hoping someone noticed. But as soon as obedience becomes performance, it ceases to be obedience at all. The cloister became a stage where envy turned even humility into theater. And doesn't that mirror our world today? where people compete over who looks the most selfless on social media. Different stage, same irony. Envy also crept into small privileges. The monk assigned to work in the kitchen might sneak tastes of food denied to others. The infirmerer, charged with tending the sick, had access to soft beds and extra blankets. The librarian handled precious manuscripts no one else was allowed to touch. Each role carried subtle advantages, and those advantages sparked comparisons. A brother freezing in the fields might glance bitterly at one sorting books by the fire, muttering a prayer for patience while secretly wishing for a trade. And so the cloister, designed to flatten differences, ended up amplifying them in the smallest details. Proof that envy doesn't need riches, only proximity. Of course, envy sometimes erupted more openly. Chronicles tell of monks who accused one another of pride, who grumbled about favoritism from abbots, who resented the promotion of a younger brother to higher office. Envy often disguised itself as moral outrage. Brother John is too proud might really mean, why not me? The language of sin provided cover for the sin itself. And here lies the most biting comedy. Envy cloaked in piety, a jealous monk scolding his rival for arrogance while secretly wishing he had the same reputation. It is hypocrisy so human that it needs no explanation. It thrives wherever people gather. But envy was not only destructive, it also revealed longing. A monk who envied another's discipline, another's prayer life, or another's knowledge was also acknowledging his own hunger for growth. Envy could become a twisted form of admiration, a reminder of what one wished to be. Some abbots even used it as a tool, gently redirecting envy into inspiration. If you admire your brother's patience, imitate it instead of resenting it, whether this work depended on the monk's humility or his stubbornness. For envy, once rooted, is harder to uproot than weeds in a cloister garden. What makes envy in the cloister fascinating is how ordinary it looks. It wasn't about land, or jewels, or armies. It was about voice, posture, access to warmth, handwriting, or the praise of an abbot. Strip away modern life to its simplest form, and envy still finds something to cling to. Maybe that is the real lesson. Envy is not about what we lack, but about the fact that someone else has it. And that comparison never disappears, no matter how many walls you build. So the monastery, that house of silence and prayer, became also a theater of comparison. Each chant, each bow, each illuminated page became a quiet competition, sometimes bitter, sometimes comic, always human. And perhaps that is why these stories resonate still, because envy has never needed palaces to thrive. It grows just as easily in the shadow of stone cloisters, reminding us that wherever people live together, comparison is never far behind. Gluttony in the cloister was not always the obvious feast of roasted meats and overflowing goblets that we might imagine. Most monasteries, at least in theory, enforced strict diets. No meat of four-legged animals, measured portions of bread and beans, fish on feast days, and long stretches of fasting that made even turnips feel luxurious. And yet, gluttony still managed to creep in. Because gluttony, the monks knew, was not only about what you ate, it was about how you ate, how much you longed for it, how often your stomach distracted you from prayer. The cloister was supposed to starve the appetite into submission, but more often, it taught monks just how stubborn hunger can be. The daily meals were ritualized, eaten in silence, while a brother read scripture from a lectern. The idea was that the word of God would nourish the soul while food merely sustained the body. But the reality was far less serene. Imagine sitting hungry through Lent, forced to hear yet another passage about manna in the desert, or Jesus multiplying bread and fish. The irony must have been excruciating. A monk's stomach growled loudly, others smirked behind lowered eyes, and the solemnity cracked for just a moment. Hunger, it seems, has always had a wicked sense of humor. Monks joked privately about their cravings, and sometimes even left little confessions in the margins of manuscripts. One famously scribbled, "The weather is cold, the ink is frozen, and I am very hungry." Another admitted he was thinking about cheese during psalms. Gluttony revealed itself less in secret banquets and more in obsessions. Daydreams of warm stew, longings for butter, the memory of a feast long past. The mind, when denied indulgence, turned every meal into a temptation. Even the simplest foods became charged with desire, so that a bowl of beans could feel as decadent as roasted pheasant. And yet, special occasions cracked the rules wide open. Feast days brought wine, fish, cakes, sometimes even meat smuggled under technicalities. Monks, after weeks of bland rations, celebrated with gusto. The refectory rang with joy, bellies swelled, and a few may have stumbled back to their dormitories tipsy on holy wine. Officially, moderation was urged. Unofficially, the feast was a release valve, proof that even the holiest communities needed to indulge sometimes. After all, who can fast forever? Too much austerity without reprieve does not sanctify, it snaps the spirit. Even the most ascetic abbots seemed to know this, and so the cycle of deprivation and indulgence repeated endlessly. But gluttony was not only about food. Monastic writers warned of gula, a spiritual hunger that turned every appetite excessive. A monk could be gluttonous for words, hoarding books without reading them. He could be gluttonous for conversation, talking too much in a house of silence. He could even be gluttonous for prayer itself, performing it mechanically in quantity rather than with quality of heart. This broadened definition of gluttony was both terrifying and oddly comic. Imagine being scolded for loving psalms too much, or for copying too many manuscripts with too much zeal. It reminds us that monastic life constantly walked a knife's edge. Everything had to be balanced, even holiness itself. Yet, despite all their warnings, the monks never conquered gluttony. They chronicled it endlessly because it never went away. One can picture them trudging to the refectory, resigned, praying for detachment, yet already wondering what would be on the table. They laughed about it too, because sometimes laughter is the only way to handle a weakness that refuses to die. And maybe that laughter itself was a small salvation, a reminder that they were human first, monks second. The irony is that gluttony, far from ruining the cloister, gave it life. Meals became moments of community, cravings became shared jokes, feast days became collective memories. The very appetite that was supposed to threaten holiness often bound monks together. It exposed this fragility of flesh, yes, but also the joy of living bodies in a world where food was never guaranteed. And perhaps, in a way, gluttony was not their enemy, but their teacher. It reminded them daily that the body cannot be ignored, that holiness is always rooted in hunger, and that the path to heaven must pass through the stomach on its way to the soul. And if we smile at their struggles, it is because we recognize ourselves in them. Who among us has not made a lofty resolution only to break it at the smell of bread baking or at the sight of a slice of cake? The monks show us that gluttony is not a sin of medieval fools, but a mirror of human longing. Whether in a cloister or a modern kitchen, the hunger for more never quite goes away. It only shifts its shape, forcing us to wrestle with it again and again, sometimes with guilt, sometimes with laughter, and sometimes with quiet acceptance that being human means always wanting just one more bite. Pride was the sin monks feared most, and for good reason. It was considered the root of all other vices, the invisible serpent that slithered into even the most virtuous actions. In the cloister, where humility was prized above everything, pride was the shadow that constantly stalked prayer, fasting, and service. To become proud of your humility was, in fact, the ultimate failure. It was the spiritual equivalent of congratulating yourself for not congratulating yourself, and yet, despite endless warnings from abbots and confessors, pride found fertile soil in the monastery, often disguised in robes of piety. It showed itself first in the most ordinary ways. A monk who sang with a voice like honey might quietly savor the attention it drew, even if he bowed his head as if to hide it. Another who copied manuscripts beautifully might take pride in his delicate script, admiring how his letters danced more elegantly than his brother's clumsy strokes. A brother who fasted more strictly than required might walk a little straighter in the refectory, silently daring others to match his discipline. Outwardly, these men appeared devout. Inwardly, pride whispered that they were holier, more dedicated, more deserving of notice. The cloister's silence concealed this inner boasting, but it did not erase it. Abbesses and abbots were especially vulnerable. With authority came the temptation to believe that their leadership was proof of divine favor. Some ruled with genuine humility, treating themselves as servants. Others slipped into tyranny, convinced that their will was God's will. A few became notorious for arrogance, demanding obedience not out of devotion, but out of vanity. Chronicles rarely record their names, but they survive in shadows, reminders that pride could poison even the highest offices of monastic life. Imagine the irony. Men and women who renounced crowns ended up wearing invisible ones, convinced they reigned over souls more than they served them. Even scholarship was not immune. Monks who mastered theology or Latin sometimes lorded their knowledge over others, correcting novices with unnecessary sharpness. A witty sermon could become less about inspiring faith and more about displaying brilliance. One chronicler admitted that some preachers sought applause as eagerly as actors on a stage. Pride turned wisdom into vanity, twisting the purpose of learning until it fed ego rather than devotion. It is a danger still familiar to us today. How easy it is to seek admiration in the name of sharing truth. The battle against pride often took dramatic forms. Some monks practiced self-abasement, deliberately humiliating themselves to crush ego. They confessed sins publicly, begged forgiveness for minor faults, or accepted the most menial tasks. But here lies the trap. To succeed in humility was itself a victory that could be twisted into pride. A brother might feel a secret thrill at being seen as the most humble. In this way, pride was like smoke, slippery, impossible to grasp, always reforming even after being scattered. Monastic writers knew this well, which is why they wrote treatises reminding themselves and their brothers to stay alert, for pride was never fully conquered. At times, pride erupted into open conflict. Disputes over leadership, arguments about liturgy, rivalries between cloisters, all were fueled by pride masquerading as righteousness. A monk might claim he was defending tradition when in truth he was defending his own authority. Another might cloak his stubbornness in the language of zeal, insisting he alone knew the true path. And in these moments, The monastery mirrored the outside world, proving that even behind stone walls, human ambition could not be silenced. The comedy of it is sharp. Monks who renounced kingdoms built their own miniature thrones in chapels and scriptoria, each convinced his was the tallest. Yet pride was not only destructive. Sometimes it gave fuel for perseverance. A monk proud of his choir's singing might push them to greater beauty. A nun, proud of her convent's learning, might encourage more study. The line between healthy confidence and sinful pride was razor thin, and walking it was a lifelong task. Perhaps this is why abbots urged constant self-examination. Pride was not something conquered once, but something wrestled with daily. And isn't that the most relatable part? Pride is not unique to monks. We, too, find ourselves secretly comparing, silently boasting, quietly savoring small victories. We want to be admired, even when we pretend not to. The monks feared pride because they knew it so intimately. It was their constant companion, whispering in the very silence they hoped would keep it away. In the end, pride in the cloister tells us less about medieval monks and more about the human condition. Strip away wealth, status, even family, and pride still remains, clinging to voice, handwriting, fasting, or prayer. It is the sin that survives austerity, the ego that resists exile. And maybe that is why their stories still matter, because they remind us that the hardest enemy to fight is not outside us, but within us, smiling at our every effort, ready to claim even our humility as its victory. If pride was the most feared sin, then humility was the most carefully rehearsed virtue of the monastery. It was not simply encouraged, it was demanded, woven into every gesture, every ritual, every line of the rule. To be humble was to be safe, to resist the devil's whisper that you were more holy, more disciplined, more worthy than your brother. But humility was not a single act. It was a daily performance of posture, speech, silence, and obedience. And the very fact that it had to be performed made it complicated, because once humility was displayed, it was never far from becoming pride in disguise. Humility began with the body. Monks were trained to lower their gaze when walking, to avoid striding proudly, to speak softly, to bow often. A bowed head, a bent knee, a silent presence, these were outward signs of inward submission. But imagine dozens of men in habits all trying to outbow one another, each dipping lower than the last, until the act itself looked like a competition. At what point does a bow meant to signal humility turn into a contest of who can look the most self-effacing? The absurdity was not lost on medieval observers, who sometimes joked about brothers straining their necks in the pursuit of holiness. Speech, too, was restrained by humility. A monk was to avoid boasting, arguing, or claiming authority. He was to listen more than he spoke, accept correction without defense, and confess faults quickly. Yet silence carried its own dangers. A brother who said nothing might be admired for his discipline, while secretly delighting in the attention it brought. Another who confessed his sins in exaggerated detail might be praised for his honesty, while secretly enjoying the reputation for candor. Humility in words could so easily become pride in disguise. And isn't it the same today when people humble brag online, pretending to downplay success while making sure everyone notices it? Different platform, same impulse. Obedience was perhaps the ultimate form of humility. To obey without hesitation, to accept orders without complaint, was to surrender one's will completely. But here again, the practice was double-edged. Some monks obeyed outwardly while grumbling inwardly. Others obeyed with such speed and zeal that it became a way of showing off. The abbot commanded. The monk leapt to his feet, eager to display his humility like a badge of honor. It turned submission into theater, obedience into performance. And that performance often fueled rivalry as much as it crushed it. The rule of Benedict spoke of a ladder of humility, 12 rungs that led from fear of God to perfect love. Each rung demanded deeper surrender, acceptance of hardships, confession of faults, obedience even when painful. The image of climbing downward, descending into greatness, captured the paradox of Christian humility. The higher you went in holiness, the lower you had to stoop. But the ladder also revealed the difficulty of the task. To climb it sincerely meant stripping away every hidden desire for recognition. To climb it insincerely meant you were really climbing a different ladder entirely, one that ended not in heaven, but in ego. And yet, humility was not only discipline, it was also liberation. A monk who stopped chasing honor or recognition discovered freedom in anonymity. He no longer had to prove himself, because being small in the eyes of the world was the point. In this way, humility became a kind of spiritual judo, turning weakness into strength, invisibility into power. This is why the most humble monks often became the most influential, their very refusal to seek authority making them magnets for respect. It's the paradox that humility tried to teach, that by losing yourself, you might be found, and by giving up power, you might gain it. Of course, the monastery was not filled with saints who perfected this art. Many stumbled, many failed, and many laughed at their own failures. Some confessed that they felt pride in resisting pride, that they became vain about their humility. One writer wryly admitted that the harder he tried to forget himself, the more he thought about himself. And here, the comedy of the human heart shines brightest. Even in the most silent cloister, surrounded by stone and scripture, monks still found themselves tripping over their own egos. But perhaps that is what makes humility so enduring. It is not about erasing pride once and for all, but about wrestling with it daily, catching it in the act, laughing at it, and trying again. The monks knew that pride would never vanish, but humility gave them a way to keep it in check, to remind themselves that they were dust and breath, fragile as anyone else. Their bows, their silence, their obedience were not perfect solutions, but daily reminders. And maybe that is the lesson that lingers. Humility is not about being invisible. It's about remembering that you are not the center of the universe, even if your ego insists otherwise. So the cloister's obsession with humility was not wasted energy. It was a lifelong training ground for a virtue that is always slippery, always at risk of becoming its opposite. And in their constant practice, awkward, comic, and sometimes hypocritical, the monks reveal something profoundly human. They show us that humility is less about grand gestures than about the small, stubborn choice to bend, to listen, to admit weakness. And in those choices, however clumsy, they believed they touched eternity. Laziness was one of the great terrors of the cloister, though it rarely looked like the laziness we picture today. There were no monks lying in hammocks with wine cups or nuns refusing to leave bed until noon. No, the monastic fear was subtler. Acedia, the so-called noonday demon, a kind of spiritual weariness that crept in when the bells had rung too many times, when the psalms blurred together, when the endless hours of copying or hoeing or chanting seemed unbearable. It was not just fatigue of the body, it was fatigue of the soul, the quiet voice whispering, "Why bother?" And in a life built on constant repetition, why bother was as dangerous as any sword. Acedia often struck in the middle of the day, when the sun stood still and shadows shrank. Monks described it as a heaviness, a paralysis that made the heart restless but the body sluggish. A brother in the scriptorium might stare blankly at his parchment, unable to scratch a single line. Another in the fields might lean on his hoe longer than he used it, sighing as though the earth itself resisted. Some paced back and forth, torn between wanting to flee the cloister and being too weary to move at all. One text described it bluntly. The monk looks out the window, then looks again, until the day is consumed. If you've ever refreshed your phone screen for the 100th time, hoping something new will appear, you know exactly what they meant. The danger of laziness was that it bred temptation. An idle monk became vulnerable to desires he had suppressed, longing for food, for touch, for escape. Monastic writers warned that a brother who dozed through prayers would soon dream of feasts or lovers, that the sluggish body invited the restless imagination. The noonday demon was not only about skipping chores, it was about letting the door of the soul swing open to every shadow waiting outside. This is why abbots thundered against idleness, calling it the root of all sins. Work, they believed, was medicine. Physical labor to steady the body, prayer to anchor the mind. Without it, the cloister itself unraveled. Yet laziness could also be comically ordinary. Monks scribbled complaints about cold ink and tired hands, about boredom in choir, about the endless drone of psalms. One margin note reads simply, "I am bored." Another, "This is long." It is strangely comforting to realize that even men who renounced the world still found ways to procrastinate, still rolled their eyes at long sermons, still nodded off during lectures. It proves that laziness is not the absence of holiness, but the stubborn presence of humanity. And in a way, those scribbled sighs make the monks more relatable than their most pious prayers ever could. Abbeys developed routines to combat acedia. Strict schedules broke the day into small portions so that no task dragged too long. Manual labor alternated with prayer, reading with rest, meals with silence. The rhythm itself was the cure. No time to drift, no time to waste. Some abbots encouraged brothers to confront their weariness directly, to see laziness not as shame, but as a trial to be endured. Others punished it harshly, assigning extra chores or public penance to those who lingered too long in bed. Discipline was the shield, even if it sometimes felt like a whip. But the deeper insight of the cloister was that laziness was not only about chores or chance. It was about despair, the sense that nothing mattered, that prayer went unheard, that life stretched endlessly without meaning. This is what made acedia so frightening. It was spiritual burnout centuries before the phrase existed. And the remedy, monks discovered, was not simply more work, but a return to hope. To sing even when weary, to till the soil even when uninspired, to believe that meaning might bloom again in repetition, that was the true battle. There is something both sobering and funny in this. Sobering because we recognize the same temptation in ourselves. The restless boredom, the scrolling, the sighing at work that feels pointless. Funny because the monks thought they were fleeing the world's distractions, only to discover that distraction moved in with them, disguised as fatigue. They could not escape it because it was not outside but inside, woven into the human heart. And maybe that is why the noonday demon still speaks to us. Laziness is not just about skipping tasks. It is about that deep struggle to care, to keep going when everything feels stale. The monks wrestled with it by praying, working, chanting, complaining in margins. We wrestle with it by pacing through offices, refreshing screens, making coffee we don't need. Different tools, same fight. And in both, the challenge is not to banish laziness entirely, but to keep moving however clumsily until meaning breaks through again like sunlight in the long afternoon. Anger was one of the most disruptive forces in the cloister, precisely because it was supposed to have no place there. Monks were trained to embody patience, to bear insults with grace, to let frustration dissolve in prayer. Yet behind the thick stone walls, tempers still flared. The silence of the monastery did not erase irritation. It only forced it to find subtler outlets. If anything, the very rules designed to suppress anger sometimes made it burn hotter, like fire smoldering under ash. You could hear it in the slam of a wooden door, in the heavy sigh during psalms, in the way one monk banged his hoe into the soil harder than necessary. Even saints, it turns out, had bad days. Life together guaranteed conflict. Imagine dozens of men living in close quarters, eating the same food, repeating the same prayers, following the same rules. Someone chewed too loudly, someone sang off key, someone left their sandals in the wrong place, and suddenly irritation blossomed. But because direct confrontation was discouraged, anger often leaked sideways. A brother might glare across the refectory or mutter prayers louder than necessary to drown out his rival. Some resorted to passive resistance, dragging their feet at chores or forgetting to complete tasks. If medieval chronicles had included thought bubbles, they would have been filled with sighs, rolled eyes, and silent sarcasm. Abbeys knew this was dangerous, not only for discipline, but for the soul. Anger was seen as a spark that could ignite every other vice. The rule of Benedict warned monks never to let the sun go down on their wrath, for unresolved anger poisoned community. Some abbots enforced reconciliation rituals. Brothers who quarreled had to bow to one another, sometimes even kiss in a gesture of peace before the day ended. You can imagine the awkwardness. A monk grudgingly pressing his lips to the cheek of the brother who had stolen his portion of bread. It was forgiveness as performance, but it worked, at least enough to keep the peace. Yet anger also appeared in more dramatic ways. Chronicles record monks striking each other in moments of fury, or entire communities splitting after disputes. One abbot supposedly cursed his flock for disobedience, while another was driven out after provoking too many quarrels. Even abbesses, celebrated for their wisdom, sometimes unleashed tempers fierce enough to terrify their sisters. These stories reveal that anger, though condemned, was never absent. It was the skeleton in the cloister's closet, rattling whenever patience cracked. There was also righteous anger, which complicated things. Monks sometimes justified their fury as zeal for God's law. They shouted at brothers who broke silence, scolded novices who slouched, or condemned leaders who grew too lax. In their minds, this was not sin but virtue, a holy fire. But the line between zeal and temper was thin. One monk's righteous anger looked a lot like another monk's pride in disguise. The cloister wrestled with this tension constantly because anger could feel like clarity even when it was blindness. Curiously, some writers admitted that anger was not always destructive. Controlled, it could sharpen discipline, forcing monks to confront wrongdoing. But uncontrolled, it corroded everything. And here lies the comedy. The very men who wrote treatises on patience were often the ones who confessed, in margins, to snapping at their brothers. "I grew angry today," one monk scribbled, for he would not stop coughing during prayers. Another wrote, "I beat my desk because the parchment tore. Lord, forgive me." Their honesty turns anger from a lofty sin into something hilariously relatable. Who among us hasn't cursed at paper jams centuries later? To fight anger, monks leaned on ritual. Extra prayers, fasting, silence, all were prescribed as medicine. Some were told to reflect on Christ's suffering, imagining insults borne without complaint. Others were sent to work harder, sweating their fury into the soil. Occasionally, abbots ordered quarreling monks to eat together, forcing them to share bread in awkward silence until the edge wore off. The remedies might seem rigid, but they carried a kind of wisdom. Anger loses its grip when confronted with humility, or sometimes just with the comedy of two sulking men eating stew side by side. What makes anger in the cloister fascinating is how familiar it feels. It didn't erupt over kingdoms or armies. It erupted over chores, food, and personalities. The monks feared it because they knew it so well, because even in silence and prayer it simmered just beneath the surface. Their struggle shows us that anger is not conquered by walls or rules. It follows us wherever we go, because it begins inside. And perhaps that is why their stories still resonate. Anger in the monastery was not some alien sin. It was the same stubborn heat we carry today, the same quick spark that flares at traffic jams, long meetings, or careless words. The monks only remind us that the challenge is universal. To hold anger without being consumed by it, to laugh at its absurdities, to turn its fire into light instead of smoke. And in that endless struggle, we see not just monks and habits, but ourselves, sighing, snapping, forgiving, and trying again. Greed in the cloister was perhaps the most ironic of all sins, for monks and nuns had sworn poverty, renounced possessions, and vowed to live with only the barest necessities. In theory, there was nothing left to covet. No coin purses jingled in the refectory, no fine silks rustled through the dormitories. Each robe was the same, a rough wool, each bed a pallet of straw. Yet greed is rarely about what one has. It is about the endless itch for just a little more. And in the cloister, it found new disguises, creeping in through food, books, privileges, and subtle rivalries, turning simplicity itself into a battleground of desire. Food was the most obvious temptation. Though portions were meant to be equal, monks found ways to covet their neighbor's serving. One brother might glance at another's bread, noticing it looked slightly larger. Another might eye the fish on feast days, counting carefully to see if his portion was smaller. Some developed reputations as extra servers, always managing to find a way to scrape an additional spoonful. Chronicles whisper of brothers sneaking scraps back to their cells, hiding cheese in sleeves, or sipping wine when no one watched. It was not the feast of kings, but the greed of crumbs, a hunger that revealed how even the smallest difference could gnaw at contentment. And isn't it funny how the same thing happens in modern offices? When coworkers eye who got the bigger slice of birthday cake, the habit of comparison survives across centuries. Then there were books. To own a book in the Middle Ages was like owning a treasure chest. Manuscripts took months or years to copy, each page painstakingly decorated. Officially, books belonged to the community, not to individuals, but monks coveted them fiercely. A scribe might secretly hide his favorite psalter, reluctant to share. An illuminator might boast about the beauty of his decorated letters, his pride shading into possession. Some monasteries had to make strict rules against hoarding books, insisting they be rotated so every brother could benefit. The greed here was not for gold, but for ink and parchment. Yet the desire burned no less hot, proof that human longing attaches itself to whatever is scarce. Positions within the monastery also attracted greedy hearts. The cellarer, who managed food and drink, had access to supplies others did not. The infirmerer, caring for the sick, could justify giving medicine that was really a luxury. Even the librarian held quiet power, deciding who could borrow which volumes. These offices were meant to be burdens of service, but they often became objects of envy. Brothers maneuvered subtly, hoping to be noticed by the abbot and granted authority. What began as a vow of equality ended as a hierarchy of small privileges. Greed, in this sense, was not about hoarding possessions, but about hoarding influence. The great irony was that monasteries themselves sometimes became wealthy. Donations from nobles, land grants, and relics drew riches into places that had sworn to embrace poverty. Gold chalices gleamed on altars, while peasants outside starved. Some abbots justified this as serving God's glory, while others admitted that comfort had quietly crept in. Monks, who once owned nothing, now oversaw estates, vineyards, and mills. Greed shifted from the individual to the institution, cloaking itself in piety. And yet the contradiction was obvious. How could poverty be a vow when the cloister's barns overflowed with grain? Satirical poets of the time mocked monks as fat on alms, living better than the villagers who supported them. The humor stung because it carried truth. Even relics could fuel greed. A single saint's bone could draw thousands of pilgrims, each bringing offerings. The temptation to exaggerate, to multiply relics, or to guard them jealously was enormous. Some monasteries quarreled over who possessed the true relic of a saint, their disputes tinged with both devotion and economics. A relic meant status, wealth, and prestige, everything poverty had renounced, but greed still craved. Here again, the cloister revealed itself as deeply human. Even in sacred objects, desire lurked like a shadow. And yet, greed was not always about material things. Some monks longed for attention, for recognition of their piety, for the respect of their peers. Others coveted the abbot's praise more than any coin. Greed of the spirit, wanting more prayers, more blessings, more admiration, proved just as insidious as greed of the purse. One writer confessed that he prayed longer not out of devotion, but because he liked being seen as devout. It is the same impulse we know today when someone volunteers for the cause, but secretly craves applause. Greed, whether for money or for honor, has always been about hunger that cannot be filled. What makes greed in the cloister so revealing is that it did not disappear simply because possessions were stripped away. It adapted, attaching itself to whatever remained. Bread, books, relics, positions, praise. And that is the unsettling truth it shows us. Greed is not a problem of wealth, but of the heart. Remove coins, and the desire clings to crumbs. Remove power, and it clings to reputation. The cloister, with its vows of simplicity, became a laboratory that exposed greed's ability to reinvent itself endlessly. And perhaps that is why these stories still matter? Because they remind us that greed is not simply the flaw of the rich or the powerful. It is a whisper we all know, an itch for just a little more, no matter what we already have. The monks, with their hidden cheese and hoarded books, were not so different from us with our gadgets, our promotions, our likes and follows. Their greed was wrapped in woolen habits and Latin prayers, ours in modern trappings, but the hunger is the same. And seeing it in their world forces us to laugh at ourselves, to recognize how easily desire bends even the noblest vows. Lust was perhaps the most feared and most whispered sin in the cloister, the one no one wanted to admit, yet everyone secretly wrestled with. To take vows of celibacy was to step into a battlefield where the enemy was not outside the walls but inside the body, pulsing with thoughts, dreams, and desires that refused to vanish simply because a monk or nun had said no at the altar. The cloister was designed to kill desire with silence, fasting, and prayer. But in reality, it often magnified it. When you strip away every distraction, what remains grows louder. And lust, like hunger, does not politely fade when ignored. It sharpens. The body was the first battlefield. Monks slept in shared dormitories, often in simple woolen habits, and were supposed to avoid even the temptation of comfort. Beds were narrow, sleep was broken by midnight prayers, and cold stone floors were meant to humble the flesh. Yet the human body does not stop stirring because the bell rings at matins. Monastic texts are full of warnings against nocturnal temptations, against lingering touches during work, against unlawful gazes. Some brothers confessed in shame to dreams so vivid they woke trembling. Nuns wrote of struggles with visions of lovers, sometimes disguised as angels in their sleep. And here is where the cloister revealed its strange irony. The more rigid the repression, the more flamboyant the imagination. Even the act of fasting, meant to control the flesh, sometimes backfired. A hungry body became more sensitive, more restless. A monk who abstained from meat and wine could find his mind wandering toward images of feasts, which then slipped easily into images of indulgence of another kind. Medieval confessors noted this link often. Gluttony and lust danced together, two sins feeding each other in cycles of hunger and fantasy. It is almost comic, this domino effect of desire. Skip dinner to mortify the body, and suddenly your prayers are interrupted by dreams of both roast chicken and forbidden embraces. Women's presence, or their absence, also shaped monastic struggles. Some monks lived near convents, exchanging glances at gates or whispers during visits. Others lived far from women, but found their absence even more haunting. The mind conjured what the eye could not see. Preachers warned monks to guard their thoughts fiercely, to avoid letting even the image of a woman enter their prayers. But anyone who has tried not to think of something knows the trick never works. Tell yourself not to imagine. The image plants itself more firmly. In this sense, the cloister created the very obsessions it tried to erase. Confessors' manuals are full of evidence of these struggles. They catalog sins ranging from impure thoughts to forbidden acts with others, sometimes even with fellow monks or nuns. There are accounts of abbots scandalized by affairs, of nuns found pregnant, of monasteries shaken by rumors. Some of these were exaggerated by critics eager to mock the church. Others were painfully real. And yet, even the existence of such manuals reveals the truth. The struggle was common enough to require constant policing. It was the hidden drama behind the choir stalls and the illuminated manuscripts. Lust was not always acted out physically. It lived in the mind, in glances and daydreams. Monks wrote of being tormented by images during prayer, of struggling to focus on psalms while their imagination betrayed them. One even described lust as a buzzing fly that could not be swatted away, always returning, always distracting. That metaphor carries both humor and despair, holiness interrupted by a mental insect, endlessly persistent. And perhaps that is why the sin of lust terrified them so much. It made the holy work of prayer feel fragile, so easily overrun by an impulse as simple as desire. Yet, beneath the fear and shame, lust also revealed something human and unavoidable: the body's refusal to be silenced. Monastic life demanded angelic purity from men and women who remained stubbornly human. And here lies the paradox. Their failure did not always prove their weakness, but their honesty. They admitted the struggle, wrote about it, confessed it, tried to wrestle with it daily. The very fact that lust haunted the cloister proves that vows did not erase humanity. They exposed it more clearly. And there is something almost tender in this recognition. For in their shame and struggle, the monks and nuns mirror our own modern anxieties. We, too, live in societies that demand self-control while surrounding us with endless temptations. We, too, wrestle with desires we cannot quite master. Their prayers and confessions echo our own inner battles, only clothed in Latin and wool. And perhaps the lesson is not that they failed, but that they showed us the truth. Lust, like hunger, like anger, is not eradicated by walls or vows. It is carried wherever the human heart goes, demanding not perfection, but persistence. So the cloister's silence, broken by whispered confessions of desire, becomes not a scandal but a mirror. It reveals that even the holiest lives remain embodied, restless, and vulnerable. And maybe the monks knew, in their laughter and their shame, that this was not a weakness, but a reminder. That to be human was to wrestle with longing, and that wrestling itself was part of the path to grace. Sloth was not simply about laziness in the cloister. It was a more slippery danger, a spiritual heaviness that medieval writers called acedia. Unlike the kind of idleness where someone lounges around refusing to work, this sloth was closer to despair mixed with boredom. It crept in quietly, often in the long hours of chanting or copying texts, whispering to the monk or nun that nothing really mattered, that the prayers were pointless, that the work was endless. To the medieval mind, this was far worse than yawning in the choir. It was the slow erosion of hope. And, because cloister life thrived on repetition, sloth waited at every turn, ready to pounce when the days blurred together. It struck most often at midday, when the sun beat down, when fatigue from rising at dawn combined with hunger before the next meal. One monk described it as the demon of the noonday sun who made time stand still. He looked at the clock, then again, only to find it barely moved. He stared out the window, imagining escape, imagining villages, markets, even taverns far more exciting than the cloister walls. Some walked around restlessly, unable to sit with their prayers. Others simply drooped at their desks, eyes half closed, parchment unfinished. It was not laziness of the body so much as paralysis of the soul, that sense of not wanting to continue, of preferring anything to the task at hand. And if that sounds familiar, it's because it's the same mood that makes us scroll our phones for hours rather than face the pile of work in front of us. The remedies were as varied as the symptoms. Abbots ordered extra labor to shake brothers out of sluggishness, digging in the garden, hauling water, mending roofs. The physical movement often jolted the mind back into focus, as though sweat could rinse away despair. Others prescribed prayer itself as the cure. Kneel longer, chant louder, throw yourself at the mercy of God until the fog lifted. Some monks even recommended humor, telling light stories at mealtimes to break the weight of gloom. It may surprise us, but laughter was seen as a kind of medicine against spiritual heaviness. It turns out a well-timed joke about Brother Thomas falling asleep in the choir might be just as effective as a psalm, but sloth carried deeper dangers. It often bled into doubt, making monks question why they were there at all. Was their chanting truly reaching heaven? Did their sacrifices matter? Was their life wasted behind walls? In this way, sloth was not just boredom, but a seed of despair. Some monks abandoned their vows, slipping away into the world again, seeking meaning elsewhere. Others confessed their restlessness with shame, begging for strength. The cloister was supposed to protect faith, yet it sometimes magnified the temptation to give up on it entirely. And this, to the medieval mind, was terrifying. The sense that one could remain within sacred walls yet feel utterly empty inside. What's striking is how ordinary the symptoms look to us today. A monk staring out of his scriptorium window is not so different from a modern office worker staring at a spreadsheet, willing the clock to move. The noonday demon has changed its clothes, but not its nature. We battle it with caffeine. They battled it with psalms. Both are attempts to trick the body into outpacing the heaviness of the mind. And perhaps that is why the monks' writings on sloth still feel so alive. They remind us that boredom and despair are not modern inventions, but ancient companions of human labor. Even in its absurdities, sloth shaped the cloister. It forced monks to invent discipline, to create structured days where there was always another bell, another psalm, another chore waiting. It made them aware of how fragile attention can be, how easily the spirit can drift. And sometimes their attempts to resist it bordered on comedy. One brother wrote of walking briskly in circles around the cloister until his desire to sleep subsided, only to collapse even harder afterward. Another admitted that he copied lines of scripture so slowly when sloth weighed on him that it took an hour to finish what should have been done in minutes. These confessions sound less like holy texts and more like journal entries of students procrastinating on essays. Yet perhaps the deeper lesson is that sloth, for all its dangers, revealed something essential about the human spirit. The fact that monks feared it so much shows how much they longed for purpose. They wanted their days to matter, their prayers to rise, their work to build something eternal. Sloth threatened that by whispering futility. But every time a monk shook himself awake, bent again over his book, or dragged himself back into the choir, he was declaring, however clumsily, that purpose was still worth pursuing. And so the story of sloth in the cloister is not only about weakness, but about resilience. It shows us that even in the most disciplined lives, even in the holiest places, the human heart falters. But it also shows us the stubbornness of that same heart, refusing to let go entirely, even when weary. The monks may have sighed, complained, and nodded off, but they also kept going. And perhaps that is the real victory, not conquering sloth once and for all, but rising to face it every day, in every hour that drags, with the quiet insistence that meaning still exists, even when the soul feels heavy. Envy in the cloister was like a weed that never stopped growing, no matter how often the monks tried to uproot it. They had renounced lands, wealth, and inheritance, yet envy found fertile ground in the smallest details of daily life. If greed craved more, envy simply resented that another already had it. And when dozens of men or women lived shoulder to shoulder following the same strict rules, every small privilege or gift became magnified. A better singing voice, a warmer cloak, a lighter workload, All of it could ignite envy. The monastery was supposed to strip away the self, but in practice it sharpened awareness of differences, making monks and nuns more, not less, sensitive to who had what. The choir stalls were among the first battlegrounds. Singing was central to monastic life, and some voices naturally soared while others croaked. The brother chosen to lead chants held in honor, others secretly coveted. A novice who hit the perfect notes might draw whispers of admiration, while another who faltered inspired smirks. Behind bowed heads, comparisons festered. Chronicles rarely mention it, but marginal notes reveal complaints about being overlooked or replaced in choir duty. It's not hard to picture monks rolling their eyes at a cantor who dragged out his solos, secretly thinking, "There goes Brother Peter," showing off again. Envy turned even worship into a quiet competition. Then came the scriptorium, that dimly lit room where books were copied with painstaking care. Here, envy flared over handwriting. Some monks produced elegant, flowing script, each letter glowing like artwork. Others smeared ink, leaving crooked lines. The beautiful pages were praised and preserved, while the clumsy ones languished in storage. Imagine the sting of seeing your neighbor's manuscript displayed in the abbey library while yours was hidden in a dusty chest. Envy could turn the noble task of preserving scripture into a petty rivalry, each flourish of ink a subtle boast. One might almost laugh at the thought. Holy men bickering silently through their calligraphy, their envy etched in every crooked stroke. Even the kitchen was not immune. Food portions were supposed to be equal, but eyes measured carefully. A slightly thicker slice of bread, a more generous spoon of stew, or a better cut of fish on feast days could spark resentment. Monks who worked in the kitchens sometimes found themselves accused of favoritism, handing better portions to friends. The tiniest imbalance became fuel for envy, because in a life stripped of luxuries, the smallest comfort meant everything. Here is the irony. When you give up castles and treasures, you can still find yourself jealous over beans. Positions of responsibility stirred envy too. The cellarer controlled food supplies, the librarian guarded manuscripts, the infirmer managed medicines and blankets. Each role gave quiet privileges, and others noticed. The monk shivering in the fields envied the librarian sitting near a warm fire. The one coughing in the dormitory envied the infirmarier's access to honey and herbs. Roles meant to serve the community became sources of silent rivalry, proving that envy does not vanish when possessions are equalized. It simply shifts to power, access, and comfort. Envy also poisoned friendships. Monks who prayed together might secretly compare each other's devotion. A nun admired for her visions could provoke jealousy in her sisters. Even humility itself became a point of comparison. She bows lower, he fasts longer. His prayers sound holier. What should have been virtues became competitions, and the cruelest part of envy was its silence. It rarely erupted into open conflict. Instead, it gnawed quietly, souring affection and breeding mistrust. A smile in the cloister might hide a simmering bitterness, and envy thrived precisely because it was invisible. Some abbots tried to combat envy with strict equality. Same food, same robes, same schedules. Others preached sermons warning against it, calling envy the rot that hollowed out even the most faithful lives. Yet their very need to preach shows how persistent the problem was. And the monks themselves often admitted it openly in confession, ashamed to envy their brothers for such trivial things. One even confessed to envying another monk's handwriting, which is both tragic and comic. Imagine standing before God and saying, "Forgive me, Lord, for I hated Brother John's elegant letters." But envy also revealed longing. To envy another's skill or devotion was, in a twisted way, to admire it. Some abbots urged their monks to turn envy into inspiration. If you resent your brother's patience, imitate it instead of hating it. Whether this worked is doubtful, but it hints at a deeper truth. Envy shows us what we secretly desire for ourselves. It is ugly because it resents others, but honest because it reveals what we lack. And maybe that is why envy in the cloister feels so familiar. We may not wear wool habits or chant psalms at dawn, but who hasn't envied a coworker's promotion, a friend's vacation, or even a stranger's smile? The monks remind us that envy is not about possessions, but about comparisons. Strip away the world and we will still find something to measure ourselves against, even if it's just the size of a bread slice or the curl of a letter on parchment. And perhaps the only way to laugh at envy is to admit how small it makes us look, even in the grand halls of holiness. Wrath in the cloister carried a double weight, for it was not only a human failing, but a scandal against the very purpose of monastic life. A monk was meant to embody patience, calm, and charity. A nun was supposed to reflect peace and gentleness. Yet anger slipped into the stone corridors like a draft, rattling the order of prayer and silence. Wrath was more than a raised voice. It was the explosion of tension that built up in lives of strict discipline, where dozens of strong wills were compressed under the same rule. When wrath flared, it revealed the cracks in the cloister's facade, showing that beneath the habits and psalms, tempers still boiled. It often began with small sparks. Someone left their sandals in the wrong place, disrupting the neatness of the dormitory. Another sang too loudly or too flat during psalms, throwing the chant off rhythm. A novice stumbled in his duties, and an older brother muttered sharp words instead of gentle correction. Wrath rarely erupted out of nowhere. It was fed by these little irritations, gnawed at by suppressed feelings until suddenly it burst. A slammed door, a shouted phrase, even a shove in the cloister yard could break the illusion of serenity. To the outside world, monks were paragons of peace, but inside, they were simply humans learning the hard way that anger doesn't respect vows. The records, surprisingly, do not hide these moments. Chronicles mention monks striking each other in quarrels, abbots losing patience with unruly brothers, nuns scolding each other so fiercely that silence rules had to be reinforced. One abbot supposedly struck a monk across the face for disobedience, an act that horrified the rest, but also reminded them that wrath could stalk even the highest office. Another account tells of two brothers fighting in the cloister garden until they were dragged apart, red-faced and ashamed. Such moments were not just embarrassing, they were dangerous. Wrath disrupted the fragile balance of community, where peace depended on obedience and self-restraint. And yet, the monastery also recognized that not all anger was the same. Some wrath was condemned as sinful pride, born of wounded ego or selfish desire. But other anger, what they called zeal, was praised when it defended justice or discipline. A monk could shout at another for breaking silence, and it might be framed as righteous correction. A nun could scold a sister for slacking in her duties, and it might be seen as holy fervor. The trouble, of course, was distinguishing one from the other. Was it zeal or was it temper? The cloister often blurred the line, and the danger lay in mistaking wrath for righteousness. History shows that humans are endlessly creative in justifying their anger, wrapping it in noble language while it still burns with ordinary frustration. Some abbots tried to control wrath with rituals of reconciliation. Quarreling monks were forced to bow to each other, sometimes even to kiss as a sign of restored peace. Imagine two men who had just shouted insults now pressing their lips awkwardly in front of the community. It must have looked both holy and comic at once. Other punishments included fasting, extra chores, or public confession. But perhaps the most effective cure was simply time. A furious monk ordered into silence might stew for a while, but eventually the rhythm of prayer and work softened the fire. The rule of Benedict insisted that anger should never be carried overnight, for to let it linger was to invite division into the heart of the monastery. Wrath also carried consequences for the soul. Medieval theology warned that anger, once indulged, could harden into hatred. A monk who repeatedly clashed with a brother might find his prayers poisoned by resentment, his chant hollowed by bitterness. Wrath was not just noise, it was corrosion, slowly eating away at the bonds of community. And yet, the writings also admit the difficulty of eradicating it. To live together was to invite conflict. To love imperfectly was to feel frustration. The monastery dreamed of angelic harmony, but it was always inhabited by people who were still very much human. And here lies the insight. Wrath, for all its ugliness, also revealed passion. The monks who grew angry were not indifferent. They cared, sometimes too much. Their wrath exposed their longing for order, for respect, for justice. The challenge was to channel that fire without letting it scorch. And isn't that the challenge we all face? To let anger sharpen without destroying, to keep it as a flame for light rather than a blaze for ruin. The cloister's struggles with wrath remind us that even the most disciplined lives cannot escape temper. The difference lay in what they did next. Did they confess it, laugh at it, or let it harden? Wrath was both their shame and their teacher, forcing them to confront the storm inside themselves. And in those moments, the monastery stopped being a fortress of perfection and became something more relatable, a mirror of human community everywhere, where voices rise, tempers flare, forgiveness is awkward, and yet somehow life together continues. The monastery may have been built of stone, but its foundation was always fragile because it rested on human hearts, and human hearts are never simple. Behind the chants and the rituals, behind the vows of silence and poverty, there ran a steady undercurrent of contradiction. The monks and nuns aspired to holiness, but their daily lives exposed just how messy holiness really was. Their world was supposed to echo heaven, yet it often looked far more like an ordinary village, with gossip, rivalries, laughter, grudges, and cravings, only dressed in woolen habits and framed by cloister walls. One of the most fascinating things about these contradictions is how openly medieval writers admitted them. The rule of Benedict itself acknowledges that monks will falter, that they will get restless, complain, even disobey. Later chroniclers preserved stories of quarrels, gluttony, or petty jealousy, not as gossip, but as cautionary tales. It was as if the monastery itself knew that perfection was impossible, and so it leaned on rhythm instead. Bells would ring, prayers would be said, meals would be shared. Not because everyone always wanted to, but because doing so again and again shaped souls over time. Holiness, they seemed to say, was less about never falling than about always rising, no matter how many times you tripped over your own ego. The contradictions were visible in the very architecture. The cloister was a square of silence, carefully enclosed to keep the world out. Yet that same square opened onto the garden, a reminder that life could never be completely shut away. The scriptorium preserved sacred texts with painstaking care, yet monks doodled jokes in the margins. The refectory enforced silence with readings from Scripture, yet monks confessed they thought more about bread and cheese than about psalms. Every wall was both a shield and a mirror. It blocked out distraction, but it also reflected the truth that monks carried distraction within themselves. Even the vow of poverty was tangled with paradox. Monks owned nothing personally, yet the institution often owned vast lands and treasures. Some abbeys grew wealthy enough to rival lords, their cellars full of wine, their barns overflowing with grain. The irony was sharp. Individuals lived simply, while their communities managed wealth that could tempt greed and envy. Outsiders mocked monks as fat on alms, feasting while preaching humility. But inside the cloister, the wealth-funded hospitals, schools, and libraries that would have disappeared otherwise, poverty, in this sense, became both a mask and a tool, disavowed personally, yet wielded collectively for influence. Another contradiction lived in the vows of chastity. Celibacy was meant to free monks and nuns from entanglement, to let their love point wholly to God. Yet it also made desire more pronounced, not less. The absence of marriage, touch, or intimacy often heightened longing rather than suppressing it. Monks dreamed of women, nuns confessed temptations, confessors catalogued sins that proved just how stubborn the body was. And still, the vow persisted, not because it erased desire, but because it turned desire into the very arena of struggle. To be celibate was not to be angelic, but to wrestle every day with the body's refusal to obey. And that wrestling, however messy, was counted as holy. Perhaps the most human contradiction was laughter. The rule discouraged excessive mirth, warning that monks should be sober and serious, and yet manuscripts are filled with doodles of rabbits jousting, monkeys playing instruments, and notes of boredom scribbled in the margins. Humor seeped into the cloister like sunlight, impossible to banish. Brothers teased one another, nuns shared jokes in the kitchen, and even abbots cracked smiles at absurd moments. Holiness demanded solemnity, but humanity insisted on laughter. And maybe that was not a weakness, but a kind of grace, that in their strictest lives they still found room to laugh at themselves. All of this shows that the cloister was not a world of perfection, but a world of persistence. Monks and nuns failed daily, sometimes spectacularly, and yet they continued. They ate, they sang, they copied, they prayed. Their lives were full of contradictions, but they were also full of endurance. And maybe that endurance is the real lesson they left behind. Not that holiness erases weakness, but that holiness is found in the daily choice to keep walking, keep singing, keep rising, even when your own flaws trip you again and again. And here lies the deepest irony of all. The very contradictions that haunted the monastery are what make it relatable to us today. We see ourselves in their boredom, their envy, their laughter, their stubborn persistence. We realize that holiness was never about escaping humanity, but about embracing it, its hunger, its folly, its failures, and still believing it could point beyond itself. The cloister, for all its rules, was a stage where the comedy and tragedy of the human spirit played out in full view. And in that drama, messy and fragile as it was, they discovered something worth clinging to, that grace, like laughter, has a way of breaking through even the thickest stone walls.